unfortunately, his father took ill and he had to go to India, and I'm sorry to report that his father passed away yesterday. So I ask you to all join me in expressing our sincere condolences to the family and only thoughts and prayers. So it's my pleasure to be here today and thank all of you for joining us for this ANSI's workshop on standards and codes for electric drive vehicles, also known as EDVs. As you know, ANSI is convening this workshop on behalf of the U.S. Department of Energy and the Idaho National Laboratory. At high level, our task over the next 2 days is to provide DOE assurance that U.S. and international standardization efforts are coordinated and collaborative. It is our job to identify major issues of concern with respect to standards and codes development, and in particular to highlight any areas where DOE assistance or engagement would be beneficial. This is a critical moment in the development of EDV technology, and all of the support systems and infrastructure is required for successful, efficient deployment. With which the tipping point for action, with oil prices continuing to rise and the unrest in the Middle East, fueling uncertainty and new products hitting showrooms nationwide, consumers, the government, and industry alike are now all getting on the electric vehicle bandwagon, pushing for rapid progress and widespread availability. And this is not a moment too soon. A January 2011 study by IBM found that nearly 20% of U.S. drivers are either very likely or likely to consider purchasing an electric-only vehicle when shopping for their next new car. With an estimated 200 million licensed drivers currently in the U.S. today, that equates to 40 million consumers interested in going electric. Clearly, American consumers are eager to demonstrate commitment to the environment and end to our nation's reliance on foreign oil by switching to a hybrid or all-electric vehicle. But we have a long way to go in terms of meeting that demand, both in terms of products available and the infrastructure required to enable their safe and efficient operation. The good news is that government and industry are now responding with the necessary resources and innovations. In 2010, President Obama announced that more than $6 billion would be invested by the government on electric vehicle research and infrastructure. This is on top of the $2.4 billion already provided to automakers, startups, and battery manufacturers since August 2009. The bottom line is the demand is there and growing. But the manufacturing, systems, and infrastructure all need to get up to speed to meet the demand. All of us in the standardization community have an absolutely critical job to do to facilitate the large-scale introduction of EDVs into the marketplace. We need to make sure that the technologies and infrastructure are effective, safe, and ready to accommodate what will truly be a major shift in our national automotive landscape. This is a terrific opportunity for the experts and leaders from the public and private sectors to join together and make concrete progress in streamlining the technological innovation that is going on in this emerging industry. And not a moment too soon here in the U.S. if we are to keep pace with other countries that are ramping up their EDV development. When used effectively, standards and related conformity assessment activities can increase efficiency, drive innovation, provide cost savings, and facilitate trade. In the area of electric vehicles, standardization can help the United States businesses shape the future of an enormous growth industry and reap the rewards of that influence. We'll take a cross-sectoral approach, a public-private partnership, with active participation by all stakeholders to ensure that the most robust and effective solutions are in place. Looking around at the diverse group we have assembled here today is a terrific indicator of the strength and promise of that approach, but we need to make sure it translates into concrete action. We can think of our approach to the work in electric vehicle standardization as the 3 P's of EDVs: partnership, participation, and progress. The partnership, of course, is evident today with the support of the Department of Energy and Idaho National Laboratory and the sponsorship of private sector companies and organizations. So, too, we are relying on all of you to participate actively over the next 2 days. And lastly, we're looking for progress, not just good ideas, but concrete solutions that can be enacted broadly and rapidly. ANSI is pleased to be the convener of this workshop to facilitate those objectives. And we are also committed to continuing this critical work through our newly formed Electric Vehicle Standards Panel. The output from this workshop will be a key input to the Standards Panel. I invite all of you to get involved in the Electric Vehicle Standards Panel. My colleague Jim McCabe and I will be happy to talk with you about this exciting new area of activity for ANSI. For anyone unfamiliar with ANSI's role and mission, we are a non-profit organization that coordinates the U.S. private sector standards and conforming system. We work with our diverse members to bring about cross-sector, market-driven, standards-based solutions characterized by consensus, openness, and balance. These are the very principles that the U.S. voluntary standardization system is based upon, and they are the same principles that have been applied to the organization and management of this workshop. Over the past 9 decades, ANSI has seen that the most effective solutions come about through a public-private partnership that relies on the collective expertise, insights, and experience of all the stakeholders working in collaboration. This event is intended to provide a neutral venue to support and facilitate the timely development, promulgation, and use of standards and codes for the widespread deployment of electric vehicles. As we prepare to exchange much information over the next 2 days, let us be mindful that standardization needs for electric vehicles reach far beyond the driver's seat. We need to think about a wide range of technological and infrastructure issues, from specifications for charging stations to fire safety and transport issues for the powerful batteries, metrics for energy efficiency, audible warning systems, safety and access for first responders, qualified repair personnel, signage, labeling, and terminology. These are just a sample of the many areas we must consider and assess. Over the course of this workshop, we'll be working together to identify potential content gaps in existing standards, as well as areas where new standards need to be developed or the existing ones need to be updated. And as we do this, we also need to combat the misrepresentation of standards development as an arduous, slow process. I believe that the standards community can come together to work very quickly when there are clear sets of goals that need to be met, as well as a commitment from the policymakers and the involved participants and affected parties. Collectively, we face a big challenge, but an even greater opportunity to carve out the landscape for this burgeoning technology in a way that is most effective, efficient, and economically viable for all. And standards and conformance, when used in the context of those 3 Ps that I mentioned, partnership, participation, and progress, are our most effective tools for success. Before we begin today's discussion, I think I'd like to acknowledge the contributions, express my thanks first and foremost to the U.S. Department of Energy and the AFO National Laboratory for their support in putting this workshop together. And our sincere thanks are also due to our workshop sponsors, NFPA, UL, and Intertech, whose generous contributions have made this event possible, as well as our media partner, Cars21.com. And my thanks to all of you for your attention and participation. I hope everyone finds these 2 days to be informative and productive, and I look forward to working with you and to hearing each of your unique perspectives over the course of the next 2 days. It is now my pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Patrick Davis, Program Manager, Vehicle Technologies in the Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy Office of the Department of Energy. He will bring us up to speed on real activities related to electric vehicles. I know Pat is under some very tight time constraints today, so he'll be speaking and then having to leave us, but he leaves us in good hands with others from the Department of Energy who are here, and we will look forward to a very productive session. Thank you. Pat.
Thank you, Fran, and thanks to ANSI for the leadership in putting this session together. And I also want to thank Jim for his hard work and the details of getting it together. And thanks everybody for coming. You're going to spend 2 days talking about codes and standards, so I'm not going to talk about codes and standards. I'm going to talk about, from our perspective, why we're here. A little bit about DOE's interest in electric drive in general and our energy situation, which is really the impetus for being here. What we hope to get out of this session, these 2 days, is is really identification of gaps. We do quite a bit of work in the codes and standards area. We want to make sure we place our resources where they need to be. So for us, that's what this meeting is about. Let me see if I can figure out how to work this. All right, how do I get to my slides? All right, while we figure that out, I'll start a little bit by talking about our energy situation, which is really our first slide. So we are over 95% dependent upon petroleum. So for the office of vehicle technologies, it really is about petroleum dependency and lowering our greenhouse gas emissions. 95% depend on petroleum. Of the petroleum we use in the U.S., 2/3 of it is transportation, and 80% of transportation is on-road vehicles. Oh, here we go. There we go. And if you don't remember anything else, please remember that we are spending $1 billion a day on the imported petroleum on just the imported petroleum that we use, $1 billion a day. So it's not just about dependency of a dwindling resource. It's also about emissions. It's also about the environment. It's also about monetary. Oh, this one's a little bit the point here is that really, in the transportation area, there's no single technology that has gotten more attention in this administration than electric vehicles. Most recently, actually in two events last week, I'll get to in a second, but in the State of the Union address, President Obama once again reiterated his goal to have 1 million electric vehicles on the road by 2015. Then last week, at a broad energy policy speech at Georgetown University, also talked about electric vehicles and the goal for 1 million vehicles on the road. And then late last week, once again, at our unveiling of our Clean Fleets initiative in Landover, Maryland, talked about 1 million vehicles. So it is top center. It's important to this administration. It's important to us as the key technology of how we can address petroleum dependency and greenhouse gas emissions. To that end, a lot of questions came up after the State of the Union address about the 1 million goal. Number one, is it even possible to get to 1 million vehicles by 2015? And we have been studying that for some time. So we wrapped up that study and published a report that looked at if we could get to 1 million vehicles by 2015. The key findings of that report are, number one, and by the way, all we did was mine media reports for this report. So what we did was we looked at reporting, we looked at newspaper reporting about announced production rates for various electric drive vehicles. And we tallied up those planned production capacities. And it turned out that all the manufacturers who were reporting, if you tallied all those up cumulatively, you had 1.2 million vehicles by 2015. Now, that does not include vehicles from at least a half a dozen manufacturers, including major manufacturers such as Toyota, which just have not announced volume, or if they have announced volume, it wasn't clear how much of that volume would go to the U.S. And then, finally, really key to point out that even though this study shows that from a capacity standpoint we're not constricted to meet the 2015 goal, it really was just a study about manufacturing capacity. Does not say that you're going to have consumer acceptance, does not say people are going to buy those vehicles or that they would actually be built, just that we would have the capacity for them. And I think that's key, and it's key for this meeting because really one of the things that codes and standards do is facilitate consumer acceptance. So important for us to move ahead and solve the codes and standards issues we have. So one of the key things that we looked at in that study was the importance of various ongoing activities that are either already on the way or will be starting. Certainly we have our own R&D activities that are looking to solve critical problems like reducing the cost of battery technology, where charging infrastructure is being installed, and the rate at which it's installed and how it will support vehicle rollouts is critical. We have our Recovery Act manufacturing projects which are establishing battery production, electric drive vehicle component production across the country. There's tax incentives, the Advanced Technology Vehicle Manufacturing Loan Program, supplying up to $25 billion in loans for manufacturing of a range of vehicles, but many of those loans have been going to projects that support electric drive. And then finally, policy things such as what's going to happen with CAFE standards post-2016. So these are the kind of things that would support arriving at the 2015 goal. And finally, I just wanted to point out that the 2015 goal, a lot of people point out, rightly so, 1 million vehicles sounds like a lot, and certainly is a lot in the vehicle world, getting from a production rate of almost zero to 1 million vehicles on the road in less than 5 years. However, 1 million vehicles out of 240 million on the road, it's clear that the 1 million goal is not the destination. It's really a milestone. And so when people ask about the importance of 1 million, it's really a yardstick, it's a measuring tool for transformation of the vehicle legacy fleet. So, often get asked, what's different this time? We've had a number of runs on electric drive. There was a time early in around 1910, 1920, where electric drive vehicles really were almost 50% of those sold, quickly dwindling because of the capability of the internal combustion engine. And then in the 1970s, had a run with some rather unusual looking entrants. Then in the 1990s, actually when I joined the department, we had another run on electric drive vehicles, and shown there is the Chevy EV1, GM's EV1. So when you look at 2011, you've got vehicles like the Thunderbolt and the Tesla out, and what makes us think that we're going to succeed this time? And really there's 3 reasons why we think that's so. First of all, the urgency of our energy situation and environmental challenges has never been higher. Secondly, battery technology has improved greatly. We'll go over that in a minute, but very significant improvements in battery technology that really make the capability of these vehicles much more than what they would have been even 15 years ago. And then finally, what's going to happen with CAFE standards post-2016. So let's talk about batteries for a second. DOE has a long history of working in battery technology and being successful at bringing that technology to market. Our development of nickel metal hydride batteries led to the introduction of hybrid vehicles. That took place in the 1990s. Let's see, it's not pointing very well. That doesn't point very well either. I got one more. That looks real good. All right, so 1990, that nickel metal hydride were translated to the hybrid vehicles that are on the road today. If you're not aware, basically every hybrid on the road today has DOE battery technology in it. What we did starting around 2000 on lithium-ion batteries has led to those batteries emerging in the market today. Our battery technology is in the Mercedes S-Class hybrid. It's in the Volt, for example. And then in the future, we continue to do work not only to improve lithium-ion, but on battery technology past lithium-ion. And really, it's all about cost. Back in 2007, we were about $1,300 per kilowatt hour. Last year, about $800 per kilowatt hour. And we believe we're on track to meet this goal, 2015 goal of $300 per kilowatt hour. Dramatic cost reduction. And we're fairly confident we can get there. I will tell you that cost reductions below $300 per kilowatt hour get difficult indeed. Well, this is not that readable, but let's just talk real quickly about some of those production facilities being built under the Recovery Act. So under the Recovery Act, $1.5 billion is being used to establish battery manufacturing facilities across the country. That that funding is matched by the recipient, so it's a total of $3 billion to build those facilities. So these are the facilities you might have heard about being built by A123, Johnson Controls, Dow, Kokum, Energel. I think I'm missing one, but those facilities. $500 million is funding for electric drive components, so these are electric motors, power electronics, even components down to, say, power capacitors. And the rollout of these projects, groundbreakings and openings are happening and have been supported by both the President and the Vice President. So when we talk about battery manufacturing, oftentimes we just mention the large producers of batteries, and really when we set out to establish this new industry, the advanced battery industry in the U.S., we were cognizant of the fact that it's not just about the cell producers or the battery assemblers, it's really a whole supply chain. So if you look at the projects we funded, I named like 5, but there's really 20 battery projects alone, and they range from material suppliers, 12 awards there. So these are the folks building anodes or cathode materials, electrolytes, separators, even the cans that cells go into, to the cell manufacturer, to the battery assembler. Sometimes these are the same person, to an end user. These are the electric drive components coming in. And then even after the end user, we had a recycling project as part of those battery awards. So it's really an entire supply chain. And so I just want to wrap all that up and say, how does it all compare? I talked about cost reduction, battery cost reduction going down to $300 per kilowatt hour in 2015. We talked about these battery production facilities. By 2015, we'll have about 10 mega kilowatt hours of production here in the U.S. And then in our 1 million vehicles by 2015 report, we talked about vehicle production capacity, what would be the demand from that production capacity, and it turns out the demand for that production capacity is about 8 mega kilowatt hours. So really very much in line with what the capacity will be and with the production capacity of vehicles. So we're well aligned both from a cost reduction standpoint, battery production, and vehicle capacity. Talk about charging just for a minute. We think that key to charging infrastructure right now is getting the home experience right. If you put yourselves into the shoes of a purchaser and you're not an early adopter, you go into a dealer and you're trying to compare an electric drive vehicle with a conventional vehicle, and that vehicle is going to cost more. The electric drive vehicle is definitely going to cost more. And maybe you're still attracted to it. Maybe you're convinced that you want it. And then the salesman might tell you that you're going to have to get a building permit. You're going to have to install charging equipment in your house potentially, and the building permit might take a few weeks depending on where you live. These are big barriers. If you're a salesman at an auto dealership or you're the OEM, this is a huge barrier, the thought of putting a customer through that. So we really have to work to get that experience right. And we think most people are going to charge at home initially, so it's very important to get that home charging experience right, the residential part. Next would be workplace charging, and then finally we think public charging is important, but you don't want to pre-build. You don't want to put out infrastructure that's not used. Charging infrastructure is expensive, very expensive if it's not being utilized. But it's also expensive. We need it everywhere. So you really have to manage that carefully. So I talked a little bit about what we're doing in the cardiac from a production standpoint, but we're also doing quite a bit through what we call our transportation electrification program. The largest ever deployment of electric vehicles and charging infrastructure, a program that's deploying 13,000 electric drive vehicles and over 22,000 charging units, all of them level 2 or higher, a few hundred DC fast chargers. Now, why are we doing this? We're not pretending that this is the charging infrastructure we need, but what we are doing is collecting data. We really need to know how these vehicles will be used, where people will charge, how long they're going between charging. I'm going to talk about that data here in a minute. But it's really more about data than it is about attempt to build the infrastructure. Also on the plan, we have 10 grants to look at educational and outreach programs, and these are grants that support everything from training of the folks who will maintain these vehicles to university curriculum to first responders. So 10 projects there, a total of about $40 million. So these projects really span the country. I won't really say anything more than that other than the demonstration efforts really do represent climatically diverse regions. So it's about data, but it's about data across the country. So let's look at that data just for a minute. What are we interested in? In the charge event, we're looking at everything from when somebody starts their charge to when it ended, how much energy was consumed, the average power, peak power, anything about a charging event that can be measured. Basically, we are measuring, in fact, including where it's done. All that's recorded. And similarly, on the driving end, essentially every event where someone turns the vehicle on and then turns it off is a driving event, and we look at when it happened, what the odometer was, where it was, the battery state of charge, how many miles driven. All that data is collected, and if you're worried about Big Brother collecting all this data, I'll get to that in just a second. You don't have to worry too much because we don't get that data. I will not have access to data. DOE will not have access to that data. Data is going to be collected by Idaho National Engineering Laboratory and NREL, National Renewable Energy Laboratory. And the data analysis and reporting is going to really focus on taking all that very detailed data and putting out data that's meaningful. You know, what was the average length of a trip? How often did people charge? It's sort of consolidated data. The report is going to be all publicly available starting this spring on the internet. In addition to that, we'll be doing some fact sheet reporting. And here's the important thing about public data. Raw vehicle and infrastructure data will not be available, will not be delivered to the government, will not be available under Freedom of Information Act request. So we're taking great pains to make sure that people's private data remains so. I also want to briefly talk about an initiative announced by Vice President Biden. This happened on January 26th, the day after the State of the Union. He traveled to Michigan and announced a $200 million program to help cities establish charging infrastructure. This is a program that will be funded out of the FY12 budget, so it is dependent upon appropriations yet to occur, but the point of the program would be to establish a comprehensive infrastructure plan at city level. So we would be competing these funds for awards up to 30 awards, up to $10 million each, that would be awarded to cities and municipalities to put in place a comprehensive infrastructure plan to encourage locally based private sector partnerships to build infrastructure and to put in place policies that help encourage the adoption of electric drive vehicles and the infrastructure that supports them, including things such as streamlining building permits and then finally the actual building of infrastructure. So that will start next fall. And then finally, I mentioned the Clean Fleets Partnership. This was announced last Friday by the President in Landover, Maryland, where we will announce our charter members of AT&T, FedEx, PepsiCo, UPS, and Verizon, 5 of the 10 largest fleets in the U.S., to essentially attack their petroleum consumption, and which would include elements of electric drive as part of that program. So I will end there. I think I've given the impression this is important to the DOE and why. I think this particular effort in the codes and standards world, DOE has a long history of working in codes and standards. In this area, there are so many different moving parts and so many different standards organizations that can play a role. We felt that we really needed a snapshot of where we were and a look at the gaps of where we are compared to where we need to be to help guide our work in the next few years, and that's the primary reason we supported it. And we hope to use the information out of this workshop to guide our work in the next several years. So thank you very much for your attention, and have a great couple of days, and thank you for your attendance.
Thank you, Pat Davis, and good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us on what's turned out to be a rather wet and windy day here in Bethesda. My name is Jim McCabe, and I'm Senior Director of Standards Facilitation for ANSI, and it's my pleasure to welcome you here to our workshop as the staff member responsible for electric vehicles initiatives. The work before us is both challenging and exciting, and as Fran Schroeder mentioned in her opening remarks, we encourage and need your active participation. We rely on your expertise, and we appreciate both your candor as well as your support. Before we get started, I wanted to just go over a few housekeeping items for the day. You have speaker biographical information included in your program, so the introductions are going to be kept brief. Speakers will go in the order listed in the program and have been asked to keep their remarks to no more than 15 minutes. Our timekeeper, Tony, will give the speaker a signal when there are 5 minutes, 1 minute, and no time remaining. We ask all speakers to please abide by the timekeeper's cues, recognizing that we're under a tight schedule. And then questions will be held until after all speakers on a panel have presented. For Q&A, we have 2 standing mics in the room. Please approach the mic, wait to be recognized by the facilitator, then state your name and organization. If you want to make a brief comment, that's fine, but please do ask a question and then step away from the mic. In addition to those here in the room, we have some 30 people attending via webinar for the general sessions both today and tomorrow. After taking questions from the audience here, we may take questions from those on the webinar, time permitting. Webinar participants should use the questions feature to communicate your question to our webinar administrator, Rena, who will in turn communicate those to the floor. We are working through some tech issues right now with the audio on the webinar, so please bear with us. I would just ask that everyone please do speak into the microphone, as that's important for those on the line. ANSI plans to make all the presentations available on our website after the events and in the workshop report to be published later for DOE. We are also recording the webinar for playback later. As the speakers have been made aware, the first day of the workshop is open to interested media, and I understand that we do have a few journalists with us in the room or on the webinar. You see a camera in the back. That is our ANSI's Communications Director, Liz Newman, who is videotaping portions of the general session for possible later use by ANSI. We're going to take a break after the first panel, and then lunch will be served downstairs in the White Oak dining room. And at the conclusion of the day, we're also going to have a reception also downstairs in Brookside A and B. So now it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Fred Hansen, Program Manager for Energetics, who will be facilitating the workshop over the next 2 days. I've had the opportunity to work with Fred and other members of the Energetics team in the lead up to this event, and our inputs to help us meet our objectives for the workshop in an organized way have been substantial. Dr. Hansen's experience as a facilitator covers a broad range of services. In addition to roadmapping and strategic planning meetings, Dr. Hansen has facilitated visual sessions, roundtable discussions, team building sessions, and tabletop exercises oriented toward experiential learning. He has experience working with diverse populations ranging from academicians, research scientists, and engineering professionals addressing highly technical topics to owners, managers, and sales professionals addressing strategic business issues. He also brings to the table some 20 years professional experience in business consulting across a range of industries, including telecommunications, manufacturing, healthcare, legal services, financial services, insurance, utilities, and electronics. So with that, I would ask that Fred and the members of the first panel please come up to the stage. Thanks. shows me that I haven't really updated my resume for about 10. Anyways, as the panel's getting ready, what we're going to do is let the panel members speak one at a time, and while they're doing that, I would encourage you to write down your questions because we do really want this to be an interactive session. I also mentioned Tony, the timekeeper, and just so you know, it's not an easy role to be timekeeper. I've noticed that when it comes to tracking minutes, there are three kinds of people in the world: those who can count and those who can't. So, see, three, I'm just two. Okay, so anyway, that's why we have Tony. Our first speaker on the panel here is on the high-level landscape. That's what we're going to talk about here, sort of a high-level landscape for the electrical vehicles. Our first speaker is Reed Slazak, and he is manager of, let me get this right, Vehicle Systems, right, exactly, for the DOE Vehicle Technologies Program. Correct. Cool.
Thank you, Fred. Good morning, everybody. Those of you that have heard me speak before know that I can tend to go on and get really down into the weeds, and I'll try not to do that today. To start out, most of your entry slides that people show mean nothing. This actually is a picture of why we're here today. What you see up here, and I'm not even going to try to use a pointer, but over on the right-hand side, you've got egress and infrastructure interacting with the home. You've got communications, connectivity. You've got two vehicles there, the Chevy Volt and Nissan Leaf, which are very large parts of the Recovery Act program for transportation electrification I manage that Pat spoke about earlier. You've got the two level 2 EVSE units from Coulomb and Blink, which again are a huge part of our program. And another vehicle shown over there, representing all of the other links that need to interact with infrastructure. And the nice picture of the United States there, that is the United States for those of you who might be geographically challenged like me, that represents the grid and distribution in the United States. What's the role and the importance of codes and standards? Pat kind of touched on it in his comments. I'll get into it a little bit more now. It really is an enabler for market penetration. At the government, we have actually learned from past experiences. For those of you that are familiar with what we were doing back in the 90s, you may look at me and say, God, he's so young, there's no way he was involved with that. But I was actually there with the rollout of electric vehicles back in the mid-90s and the start of that in the early 90s. And there were a lot of issues associated with it. Everything from the connectivity, if you were going with an inductive charger, a conductive charger, could this vehicle work with that system? It led to a lot of issues. And we learned that it wasn't just the technology, but it really got down to the consumer. And there are a lot of things that the consumers are concerned with, and especially with a brand new technology like this. And the first thing on my mind is this thing going to be safe? And the only way you can ensure that it's going to be safe for people is if you properly address all of the safety aspects of the technology. And we've got an especially big challenge with electric drive vehicles right now because it's not like a normal vehicle where the only real interaction is the person either behind the wheel or they're stopping in the gas station filling up. Now you've got issues associated with refueling or charging the vehicle at home. You've got to have the connectivity with the grid. You've got to have the communications, the interoperability from network to network. It's a huge, huge undertaking. And consumers need to know that this thing is going to be safe. We also need to have that understanding, that comfort level, that no matter what they're doing with that vehicle, it's going to be usable charge it, and we're not going to get left stranded on the side of the road or even worse, at a charging location because their vehicle won't work with that charger. Huge issue. We need to make sure that doesn't occur and that people understand that it will not occur. That continues interoperability. Just with the EVSE manufacturers that we've been working with at the Department of Energy, you've got the Blink network, the ChargePoint network, an AV network, GE's coming out with network, and there are other providers that will enable other regional networks and national networks to start out. And those need to be able to communicate with the grid. They also need to be able to communicate with vehicles, and people need to be able to run. If the fast charging network, if the public charging network is going to be successful, you've got to be able to take your grid-connected vehicle and travel wherever you want in the country and be able to use it. All of those put together, combined with educational campaigns like what we're doing with the Clean Cities program, will then lead to increased consumer acceptance. The role of DOE, there's a lot, as I mentioned, a lot of different aspects with electric drive vehicles. We've got utility involvement. We've got several offices in the department that are working with utilities. We're involved very closely with the Office of Electricity Generation and Distribution, and they've got a big long title longer than ours, and I feel sorry for them for that. But they're implementing smart grid. They got several $1 billion in Recovery Act money to do that nationwide. We're trying to work with them to make sure that our deployment of electric drive vehicles and the data that we're getting is helping to support them, but it's also interacting with the smart grids that they put in place. We've got the Home Energy Management Network, the Home Area Network. How can consumers actually manage their use of energy? Consumers around the country are becoming much more educated on a day-to-day basis and much more concerned about their costs, their impact on the environment, their carbon footprint. And we need to make sure that these vehicles are a workable part of that the consumer can understand how they can manage the charging of their vehicles and how that affects their energy use, how it affects their bottom line, basically. Electric vehicle supply equipment. As I mentioned, there are numerous manufacturers coming out. Everything from level 2 to DC fast charge. We're working with manufacturers looking at DC level 1 so that you can try to reduce the cost of vehicles, pull the charger off of the vehicle, and have it stationary someplace. That not only reduces the upfront cost of the vehicle, but also reduces the weight on the vehicle. But that EVSE has to communicate. It has to communicate with the vehicle, it has to communicate with the grid, it has to be able to take price point signals. There's a lot going on in that EVSE. It's more than just a box passing power. And then finally, you've got the vehicle itself. And depending on what vehicle you're looking at and what the manufacturer is doing, you could have a vehicle that doesn't do much in the way of control of the charging. You could have a vehicle that the manufacturer wants you to use their vehicle as the control mechanism instead of using the EVSE. So there's multiple approaches. You could use a smart EVSE, a dumb EVSE. How do you control it? And all of this needs to be established through codes and standards. So some of the support that we're providing, we're participating in multiple, and there's a whole long list I'll show you in just a second, of different standard-setting committees. I'll show you the ones with SAE, but we're also working with IEEE and others, and some of their working groups on establishing standards, interoperability, connectivity, things like that. We're doing a lot to help support not only the development of these standards and supporting those committees, but the validation of the standards. Establishing standards can take a long time. It's not an overnight process. It's not okay, let's get everybody in the room, and in 2 days or 2 months or 2 years, we're going to have a standard, and everyone can go out and use that standard. we're trying to help speed that process up by actually taking what the committees are working on and trying to prove that it works or it doesn't work and maybe needs some modifications, and provide the data that's necessary for all the committee members and then the committee study groups in large to vote on and approve the standards. That leads into technology development. A lot of these standards, to be able to validate them, you need tools that currently don't exist. We're working on developing those tools, as well as other technologies, and we're making sure that some of the advanced charging technologies we're working on are going to be in compliance and help promote standards. As I mentioned, I'll show you a big list. I'm not going to get into all of these and what they are. A few of them have been published already, but there's still work going on. For example, the J1772 connectivity standard, it's great for level 2, but there's nothing for DC fast charge. That is becoming more and more of an issue every single day. A lot of the Nissan Leafs coming into this country will have a CHAdeMO connector. That's a JARI-approved connector for DC fast charging. Integrate on that vehicle. We don't have a standard in this country for DC fast charging. We're trying to address that right now with the DC fast chargers we're putting in place by putting in units that actually have 2 connections on each unit. Right now, they're going to be both CHAdeMO connectors, but in the future, they could be converted over so you have a CHAdeMO and whatever new standard is developed if it's not a CHAdeMO. But, you know, we need to be careful so that standards are in place so we don't have vehicles that are stranded in the future. You know, when we're talking about having 8,000 Nissan Leafs running around at the end of this year that have a CHAdeMO connector on them, you don't want to have those consumers not be able to use a DC fast charge in the future because the standard changed. So we've got safety standards, connectivity standards, and then a whole long list of communication standards. These address everything from the interoperability, conductive charging, all the way to wireless charging, which is coming. Some of the tools, and I mentioned that we're working to develop these. We've got things like the end-use measurement device to allow you to look at the energy that's actually being used, as well as monitor communications and evaluate if an EVSE is communicating the way it should per standards, and if everything is covered, and basically, is that standard appropriate to do what it's supposed to do? We're looking at interaction with the grid between the EVSE. So basically developing test fixtures at different national laboratories, with most of that work being led by our national lab, but getting input from others. As I mentioned, the EUMD, not only will this device help us to validate communication standards and energy use, but it will also help, hopefully, drive the cost down of EVSE. There's a lot of discussion going on right now. Do you have to have a utility-grade meter in the EVSE units or in the branch circuit for those units? That's a very expensive piece of equipment that does nothing but discourage people from wanting to put home charging in. This device, instead of costing hundreds of dollars, can be produced for $30 and provide you all the functionality of a utility-grade meter. So we're doing some work to evaluate that in the field. You see on the right-hand side there, 3 EVSE units hooked up to a solar panel on some vehicles. We're actually doing a fairly large demonstration of this device at Oak Ridge National Laboratory, where we're putting in, I believe it was 25 EVSE units, each with this device, solar array to help power those EVSE units through a battery bank, and then also connection to the grid. And let's see. In In summary, hopefully I haven't gone over the time limit here. Codes and standards are not just designed so that manufacturers can produce a product that is safe and works for people, but it is the true enabler for changing our transportation sector over to an electrified transportation sector that relies much less on petroleum. Dealing with supporting industry and developing these standards as well as the standards development organizations, helping to not only develop but also validate the work. And then we're doing a lot of work, and I haven't touched on this, on global harmonization. If we can have similar standards between the U.S., people in the EU, people in Asian markets, it does nothing but help promote electric drive technology, drive down the cost, and make it easier for manufacturers to produce product. And I'm not going to tell you any more about that because Keith Hardy from Argonne National Lab will talk about that this afternoon. And in closing, if you do have questions, we've got members of our team from DOE here today. David Anderson. David, wave your hand. Come on, there he is. You can ask him questions about what's going on. Jim Frankfurt from Idaho National Lab. He's in charge of all the data collection for our transportation electrification demo projects. And Keith Hardy from Argonne National Lab. Come on, Keith, not just a finger wave. There you go. And he's very much involved with the codes and standards validation as well as harmonization. And with that, I'm done. Thank you.
Our next panel member is Tom Basso. He's a senior engineer at NOL. And I think you'll see the speakers do reflect the diversity of partnerships that need to happen to come together for this all to work.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here to make this presentation to you. There'll be a lot of slides, a lot of words. They're mostly for your use after. I'll stick to some of the highlights and try to get through these slides in a timely manner. I'm with the National Renewable Energy Lab. We're funded by the Department of Energy Office of Electricity Delivery and Energy Reliability. That's looking at the grid side of the interconnection and interoperability for electric vehicles, for all distributed energy resources. Oops. What did I do here? I'll provide some background on IEEE standards. If I could figure this out. Am I hitting the wrong buttons? No. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Okay, try it again. Okay, there we go. I'll provide some background on the IEEE standards and IEEE itself. Talk about the interconnection and interoperability series of standards that my area is involved with supporting. Those are the 1547 interconnection standards and the P2030 smart grid interoperability standards. Then I'll talk a little bit about use and conformance of standards and leave you the reference slides to your own viewing at a later date. These principles of IEEE standards development were touched upon by ANSI earlier, by Frank Schroeder. These 5 principles are recognized worldwide. You can read them: openness, balance, consensus, and what have you. IEEE standards are often recognized as American national standards. Those are specifically developed in an open consensus process following ANSI rules. The IEEE Standards Coordinating Committee 21, which I'm involved with, scope and purpose are shown here. The areas of dispersed generation and energy storage are the specific areas of interest for this group. Dick de Blasio at NL is the chair of SCC 21. He is also the IEEE Standards Board liaison to the Department of Energy, and he's a chief engineer at NL. I'm the vice chair of SCC 21 and secretary. The approach of the SCC 21 standards were actually touched upon by the previous speaker. We're looking at national consensus standards under IEEE, but we're also looking at harmonizing them internationally. Another role I play, another responsibility I have, is chairman of the U.S. Technical Advisory Group for Technical Committee 8 of the IEC, coordinating the U.S. interests in energy systems for electrical energy supply, and that includes interconnection and P2030 interoperability standards. We also interface closely with NIST, who has been charged with developing a smart grid standards roadmap and interoperability framework. I'll talk a little bit about the interconnection standards and the interoperability standards now. The interconnection of distributed energy resources, as I said earlier, is more than just electric vehicles. It includes renewables, which, of course, the Renewable Energy Laboratory primary mission is, but we also look at generators shown on the bottom left there, internal combustion engines, or what have you, hydrogen fuel cells, etc. The interconnection functionalities are shown in the middle of this view graph. These are the criteria that drive the requirements for the IEEE standards that we are involved with. And we are involved primarily with the interface to the electric grid, but also looking at the loads and how there might be load management engaged with the interconnection devices. The 1547 series of standards are shown here. The top four standards are published and available from the IEEE. The 1547 standard itself provides the specifications and requirements for interconnection. The 1547.1 is the conformance test procedures for compliance to the 1547 standard itself. The next two published standards there are guides, which provide background, tips, techniques, and rules of thumb for interconnecting distributed energy resources to the grid. The bottom 5 standards are under development. I'd like to point out the last two at the bottom. The 1547.7 project is looking at the impacts of distributed energy resources on the grid, and the 1547.8 is looking at recommended practices for going beyond the baseline 1547 itself requirements. For example, 1547 interconnection requirements does not allow the distributed energy resource to provide voltage regulation to the grid. If a utility allows that, that is a case-by-case basis between the distributed energy resource owner and the utility. We're looking at recommended practices to extend capabilities of the interconnection system. This will be important if the electric vehicles are ever going to support the grid, sell back to the grid, or provide power quality and things like that. The P2030 series of standards are involved with smart grid interoperability of applications connected to the grid. The smart grid is basically the integration of the power industry with the communications and information technology industry. The communications and infrastructure is shown in red there. I don't know how it comes across to you, but that is basically an overlay onto the traditional power grid. The IEEE P2030 series of standards are under development. None of them are published yet. The first standard, which is a guide for smart grid interoperability, has gone to ballot That is 2 years after the first meeting, which is pretty fast for standards development, established from a blank sheet of paper. It's pulling together the energy technology or the power industry, the communications industry, and the information technology industries. The P2030.1 is probably of most importance or most interest to this group. That activity started in 2009. It kind of had some fits and starts. It's probably not going to go to ballot until 2013 or maybe 2012. P2030.2 is a draft guide for energy storage systems interoperability. So if the electric vehicle is going to provide feedback, energy support to the grid, it will probably be looking at establishing conformance with the P2030.2 guide. And similarly, the P2030.3 is a draft standard for test procedures for energy storage systems connected to the grid. These are all under development. The P2030 was just approved to start this year. They're on a fast-track basis. They would like to get a mature draft, not a ballotable draft, but they're targeting next year at the end of 2012 to have a mature draft that they could really kick around and test that the tests are really the appropriate tests for energy storage. The P2030 document itself provides background, understanding, terminology. There's sometimes confusion when you're looking at systems level standards between the power industry, for instance, and the communications industry. What is availability in the power world is not always the same as availability in the communications world. If a communications item is delayed by a few seconds or a few minutes, it's not necessarily a big deal, but in the power industry, that could be catastrophic. The P2030.1 is the electric infrastructure document. It's a guide. It's providing a knowledge base looking at terminology, methods of approach for looking at system impacts of electric vehicles on the grid. There are 3 task forces charged with working this area. Those task forces have subgroups that are looking at details of impacts of electric vehicles on the generation, transmission, distribution system of the electric grid, but also looking at the impacts itself on the electric vehicle and on the consumer. The P2030.2 is a guide that addresses the need for establishing criteria, guidance for criteria as to what storage systems should be capable of doing and how those criteria should be evaluated for energy storage systems. And the P2030.3 is looking at the test procedures to provide conformance not just to the P2030 series of standards, but to other standards which may be applicable. The FCC 21 standards that are under development do not address interchangeability of equipment. They're basically systems level standards for the most part. They look at functional technical requirements. They provide the specifications and requirements for what has to be accomplished, but it doesn't mandate how it shall be accomplished. Those are usually more detailed standards, such as NEMA might do, or UL, or others, SAE, etc. I'll talk a little bit about use and conformance of standards. For instance, in 2005, the Energy Policy Act cited and required the use of the 1547 interconnection standards for distributed resources connected at the PUC at the distribution level, which is usually mandated by the public utility commissions of the states. The Energy Independence and Security Act of 2007 established NIST to coordinate smart grid interoperability roadmap and framework. Out of that, they have expanded their implementation to include a smart grid interoperability panel, which we work with, and priority action plans, which you'll hear a little bit about later. And as was said earlier, the 2009 AIRA funding also identified smart grid projects and distributed energy resource high penetration projects that they should follow best practices and standards. Another example of the use of the 1547 standards is shown here. The 1547 and 1547.1 standard are incorporated into UL 1741, which is an interconnection equipment standard, a safety standard, and in turn the National Electric Code for interconnection equipment connected to the grid at facilities under the NEC jurisdiction requires that interconnection systems shall be suitable for intended use by conformance to UL 1741. So this is an example of how standards are intertwined with one another. Similarly, the PJM has adopted 1547 and 1547.1 into their standards for interconnection to the distribution, to the sub-transmission system of the electric grid. Standards, are great, but you have to have conformance testing to really prove that they work, that the equipment works. At NREL, we look at interoperability testing and interconnection equipment testing. We specifically have recently published a report on electric vehicle testing, vehicle-to-grid testing. The report's available on the web. I'm sorry, I don't have the information. It's literally hot off the presses. The testing does include the interconnection tests, basically out of 1547, and additional tests. So thank you for your time, and the contact information and the detailed slides will be available. Our next speaker is Ishan Shah, and he is a consultant from the NFPA Corporation. Hello, everybody. I wanted to let you know that I'm giving this presentation on behalf of Erickson at NIST, and really the effort at NIST and the SGIP, the Smart Grid Interoperability Panel, it's a team effort. So it's not at this stage, we're a lot bigger than some of the people in this room, as well as on the phone, would be here. So some of the people that are across the near table on your side of the room are part of the SGIP, and I want to just have them raise their hand real quick. So Mike, could you raise your hand? Scott, and Vivek and Stan. So some of these guys know a whole lot more than I do about what I'm about to present. So whether you were involved in EVs in the 1910s or the 1990s or in the current era, as is myself, I think we can all agree that there are challenges ahead with EVs. There's certain opportunities, but regardless of those things, the role of standards is very, very important. So here we're going to just roll through a series of line charts. Again, we'll be there for your purposes later, but I'll try to, I forgot my laser pointer, but I'll try to point out some of the details and some of the graphics. If you remember two things from today's presentation, the following to really let you remember are that the SGIP has a process, and that process is really critical as we work through vehicle-to-grid requirements and standards, and that our mission is to accelerate and harmonize standards development by writing interoperability and cybersecurity requirements. We don't publish standards, we don't write standards, but we write requirements that we then use to accelerate and harmonize development that you're probably involved in at other SDOs. And we use that SGIP process to really, we feel very, very important in the life cycle of accomplishing things. So this has been mentioned earlier today. The NIST
standard is really a congressional mandate. It comes from the ISO 2007 Energy Independence and Security Act, and it really charges NIST to coordinate the development of a framework and roadmap. On the right, you can see a bunch of icons with images of SDO, some of the organizations that you hopefully are involved in that NIST work with. And again, the goal here is to achieve interoperability of smart devices and systems. So coordinate framework, interoperability, accelerate, and harmonize standards developments. We appreciate that this process is a long process. Last week, we had a spring meeting in Nashville, and as one of our colleagues in the O&M space mentioned to us, he said, we develop these standards, and in the next couple of years, we're going to learn a heck of a lot as more and more of these vehicles hit the road, and then we're going to go and we're going to edit and update those standards again. So there's a lot of work to go around, and the SDO partners that we work with very closely are very, very important. And obviously, this list on the right is not a complete list. It's a sample of some of the SDOs that we work with. So for those of you who have read the NIST Framework 1.0, this image should be familiar. So this is the smart grid conceptual reference, and in it you've got the 7 domains. On the top there you've got the markets, operation, and service providers. On the bottom you've got bulk generation, transmission, distribution, where obviously there's some overlap, and then the consumer. So in the lower right-hand corner there, that domain, the consumer domain, that's where vehicles are, and I've highlighted that. If you can tell a little purple yellow oval. Kind of walk you through, some of you really remember, to walk the rest of you through some of the standards that we work with. And again, this is a sample of some of the standards that the FJP and the vehicle to group work with. Eric and myself, or some of the people in this room, be happy to send you a complete list of the standards that we're looking at. I just wanted to go through kind of this consumer residential premise with the vehicle and step it through. And really, this again is not a complete list of all the standards we're looking at, but it's more, gives you a good example of some of the SDOs that we do work with. So here we've got the J1772 SAE standard for the vehicle for the premise connection. And then communications inside the home could be for the VPO, the SAE standard, using the SAE standard. The battery on the vehicle probably use the ISO standard. The meter at the consumer or the residential premise using the C12 suite standards. And then information models going through the rest of the grid could be using proper OSIS, IAC, those suite of standards, and then the OSIS using the numbers around some of those signaling possibly in the future. Depending on market base. And then the code that is used on the premise as well as grid, NFPA, and the National Electric Code, as well as NFPA and the enclosures. And also that's about the National Electric Safety Code. So this kind of gives you a sense of from the vehicle pulls up in the garage or on the sidewalk or whatever, charging and then all the way into the rest of the VAG infrastructure. Some of the standards and a fair number of the SDOs that are involved along that way. Okay, so we're going to switch gears now and talk a little bit more about the SGIP. This was a group that was stood up in November of 2009, and it is a public-private partnership on the far left. You see the NIST oversight and
currently NIST supports for national organization. And then we have a governing board, which is the second column to the left, broken up with over 20 different stakeholder categories, which we'll talk about in a minute, and then other voting members. In the middle, we've got the plenary. The plenary is a very simple one organization, one vote. The LCRP is a transparent, open organization. Anyone can join. It doesn't cost anything. There are different types of membership. If you'd like to vote on items that we ballot, if you want to participate in work groups, if you want to just observe, there are different ways. And then on the far right, you see the different products, artifacts, including the conceptual architecture model. We have use cases, party action plans, and standards that we are hoping to work with and harmonize and accelerate. This is, again, not only the people that are involved in the LCRP in this room, but in general, this is a team effort. So we encourage, if you're interested in participating, we would very much like to have your input and your activity. I know everyone's stretched and has worked on lots of really exciting things, but we would appreciate your input. So this gives you a breakdown of who is in the LCRP. We've got about over 615 member organizations. Some of the companies I mentioned earlier, like PG&E, PJM, and other organizations just on the BAG side there in the room. Primarily North American and U.S. based, although this last couple of months we've had a lot of people join from Asia, Europe, and Australia, and you can see that in the numbers in the upper right-hand corner. On the bottom chart, a lot of the people that are obviously majority membership is in the ICT and in the IT area, as well as application developers, industrial, commercial industrial, as well as utilities, IOU utilities. The number of people that are actively registered and participating in the SRP, you can see are about over 1,700 people right now. So if you remember from the previous two graphs ago, there's that main SRP body, and there are different committees within the STEM committee, with an architecture committee, and a testing certification. The testing certifications are busy because, as the previous speaker mentioned, that is a very important piece of all of this interoperability and smart grid. Our permanent committee is the cybersecurity working group, and they're very busy as we review different standards and writing requirements on interoperability and cybersecurity. The last two are the ones that I really want to emphasize and just spend a moment on. We tend to, at least in our role, we tend to break down the acronym speak, so I'll try to avoid that, and hopefully Frank can slap my hand if somebody that's involved with acronyms. But there is a strategic effort within the SGIP, there you go, about domain expert working groups. And what today I'm going to talk about is the vehicle to grid domain expert working group. So this effort is a strategic work that is primarily based on analysis to identify gaps that we need to solve. If there's a gap that's identified, then a priority action plan, which is the second bullet there, is spun up. And that's something that is created, it solves the problem, it writes requirements, and then it's shut down. And so some of you may have heard of PAP 11 or priority action plan 11 or so forth. That's the common object models. And two out of the three standards, J1772 and 2836 have been recommended, and J2847, the SRE standard, we're still working on. So as soon as those are finished, we probably will shut down priority action plan 11. And we're considering new priority action plans, and those ideas primarily come from the domain expert working group over DUG, and that's the D2G DUG, and anybody can suggest a path, but this is pretty much where the work comes from. And this is just what we've been up to, and you probably can't see too much of that, but I'll just go real quick. We created a couple of subgroups, including advanced use cases, roaming, regulatory issues, easy to source, cybersecurity and privacy, and we're considering creating a new DR subgroup. Some of the deliverables that
use cases, some of the more probably action plans or that tactical effort, a small gap that we need to solve right away, that we're considering proposals on the fast chart for the J1772 as well as advanced applications. This is what the PAC has done, and okay, well, the PAC accomplishments that I mentioned earlier, the J1772 standard, the 2836/1, and we're getting close on 2847/1. Yeah, I think we'll take the questions later, but if you have more questions about the XJP, the URL on the far right side there is the best way to reach us. So, thank you.
Our last speaker is Alan Nanchi. He is Director of Industry Standards with Schneider Electric, and he'll give us somewhat of an industry perspective.
Thanks, sir. I can't help but keep thinking of spring out there. After yesterday, I'm ready for spring, and I think a lot of us are. So, to new beginnings, and to new beginnings as we look for electric vehicles. As I get to play cleanup to gentlemen who I think have highlighted a lot of the interconnectivity that goes on between product standards, installation codes, and simply the grid together, and how those need to interact. That's what I'm going to try to bring here, is a simple message that tries to tie some of those things together. So this isn't a rocket science presentation with too high level of graphics, but the message to leave here is all of us work in specific areas that we're expertise in. There may be a product standard, there may be an installation code, and as we're working in those areas and as we work today, the message I simply want you to leave with is as we poke in one area and look at adding a requirement or a restriction or a need in one area, it probably drives a need in another area. And that's the simple message that I hope you leave with this short program here. Today, what do we have? We have an existing infrastructure that's 100 years old in the U.S. And so, as we've moved through those 100 years, we have a lot of different installations out there in homes and buildings, from the utilities, and we all have to take those into considerations as we're looking at our code development, as we're looking at our installations, we're looking at the interoperability of activities. There's a lot of challenges with regard to that existing infrastructure when we look across the broad range of things going on. We have to think about the particular safety aspects of those, right? Not just thinking about load capacity and those aspects, but safety becomes paramount in looking at that existing infrastructure as we attempt to start to put the electrical vehicle parts on this. Product safety, okay? Product safety becomes paramount, and I think we heard that from at least two of the other presenters here to make it comfortable for the electric vehicle user. And so they're going to be interacting with, I've heard people who are not as close to this, and they look at the electric vehicle charger and they say, that looks like a central rack. They're trying to tie it into what am I used to today? What is it that I see today in my house, and how do I interact with that? So understanding what those interactions are with the common user of what these things are. They're going to be hanging on the garage wall or hanging on a parking garage wall to interact with folks who are not as electrically apt as maybe we are. We have to think about those things and step back away from it and make sure that our product standards are in place. Is there certification that needs to take place to ensure compliance with those safety aspects from a third-party laboratory? We need to think about how do we make sure that the safety is put in place. And safety goes beyond the product standard piece, the first responders, and the development of those standards, safety standards for the first responders as well, and updating those. Installation codes, okay?
installation codes, I share with you here the electrical one. The electrical code has provisions in it. Okay, we've had provisions in there for 2 decades, and I believe later on today we'll hear more about those provisions. But we've got to make sure that as we make revisions and considerations to interoperability, what installation requirements have to be put in place to address safety concerns for the installation of the electrical system. That electrical piece even builds further into building codes. Okay, we have building codes and energy codes that are rolling out now. The building codes are out there. The energy code, as we see them, the enforcement of those begin to unfold. We're going to start to see pressure in those 2 areas with regard to what needs to be put in place. Building codes examples, we see builders and folks wanting to have electric vehicle ready infrastructure. What does that mean? Okay, we see amendments to state legislatures going on to make things EV ready. So we need to consider what that needs to say in the electrical code, what does that mean to say in the building code, as we put this new demand on our existing infrastructure. What does that mean to energy, to our energy code, or what does that mean with regard to energy management? And the other presenters here would talk on energy management in the discussion with regard to that as well. So we need to just make sure that we think about what installation requirements need to be put in place to ensure that we're operating and being safe. Interoperability, standards, communications, and performance. Once again, the standards or the different organizations that are represented here are really more the broad representation. There's a lot of other organizations that are engaged in these particular areas. But where we're going here is all of these interact with each other, okay? If I'm going to make a change to interoperability with regard to communications and talking to my electrical system, did I just impact the safety of an electrical worker? Did I just impact the safety of an installation with the homeowner interacting with something with regard to the electrical infrastructure? So we have to think that when we make a change to interoperability, is there a product standards change that needs to take place? Is there a change in the National Electric Code that needs to take place? They all need to cohesively work together in order to make sure that we have a well-rounded system that's going to work safely. And finally here, there's an enforcement piece. Enforcement takes on a very large aspect. I'm going to talk here, I guess, probably focus more on the enforcement of whether it's a safety code, whether it's the safety of the infrastructure. But enforcement can take on, does the interoperability work correctly? Are those standards being enforced appropriately? So we have all the appropriate interoperability going on. But enforcement, once again, gets back to our electrical inspector, gets back to the building official. These people these codes up here, the installation codes are adopted at state levels, at local levels. Those are the state laws. Those end up getting enforced by someone whose feet are local on the street in those communities, and they're going to make sure that those communities and the people in their own community are safe. So we have to educate them. We have to make sure that they understand what these new requirements say and how they're going to play into this role. So finally, what I simply show here is that they all interact with each other. You can't really push on one and make a change to one without one of the others getting pulled on, okay? And I think we need to keep that into consideration as we talk today and we look for gaps. My guess is that if we identify a gap in one area, that gap probably applies to other standards, other installation codes and things. So I challenge you to say, once you see it somewhere, is it showing up somewhere else within the standards arena? I put this up here just as another graphical to help us get our arm around where the standards are playing and what's going on, looking at it from a grid, building, public parking, home infrastructure standpoint, and a product specific as we were looking at the specific. And then again, this is not all inclusive, but it's trying to take a look at, IEEE with the National Electric Safety Code, but looking at the National Electric Code, the Canadian Electrical Code as the infrastructure component, and then looking at product standards, product safety standards, and in this case it happens to be those UL standards, FAE and IEEE, all part of the communications running across all of that infrastructure. So once again, the simple message here is they all work on each other. They all will interact with each other. And as we look to find those gaps, make sure that we're considering the gaps in all these other areas that the rest of the folks here have talked about, and the forthcoming folks will talk about as well. So, thank you. Okay, here's our time for you to ask questions. Again, the process will be, if you have a question, just walk up to the mic. And we will also take questions from the people who are viewing from the web on that. So this is your time to really grill these guys. And I know that me particularly wants you to just ask them the really tough questions. Make sure you ask all the other panel members questions, please. We also have a question. You have sort of the big picture from the DOE perspective. There's one big thing you'd like to see happening, really accelerated over the next few years to really support the introduction and the deployment of electric vehicles. Is there one thing that stands out to you as something that, from your big picture point of view? Actually, no. I wouldn't say there's one thing, as much as several large items that need to all come together at the same time. And you've got definite codes and standards issues, such as the connectivity and the communication standards that have to be in place within the next couple of years. And those need to be implemented with the lessons we learned from our demonstrations. I didn't mention much about it. Pat, in his presentation, kind of discussed the fact that we're collecting so much data from the infrastructure as well as the vehicles in our transportation electrification program. And all of that's designed at trying to determine the best way to roll out infrastructure. And I think we can learn a lot from that activity as far as how people are interacting with the EVSE, with the level 2 units, with the DC fast chargers, what that does to the grid, and help develop and guide some of the standard setting from that. So trying to bring those two pieces together is probably really important so that we can take that next step and actually implement infrastructure rollouts in an intelligent, cost-effective, consumer-friendly manner. Right? Yeah. Could you state your name, sir, if you wouldn't mind? Sure. Scott Baker, PJM Interconnection. My question's for Tom Bassett, and it's about the vehicle grade report that you referenced in your presentation. My first question is, was that report addressing bidirectional flow of electricity between vehicles and grid? Yes, there's work in progress, but the report has looked at two-directional flow with the local electric utility Excel and a couple of vehicles. I don't have the details. And follow-up question, if you know, did you get any regulatory issues involved in vehicle to grid, particularly net metering? No, at this point, we would consider those exploratory test development, if you will, and the regulatory and policy issues are still to be addressed, and they're very important, but we want to look at the technical details at NREL. Very good, thank you. My
question is actually for Vishant. Can you talk a little bit more about the vehicle to grade? I guess it's the subgroup on road mapping, what it's planning to do, its timetable for action?
Sure. Great question at Colorado Springs Co-op. The utility in Colorado Springs is the chair of that effort, and he's got a work group of probably 7 individuals, some of them along with the other subgroups. The roadmap, he's got a draft outline of the roadmap. We want to get it out by June. At the IWC meetings in San Diego on March 1st, we co-located and had a brainstorming session. So really, we spent as a group, as a domain expert working group, spent a good part of the day trying to distill what are some of the things that would go into that roadmap, and then it's the charge of the roadmap subgroup to write it up. And the point of that roadmap is really to set direction with the strategic document so that we, if people want to work on EV as source at the next gap, then that's in the document. If people want to work on data and response, and if they're cybersecurity or privacy, whatever that, the roadmap will help us establish the priority in which we'll work on. So, does that help?
Hi, Stan Klein, Open Secure Energy Control Systems. I wanted to help Vishant respond to the roadmap question, because the roadmap group met yesterday and we had a significant debate over exactly what our direction is going to be. We're hoping to identify the issues and my approach is to identify issues and attributes, and Mike Norton added the concept of identifying when some of these things are going to happen technologically and what the constraints are in terms of when things will be ready and available and what combinations of things will need to be available for other things to happen. Now, I think at some point we said that people should ask questions. My question is, and maybe this goes to Tom Basso, did you look at the aspect that various parts of the country are in various situations with respect to the structure of their markets, the existence of ISO, RTOs, and other things that will impact the ability of the grid to accommodate various approaches that people might take to integrating electric vehicles? And also, my concept of some of this is that there will be as many approaches to roaming as there are marketeers to figure them out. And is that part of your consideration?
Yeah, thanks for the question. You gave me a chance to follow up on my remark to Scott Baker, my reply to Scott Baker, that it's my group that's responsible for the technical interconnection and interoperability aspects. Other groups at NL look at exactly these points that you're talking about. I lump them, maybe erroneously, but into policy and regulatory aspects, tariffs, methods of establishing value and payback. Other groups at NL look at that. We look at the electrons and, the electrical interconnection and the communications aspects. We do account for expandability and extensibility of the interoperability requirements that we establish in the guides and standards that we work on. So we leave room for growth and expansion.
Yeah, well, just one quick comment, and that is that the policy and the technical are going to wind up being very closely integrated because the technical has to support the policy.
Exactly, yes.
There's a question from Roger.
Hi, my question from the Ocean Climate Center is asking, it must mean that in the moment we are university very soon, given that commercialization is happening with the current cycle, what advice would the council give to states looking to ensure that they implement the rules and inspectors that they're moving sectors can accommodate EVs.
This is ANSI, and let me see if I can tackle this. I think we have a pretty comprehensive requirements today in the National Electric Code to help the local markets enforce and put in place an infrastructure for today's market. Okay, I think that as this unfolds and becomes broader and bigger, and the communications becomes more pronounced, and the loading becomes more pronounced, I think those issues will continue to be tackled here. But I think in today's market, I think the NEC has pretty solid requirements in place. There are standards in place for the components to get those cards charged. I think you can work with those electrical inspectors, plant owners, building officials to do it. The electrical industry is in place today in order to do something very quickly to move through that. I think it becomes more of a business partnership for that quickness that there's concerns about with regard to a dealer in the electrical industry. That's not a typical relationship that's developed today. So I believe that comes together. They have expertise in the electrical code. They have expertise in the charging stations, and I think that I think we're in pretty solid shape to get moving here.
If I could, real quickly, just to add to that, at the Department of Energy, we have been working with OEM partners, with utility partners in developing, if you will, a national EVSE permitting process that is ready to be rolled out this spring with the Clean Cities program. It's a group within our office that has 87, I think it is, different partnerships around the country right now, and we will be introducing them to ways for local jurisdictions to allow for the installation of both residential, paid, and public access EVSE without negatively impacting safety or their ability to control and inspect these installations. But we're allowed to be done in a rapid manner that's going to be needed.
Yep. This is a little bit separate from building code, but at the SCHP we generally see a kind of a few early adopting states on the regulatory and tariff side. And so I think if you're in a state or regulatory environment where you want to do something, I would look to see what the early adopting states are. On the vehicle side, that's easy because there are only a few cities, a few states where the vehicles are being sold. So that's an easy place to go and look for low-hanging fruit. On the tariff side, California, the CPUC just issued a draft, a proposal a couple weeks ago. That is going to be groundbreaking because Northern California is ground zero for the next while on this stuff. So if you want to see what the future looks like on the tariff and regulatory side, take a look at the CPUC proposed ruling because it's very good.
Thank you. My name is Craig Mayshaw. I'm owner of Continuous Compliance Consulting, and I really believe that consumers want to do the right thing, and they're going to need useful energy efficiency ratings. Who's going to coordinate energy efficiency testing standards, and what testing laboratories might be used?
Is it standards for the EVSE units themselves, or vehicles, or
the vehicle energy efficiency standards, similar to what EPA does for miles per gallon for gasoline vehicles?
Right.
What should consumers start looking towards as far as energy efficiency ratings on alternately fueled vehicles?
EPA has a proposal out on the street that they're actually, I think the comment period just closed recently on new labeling requirements for vehicles, and they showed several different options on how electric energy use on board the vehicles would be displayed on the vehicle labels. It included everything from kilowatt hour to looking at the cost based on presumed cost of electricity on a per mile basis. So if you go to the EPA website, you can still pull that document up and look at the different label choices that they're reviewing right now. But that will be handled by EPA, similar to today's vehicles.
Okay, thank you very much.
I think it's really when you start communicating between the car and the grid, and it's now become an information technology issue, don't you begin to have privacy and cybersecurity issues, at least from the point of view of the consumer, on that end, and what's being done in that regard? Yeah, I think that there's what we can think of as the worst nightmare, and then there's what we can see kind of right in front of us in the here and the now. Certainly there are lots of things possible. There was an interesting article posted recently, not to do with vehicle-to-grid charging communications, but to do with penetrating the OnStar, the telemetrics, and how telemetrics are becoming kind of a commodity item. And as that price drops, then the ability to penetrate might become easier, but it's separate than charging. It's certainly possible. Is it probable? We haven't got a good model yet to predict that. The two subgroups that we have on cybersecurity and privacy right now, let's see, Mike, the privacy subgroup is spinning up. The privacy subgroup is spinning up, and the cybersecurity subgroup is taking a little bit of a break. Privacy is getting a little bit more of an interest right now, and Mike can fill in the gaps here.
Yeah, I think smartly. So the privacy subgroup, we've spun up, and we'll probably have another 3 or 4 meetings here. We're dormant for the summer. One of the things that's very interesting about electric vehicle privacy is we're hearing all these potential theoretical issues and opportunities to compromise privacy. What's challenging, though, is there's so many new business models and operational models that are coming to the forefront that we don't really know what's going to happen. So I chair the privacy and the roaming subgroups for the NIST vehicle that we're doing, and we're going to let privacy go dormant for the summer while we work through some more of the operational stuff on the roaming side and out of Kartik's roadmap group. And once you've got a better feel for that, in the fall we're going to start back up and start with privacy again, because we think that the additional 4 to 6 months as we've scaled in the market, as well as scaled in the market, and frankly, as we may have a privacy breach or two, it's going to give us a better time to get guidelines written, and we still frankly are probably 12 to 24 months ahead of the market.
And if I could just add 2 more things, which are that, I think that just like when you use something on the web, you're often in, and you're giving up some level of anonymity to get some benefit. And I think that same models, this isn't any different. We've had some interesting indirect conversations with folks like Best Buy, and I think that national retailers, other people are very good at solving problems for a regular customer. We talked about making this comfortable for the customer from a safety perspective, from all these other perspectives. Even rolling to Best Buy with your vehicle and saying, my vehicle's been hacked, can you please fix it? And I think that there can be some very interesting models out there.
Yeah. Let me just comment that Stan Klein, Open Sky Energy Control Systems, I chair the cybersecurity effort. The cybersecurity, I produced a list of concerns which fit within our cybersecurity, the overall NIST cybersecurity framework. I would not regard this issue of being able to penetrate the vehicle communications bus as being theoretical. It's a vulnerability, and if it's out there and available, it will be exploited by somebody for some purpose. But we have a list. It happens to be the same list as is being included
that was developed for an IEEE USA position statement on electric vehicles. And it's been circulated and nobody's commented on it. You're on my case for needing to spin up a little bit more, but we have something out there already.
Okay. Hi, it's Jiga UNH Energetics. This is a question for Lee in regards to the EV, the large-scale deployment project of electric vehicles and charging stations. As an engineer, I get very excited about a lot of data, so I'm curious, what is DOE and Idaho looking at in terms of the final report? Is it just how these vehicles are used and the charging stations to identify the future path for deployment of public charging infrastructure, or is it going to be looking at specific performance of the Volt versus Leaf, Blink charging station versus others, and kind of what data will be potentially publicly available for further mining? I know that DOE doesn't get access to all of the data that's being cleansed before, but if you could just kind of explain a little bit about what the outcome will be and what data will be available. Thanks.
Okay, I'll try to answer that for you. As far as the data and availability, we do have very tight controls at the laboratories that are going to be receiving the data to safeguard it and make sure personally identifiable information is not passed out to anybody. As far as vehicle operations, efficiencies, charging patterns, things like that, we're more than happy to work with people to provide things that may be useful, especially as it relates to advancing the technology and improving it. The infrastructure side, we're not just throwing out infrastructure. We have multiple locations. I believe it's up to 19 right now around the country where we're actually doing larger scale infrastructure deployment, and we're looking at different approaches in each of these areas, from some locations that are going to be DC fast charge heavy versus level 2, others where you have different price points to see what these charging price points, how they impact the consumer's behavior. Other locations where we're trying to map out exactly where the vehicles are going to go, match that with travel patterns, and try to place infrastructure appropriately versus just going out and trying to place infrastructure in advance of the vehicles getting there as far as public access. All of that is going to be included in a very comprehensive report. It'll cover everything from grid impacts, from generation to distribution down to your local neighborhoods. It'll cover use patterns from consumers, how they're using the vehicles. Does their use pattern change over time? Do they start expanding their operation with the vehicle and drive down the state of charge as they become more comfortable with it? Because that will impact infrastructure in the future and the needs. When are they charging? What influences they're charging? What's the best way to control that or make that control available to the consumers? And then all the way down to the vehicles themselves, how they operate. And one of our projects with Chrysler will also be looking at vehicle-to-grid bidirectional power flow as well. So it'll be a very comprehensive report covering all 8 of the demonstration projects and over 13,000 vehicles and 22,000 charging locations. Does that answer it? Okay.
I have one last question for you, Alan. Since you were knitting it all together in the industry perspective, I appreciated you talking about all the interconnections and how one code lights up against the other and they have different implications. It seems to me that in the actual deployment, the interaction between the consumer and the dealer, the person who's selling me the car, I'm going to have to be asking that person first, what are all these things? And the picture gets really complex really quickly. And I'm wondering, do you always prepare to
explain all this, or is that going to be an issue? How does this all get sort of worked out? There are comprehensive, comprehensive education plans in place today within the electrical industry, and I know Mike Johnson's here from NECA is one of those, and Underwriters Laboratories has one as well, just off the top. And those will educate the electrical industry. Now, the challenge, right, is how do we get the car salesman to say, here's what I need to do? And I think we have to sort out the wheat from the chaff here, because I don't think the salesman needs to, this is Al's business model, right? I mean, I think it really becomes that electrical contractor, those electrical professionals in the community becoming a resource for the dealer, okay? And so I'm not sure that if I walk in and purchase a car, I'm going to have basic questions about, okay, how do I get this charged? Well, you can plug it into an outlet, or you can buy this thing that hangs on the wall and you can plug it in. Now, there's some other things that have to happen in your house, and then the questions start to, okay, what do I need to do for the infrastructure? The sales guy either has to become educated on what that means, or he has to call an electrical professional, which I think is what needs to happen, and that electrical professional will, go check out that house and understand what's the infrastructure need here to make this work. And so I'm not sure if it's as complicated as we think it is, as long as the relationships start forming and understanding how they fit together. But we'll see how that unfolds.
Yeah, if I could, at the Department of Energy, the Clean Cities program is working with industry partners, both utilities, electrical contractors, and their associations, as well as manufacturers, and developing an educational guidebook, if you will. And it will have pieces that can be pulled out depending on who the target audience is, and there'll be pieces to educate dealer personnel, consumers in the showroom if they have questions about vehicle technologies or questions about the charging infrastructure, the process of getting charging infrastructure put in place. So I know Fred Wagner from Energetics is working on that, and it should be available, I believe, this summer. So in advance of a lot of vehicles coming to market.
All right, we're at the end of our time, but we are practically dead on, which is really the motto of a good moderator, is to make sure that you... Anyways, here's what we're going to do. We're going to have a 15-minute break, and I do mean 15 minutes because it's now going to be my job to have to go out and get everyone back in. So I'll be out there doing this if you're late. So hopefully at 11:10, we'll all come back in for the second half of this panel discussion. 15 minutes. Thank you. And then at 12:30, there'll be a break from 12:30 to 1:30 for lunch, and lunch is downstairs. I think if you just go right down those stairs right over there, you'll find it. So, great. Okay.
continuation of the morning speakers. The second half of that sort of large panel discussion. Again, I'm going to encourage you to be thinking of the questions that you might have for these guys. I think it's really neat that ANSI brings together experts and asks them to, in a short 15-minute thing, give you all of their wisdom, try to compile it all down into 15 minutes, and then let them open them up to questions from the audience. And so I think that's a great effort, and I think we should all take advantage of it. So anyways, our first speaker is Jack Shiva, and he is Director of Ground Vehicle Standards for SAE International. Jack. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. Gotcha. How do I operate the slides here? This side? That side. That side? Yeah. Up. And then okay. Okay. I will be talking today about current and recent and still in progress standards that SAE experts are developing. But first, I'd like to give some credit to those who are really developing standards, because this is not me who develops standards. I mean, we have a lot of representatives today from different SDOs. Some of them are on technical levels, most of them probably are not, who kind of administer and facilitate the process of standards development. But really the big credit goes to those who actually can find time during their work hours and come to rooms and debate the issues, technical issues, and then resolve them. So how about a round of applause to all of us? Because without them, we would not be here today. A little bit of an SAE history, and I'll go through this relatively quickly. In fact, my assignment today got a little bit lighter because I saw a lot of SAE standards already mentioned on slides, so I cut the number of slides almost at 50% from my presentation. What you see here is a little bit of the context of the electric vehicle, the way it happened in the past. I think Pat referred to this. We had some electric vehicles, quite a few of them, in fact, in the beginning of 1900s, and then moved forward with different developments through 70s and 90s. We are here today with two vehicles basically right now on the market. One of them is shown here on the slide, Chevy Volt, and the other one is Nissan Leaf. ANSI International, as some of you know, is a standards development organization. We develop standards for the industry globally, not just for the U.S. Some of our standards, most of them in fact, are being used around the world by the automotive industry, by heavy machinery, earth-moving machinery, aerospace, quite a few of those, and specialty vehicles. I'm going to be talking today about, of course, automotive standards. On the left side, this is the whole system, this is the whole program that we have. We have roughly 600 committees, 8,000 committee members, experts that I talked about in the beginning. Total published standards are 10,000, over 10,000, and 2,000 of those actually are in ground vehicles. So the rest of them are actually aerospace standards. On the right-hand side, this is the effort where we are developing electric vehicle standards currently. 24 committees, active committees, about 750, up maybe close to 800 more committee members, and 33 total standards developed or in process. We are a society of automotive engineers. We used to be called that. We're now SAE International. This is an engineering formula how it's going to happen. So if you have one answer on how it's going to happen, this is it right there. It's copyrighted by SAE, by the way.
so we shall not use that. We have to have a solid policy, government policy. We have to have a good function of infrastructure and that is reliable and affordable. At the lowest common denominator, standardization plays a major role. It's kind of a fundamental to a foundation of it all. And if the customer accepts it and creates market demand, we will have electric vehicles in the future. We deal, as I said, internationally with government agencies. So I just want to touch quickly here on who it is in Europe that regulates it and who it is in China that regulates it. China being the future biggest market for electric vehicles. In Europe, it's the European Commission, and one of their regulations mandates is 468, M468, right here, which basically is almost like our regulation in the United States concerning electric vehicles. In China, it's a little bit less clear, yet we do have very good liaison to that system right now. The top body is the NDRC, the China regulatory body for electric vehicles right now. Under it, there is SAC, I believe it's Standards Administration of China. Under it, there is Qatar, China Automotive Technology and Research, Automotive Research Center, with whom we have an agreement. And you will see them right there almost. Those are the folks who are developing standards I will be referring to a little bit later. Okay, so the first the connector, the existing connector, as you all know, is G1772, two charging levels, level 1, level 2. It's available certified for the North American market, but also adopted in other regions, specifically in Japan. Korea, I believe, although I'm not 100% sure, but I think that's the case, as well as portions of it are adopted in Europe. If we do get a lot of phone calls from media specifically asking us so how long is going to take to charge a vehicle. Well, there are different answers depending on different charging configurations. If you do get that question from someone and you want to go back to the technical spec that it actually has some scientific engineering foundation to it, this is produced by SAJ 1772 Task Force. You can find it on our website, sa.org/smartgrid, and then you will see one of those documents there. There are regional differences, and this is the harmonization issue that some of previous speakers actually referred to. There are regional differences when it relates, when you start considering the grid. So in every region, you have slightly different configuration of the grid, and that's the top layer of the boxes here. Japan, China, EU, and of course US. What is more important here for our industry, as well as for those of you who are working in this field in the U.S., is that there are differences right now on the connector side, on the physical connector. So let's go from right to left. Japan connector, AC level, G1772, pretty much adopted. On the DC side, it's CHAdeMO, which is unique to Japan, about a standard in Japan, right now being implemented in some of the demo projects here in the U.S. I just heard that perhaps even in Europe. In China, a little bit unique situation. On the AC, they have a unique version of their connector. You can see the picture here, AC connector in China, and this is DC connector in China. Both of them are unique to Chinese market right now. The question may be, well, what is SA going to do about that? We are now actually getting into a very promising technical liaison with the committees in China, where We will have our dedicated personnel and dedicated engineer working within the committee in China, trying to harmonize between the U.S. and China. In Korea, AC connector is J1772. Yet on the DC side, we have a Chattanooga system with a unique physical connector. And I have a picture of it. On the European side, AC single phase, that is IEC 62-196-2 type 1, which is basically a reflection of J1772. And then we have type 2, type 3, and on the DC side is 62-196-3. I'll go back to this in a second. On the U.S. side, of course, it's J1772, level 1, level 2, and on the D side, there will be a new version of J1772. You have a preview, almost a world premiere of preview of the connector that is being considered right now by our committee, right below. That's the new version. It's a DC version. It's a combo, AC and DC combined into one. And I'm going to show you a little bit better picture of that. This has been provided to me as of last week, so truly it is something very fresh and new. The committee feels that this is the solution to go. It accommodates both AC and DC charging function. It's, from a consumer standpoint, very convenient. There is also a reason that there is a harmonization going on right now between Type 1, which is the standard, the SAE standard DC Type 1 core, and Type 2 core. So those two worlds, the European and the U.S., are currently harmonizing their efforts. There are some of you here from representing IEC. I believe I may be off on some of this. This is the best I know, so I look forward to presentations later on to correct it if I have to. But from an SAE standpoint, the timing on the DC connector publication, of course the AC one is already developed and published. The DC one is scheduled right now for the first quarter of 2012, realistically. Towards probably the end of the first quarter. We hope that we can finalize all of the technical discussions by the end of this year. We are giving another couple of months for the balloting process to complete, and that's going to be roughly end of first quarter of 2012. On the east side in Europe, again, I will correct it if I have to. It's around October of 2013. The ones on the bottom here are the safety requirements and safety standards related to connector. So harmonization, what happens if we don't? Well, the OEMs wouldn't like it. I don't think that the consumer actually would either. The OEMs we have to add cost to it simply because there would be two separate connectors and unique for each of the regions. That translates into added cost to the vehicle. Vehicle infrastructure cost would be higher because there would be no benefit to the customer. Infrastructure cannot be then shared either. Jim, I think we will be distributing these to everybody. Okay, so I will not be taking up a lot of time here, but these are critical standards that I'm listing for the electric vehicle area. Either published recently that have been referenced in the newer standards. So basically you'll see commerce tables here with critical SAE standards as they relate to vehicle-to-grid configuration. The communication standards here, some of those are already published, or they were mentioned earlier, 2847-1 and 2836-1 have been published. The rest of them are awaiting ballot to the technical hybrid committee, which will be within the next 28 to 28 days. Some of them have not been yet started, and that -6, I believe, for both. And the ones that have double asterisks on 2931 protocol, they are expected to ballot in the first quarter of this year. I want to stop here a little bit on the G2953. It was brought up earlier as well. The chairman of the task force actually sitting at my table. It's Scott Fitzek from BMW. We have started it around in November of last year. We're progressing on this interoperability. In other words, how do you set the requirements? How do you test everything when you drive up to a different charging station every time you want to recharge? So the interoperability becomes very critical to have the set of requirements defined, to have then a golden standard, as we call it, developed, and then do you have a process of certifying that any equipment that comes to the market actually complies with the golden standard. So that's what the task force is working on it. Again, current work status on 1772, the ones that I described earlier, 2836 and 2847, along with 2931. Future steps for each. Safety. On the safety side, actually, I think Chris will be talking a lot about what happens when the first responder approaches a vehicle that has been involved in an accident, and I think that's one of those areas that we have discovered with our colleagues from NFPA. We have to have a lot more standards. There are some gaps we have to still close in that space. The rest of it, what you see, is basically UL as they were involved in our committees and providing the certification and compliance process to the connector. Let's see if that's going to... this is a little bit short video here. I don't know how to actually invoke this and make it happen. But basically, we are looking forward right now, and we are considering wireless charging. So right now, we are dealing with issues for the connector. But there is a committee, 2954 task force that is looking into wireless charging. The first publication, which will be an information report, should appear sometime late this year. Behind all of this is a tremendous technology push in the battery side, but some of that needs and has to be standardized as it's being developed. So we're not really looking at standardizing chemistry of it, but we're looking at those areas that can be standardized while the technology moves forward. So here you have a central committee, which is SA Battery Steering Committee, and all around the satellite task forces are created in order to supply those standards that can be developed at this time, and that includes, for example, battery safety, J2929, which was just published, I believe, last month. Again, this will be provided to you in a written form, so I will not go over it. You have a list of work in progress, which is WIP on the status side. That's work in progress, and some of them actually were published before. They are part of the suite of standards that are being referred to in those that are work in progress. That's my contact name. If you have any more questions, I'll be more than happy to answer it here or outside. Thank you. Next up is Kenneth Boyce, or Boise, no, from Underwriter Laboratories. Thank you, Fred. Good morning, everyone. I'm pleased to be here to speak with you about some of the things that we're doing at UL related to safety standards in the EV world. We've heard through the course of the morning that there are many, many different standards development organizations that are involved in development of standards for electric
electric vehicles. And the focus of these different standards development activities reflect the different aspects of the particular development organization. So we have functionality, interoperability, safety. Certainly there's a geographical aspect to some standards development. At UL, we actually, as many of you know, been involved in safety standards for almost 120 years, focusing on potential hazards like fire and electric shock. Our work in the UV standards area dates primarily back to the 1990s with a lot of work related to personal protection. But there's certainly been a very significant wave of development in the recent months. So safety standards obviously play a crucial role in what we're talking about here. So interoperability is critical. There's a lot of different things that all have to come together, and we're going to hear all about those things through the course of these 2 days. But with respect to safety, we have a very rapidly developing technological base and a global supply chain, and that really demands standardization to support safety. And this can't be stated enough. A safe and secure infrastructure is really key to deployment and acceptance of electric vehicles. People take safety for granted sometimes, but if it's not there, it really will suppress deployment. And so it is absolutely critical to be proactive and really think about these safety issues. And to do that, UL is actually working very closely with stakeholders to develop these standards and test methods to support safe use and deployment. So what do we look for when we develop a safety standard? Well, we're trying to make sure we look at the safety of the products through normal use and misuse. And it's primarily done using hazard-based safety engineering, which is a methodology for looking at the potential hazards, looking at what particular events have to occur to lead to that potential hazard, and then trying to mitigate the potential hazard through preventing those combined effects to occur. And all of our standards work through a century plus. We've focused on compatibility with applicable model installation codes, such as the National Electrical Code, absolutely critical to whatever we do. And it's the foundational aspect of our work, as I think Alan had outlined very nicely before with the graphic. And we also want compatibility with other standards, so recognizing that there are a lot of other standards that address different aspects of these products and equipment, we would like to see compatibility with those. With respect to electric vehicle equipment, we're looking at fire, shock, and injury hazards. It is a little bit unique in the sense that some of this equipment has ready access by consumers, and that lends a certain potential for unpredictability in what may actually occur on a day-to-day basis. And then certainly exposure to vehicles and the elements in misuse. So this is just a quick graphic on the different products or pieces of equipment that are addressed by UL safety standards. Again, this will be available, so we won't dwell on it. But you'll see that there are a number of different products that are addressed, and that's also reflected in this table. Again, I won't dwell on this, but there is an enormous amount of standards activity going on. All of these documents are either under development and being prepared for publication, or they've been revised in the very recent past. So there's a lot of work going on making sure that we have the most up-to-date requirements in place. Many of these sets of requirements have been published in the forms of what's called an outline of investigation, which is a published document. It's a foundational basis for a certification program. And then the goal is to move those forward into consensus standards. So when you see subject, that's an outline of investigation. So as we talk about, we're working very hard on developing new safety requirements, lots of work going towards standards development, and that includes UL staff and also obviously our standards technical panels
who are comprised of balanced experts from different perspectives that really lend a strength to the consensus requirements that come out of that process. We have a sustained movement to consensus standards, and obviously the goal of that is American national standards through the ANSI process. And we're really working on a global level to support safety of EV equipment. A lot of work in IEC and ISO committees, SAE committees. We also have Sonia Bode, who's here, serves as a secretary for TC69, so we're very active in national standards as well. Okay, so going forward, we see kind of three main buckets of activity. Really completing these efforts to comprehensively address safety requirements for EV-related products. Holistic alignment and coordination of these global system standards, and supporting new technologies and innovations for the EV market through new standards development, such as wireless technology, which is one of the projects we have. So let's look at these individually. To comprehensively address safety, we really see that it's important to make sure the right content is defined for these safety requirements, that we have robust requirements that will support the safe deployment of these products. We want to make sure that the codes and standards address key safety issues for the public. And again, we're going to do our best as a technical group to look at those issues and proactively address them. And then comprehensively address all these different things that we've heard mentioned this morning, solar integration, smart grid connectivity, local energy storage, and all these different initiatives that the market may adopt as the products are put out. The second topic was holistic system coordination, and we really see that as making sure we have the right handshakes. And I think this effort and others like it, such as the NFPA SAE meeting in the fall of last year, there are tremendous steps towards making sure we're all talking and we're communicating the right way to make sure we have the right coordination among these documents. And then we really want to make sure we see responsible consideration of practical use, emerging issues, and closed-loop maintenance. I think we heard earlier, and it's absolutely true from you all's experience in the safety area. As you deploy and you see people use things and do things that you didn't necessarily expect, it gives you a great opportunity to use that information, feed it back into the standards process, and make those standards as good as possible. Supporting innovation, obviously this is going to continue for some time in this area, and we really see that it's critical to continue engagement with industry and stakeholders, keep that dialogue going, make sure we know what is under development, and that we're actively working together to make sure that we can address that and support its deployment to the market. We want to make sure we anticipate safety implications of this evolving practical use, and it can't be overstated. It's so important. And then making sure we have those critical baseline safety requirements to support a safe, sustainable deployment. So we've done a lot of work in EV product standards development. There's a lot of work still going on, as you've heard today, and we'll continue to talk about it over the course of this conference. And we really see collaboration with key stakeholders as producing the best set of cohesive standards and codes that really support a safe deployment. All right, thank you. Next is Christian Dubé, who's Vice President and Chief Engineer of NFPA. This whole stage moves. There's no standards on these things. Good morning, everyone. Today I'm just going to update you on where we are after the SAE NFPA summit that was held in October of last year. When NFPA began looking at first responder issues, knowing that we also do the National Electrical Code, we realized that in order to support the rapid implementation and rollout of electric vehicles across the country, that partnerships are going to be important. And we've heard that over and over again today. And a natural partner for NFPA was SAE, and as you'll hear, and we'll talk about reports, it was a great success, and we've planned to follow up to that to identify the gaps similar to this event, identify the organizations that can quickly fill those gaps, and start to get those gaps addressed. So, with that, the purpose of the summit, you have these slides, but to summarize them at a very high level, is to provide an action plan going forward to ensure that electric vehicles are rolled out and implemented across the nation in a safe and rapid way, but safe being the highlight. And there's a lot of various constituents that are affected by that safe, that term safe, and what does that mean? We looked at various aspects, including gaps between codes and standards, electrical and fire codes. We also looked at the OEM materials and how those interrelated. But the bottom line was, when we started addressing these findings at the summit, was we know these vehicles will crash. And we know on occasions they will burn. And sometimes it's due to an accident, sometimes it's due to charging issues, sometimes it can be due to natural disasters, all different aspects. But the way these vehicles provide a unique interaction with so many other components and systems, it was important to begin to put these all pieces together. As you can see from this list here, several areas were highlighted, including batteries and emergency events, as well as home recharging, all of those aspects that have been highlighted already. But we came up with three main areas of concern. And then they're highlighted in the report. You can see the link here. That report is free. You can download that report. The first one was the vehicle charging infrastructure. The second was battery hazard identification and protection. And the third was training for emergency responders and enforcement officials. Now, I reference enforcement officials. I'm referring to the fire and electrical officials in various jurisdictions where a charger is being installed or a vehicle is going to be allowed. There were several pilot programs across the country where that was a real barrier, where there was new technology being rolled out as chargers or EVSE, and the local officials were not familiar with that equipment or weren't sure that equipment complied with standards such as the National Electrical Code, and they had a lot of resistance. And so that was quickly identified as an issue. There's a lot more detail in the report, and you can, again, get that for free. But how do all these interact? The three main areas we looked at was first the vehicles. Those are regulated more at the federal level, and primarily SAE handles that aspect. There was emergency first responders. And in most cases, they are self-regulated. NFPA and a few other organizations handle those standards, but that's a unique aspect in that the first responders of our nation are pretty much self-regulated. And the built infrastructure is often regulated by model and state codes, and NFPA and others that use your code today interact with those. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to break down each one of those and highlight what's been happening in those areas. I have to apologize at the beginning that I don't know if I'm going to get all the partnerships right. There's lots of acronyms and lots of partnerships that have been formed to start to address these, and so I'm going to apologize before I say anything. The first is the vehicle charging infrastructure. And currently the National Electrical Code is the electrical installation document for the built environment and is adopted in all 50 states. The NEC has had electrical vehicle charging requirements since 1996. It's been updated in each edition since then. Every 3 years there's a new edition of the National Electrical Code. And currently the National Electrical Code is about to go into cycle, and there's a specific task group dedicated to electric vehicles. And that task group is being formed in a unique way where we have panel members from the standards body, but also external people who are involved to say, what are we facing as this technology is rapidly changing? How do we ensure that the code, the electrical code that's adopted in all 50 states and used in all 50 states is ready to deal with the new technologies as they're implemented? Just for questions specifically, we see Mark Hurley, Chief Electrical Engineer, will be speaking later. Mark's right over there. There's Mark Lucino. So if you have any specific questions, Mark is the person to ask on that. I'll try to refer to everybody as we run through these. The vehicle charging infrastructure continued. NECA has developed a EVSE training workshop, which is basically an installation and maintenance workshop that utilizes primarily two ANSI standards, being the National Electrical Code, NFPA 70, and NECA 413, which is a standard for installation and maintenance of electric vehicle supply equipment. This provides support for the electrical permitting process and the role of the electrical inspector to ensure that everybody understands that whole process of when that EVSE is going to be installed and maintained, that it's done properly. The next slide. might get it in the column in a second. The vehicle charging infrastructure relates to EV ITP. So, again, electric vehicle infrastructure, training program, and certification. This is a partnership between NECA, IAEI, which is the International Association of Electro Inspectors, IEW, automakers, EVSE manufacturers, utility companies, and standard development organizations. What we're trying to do is to ensure that there's a ready force of trained electricians and electrical contractors that are familiar with the unique characteristics of the EVSE technology. Again, it goes back to what's brought up before. One of the real issues that we see is that a homeowner purchasing a vehicle and going on and just thinking they're going to plug it into their house. I live in New England. Until last year, a year before, my house had a 100-amp service, and I had all electrical appliances. I have no free load. My wife would trip everything out drying her hair. So it's a real problem, and we need to make sure that the consumers are aware, because that can become a quick barrier to the auto industry. While it's something that we know about, we can identify and start to work out those things ahead of time. Mike, could you hold your hand up? Mike Johnson's right here. Those two programs, if you have questions about those, Mike is the point of contact for those. Battery hazard identification and protection. Lithium-ion batteries and storage hazard assessment. One of the things that came out of the summit was that there was other constituents that you wouldn't necessarily think of. Insurers were involved. Some of the fire service folks were wondering, well, what's the difference between lithium metal and lithium-ion batteries? What happens if a forklift goes through the battery? What does that mean? How hazardous is that? What is the hazard change in a dealership or a manufacturing facility? So the Fire Protection Research Foundation, through their insurance group, has funded basically a literature review, a short-term project to identify the usage, hazard assessments, and do a gap analysis to address how do we deal with the lithium-ion storage, use, and manufacturing, addressing that hazard. The project started in January of this year. Will be a workshop in July of this year, and the final report will be issued in August. Casey Graham is in the back here. Casey has his hand up, and he's staff of the Fire Protection Research Foundation, and they are coordinating that project. So if you have questions, you can reach out to Casey. One of the main areas for NFPA is a partnership with DOE on the training of the nation's first responders. I want to thank DOE for seeing that vision and realizing that, hey, these vehicles will crash, they will run, there will be different issues, and also understanding the concerns of the first responders. For those of you who have been around some of these vehicles, even the hybrid electric vehicles, you don't know if they're on or off. You don't know whether they're going to move or not. I can give you a good example. In New York City, there was an electric vehicle crash that happened, and the vehicle was pinned up against a bridge abutment. There was a person trapped in it. And the only way the fire department felt comfortable to cut into the vehicle, knowing that it wasn't going to go anywhere, was they brought one of the rescue squads up, and they actually bolted it to the concrete wall. So that way the vehicle in no way could move, even if the tires started turning. And then they cut the person out of the vehicle. So we don't want situations like that. We don't want the first responders wondering, how do we isolate power to this? How do we know it's safe to fight a fire in these vehicles? So NFPA again partnered with DOE to provide training to the nation's 1.1 million first responders. This program will be expanded later this year to include EMS and law enforcement officials. It's a $5.4 million program that in the end will be self-sustaining. It's scheduled to be completed in February 2013, and training will be available on July 1st, 2011. Oh, excuse me, you note on this slide, and you'll have that there's a website where you can access all that material. Again, more partnerships. When you start to think about who needs to be involved when you start to roll out something on a national level, to a group of individuals who are virtually self-regulated, you need partnerships. We have partnerships with the International Association of Firefighters, Fire Chiefs, the National Volunteer Fire Council, International Fire Marshal Association, and so on, also including the U.S. Fire Administration. The Metro Fire Chiefs represent the largest metropolitan fire departments in the country. They're going to be some of the key cities where there'll be green initiatives rolling out. We want to make sure they're part of this, as well as MREL and NHTSA. Also, what we found as we started to work this out, that is manufacturers would like to have what we call emergency response guides, a quick reference that allows a first responder, someone looking at a vehicle, to say, I have a 2011 Nissan Leaf. You open it up, or you pull it up on your iPad or your iPhone or your BlackBerry, and you look and say, where do I cut? Where do I cut it apart? Where do I access? How do I isolate power? Now, law enforcement is going to need the same things. They're going to want to know when they're chasing the vehicle, how do I isolate that before I try to pull the person out of the vehicle? As we started working through this, we have partnerships developed with the Alliance of Automotive Manufacturers, Association of International Auto Manufacturers, as well as now several individual auto manufacturers have come to us and said, not only do we want to partner with you on the ERGs, we want to partner with you on the electrical issues that go along with the National Electrical Code. Those individual partnerships include Audi, BMW, Ford, GM, Hyundai, Nissan, Tesla, Kia, and Volkswagen. And we're currently talking to Mercedes and Toyota is the latest two that are working with us. Our concept and our vision is to end up with these types of platforms. The top left-hand corner on your view is the EV training program that is part of the DOE grant, where we are developing specific training modules that will go out to all the firefighters, all the fire academies across the country for free. We'll have train-the-trainer seminars, and we'll train them how to equip some of the nation's first responders. On the top right-hand side, you can see some of the pilot programs that we started running to dry run this material so that when it does roll out, it actually works. On the bottom left-hand corner is part of NFPA's training for specific vehicles, where you have virtual diagrams, you have live instruction that talks about here's where this is, here's where that is, this is what you need to worry about with a battery, this cable is okay to cut, this cable is not okay to cut. And on the right-hand side is what the individual manufacturers are partnering with, what we were putting together, which is vehicle-specific training. So they can have a portal for their dealers, their users, the first responders to go to and get information on those vehicles and what the implications are for those specific vehicles. Not moving here. Are we stuck? Oh, we got it. There we go. Excellent. That was operator error. Let's be clear. It was not ANSI's fault. So where does that leave us? As you can see, there's a lot of activity going on, a lot of different organizations involved. A lot of the standards gaps that were identified are being filled by ANSI member organizations like SAE, UL, NFPA, NEPA, and NEMA. These organizations are stepping up to fill those gaps with standards. Our hope today is that we, the next year, start to identify is there additional missing pieces. Because this is another step along the way as an industry that we can start to look at how do we ensure that there's a safe implementation of these vehicles. Secondly, strong partnerships have been formalized between auto manufacturers, standards development organizations, and the inspection, enforcement, and safety agencies. We're seeing these partnerships begin to form because we realize that historically, for example, NFPA and SAE may have been on very different pages. SAE is responsible for standards around something that's on wheels, that is moving as a contained system. Now, NFPA has this built infrastructure aspect. There's an interconnection that's happening, and we need to rely on each other and our expertise to work together to ensure that it's safe and that the systems actually communicate. We've heard that over and over again today, and it is important. And these activities and accomplishments are going to be presented coming up in the fall. This October is a little bit off. It's actually going to be the last week of September in Detroit, and we're going to do a pull out on these things. The vision that NFPA has and SAE supports is that these things need to be publicly available. As we fill these gaps, as these things develop, we need to publicize that. We need to provide forums like this where everybody can be in the same room to talk about these things, identify problems where things are not connecting right, but also to say, okay, that's been addressed. Here's a source we can all turn to and work with in that venue. And I think that is my last slide. Thank you very much.
Our last speaker before lunch is Rich Bychek, and he's a site manager for Intertech. Good morning, everyone. Again, my name is Rich Bychek. I'm with Intertech Testing Services. I'm the site manager and technical lead for our electric vehicle and energy storage group. Today, I'm here to talk about a pretty specific subject, battery abuse, fire testing per SAE J2474. But on a more general note, basically I'm representing the testing and certification organizations. You've seen the standards organizations here listing slide after slide of all the new standards that are being developed and constantly being updated as technologies are advancing. And I'm here just to basically let you know that on the service and testing organization sides, we're also working as quickly as possible to help the manufacturers basically demonstrate their compliance to these various standards. Again, for the specific topic on the fire abuse testing, just talking a little bit about the background of that test. The test parameters and requirements, some of the common misconceptions and perceptions out there, offering an alternate method, and giving an example of that test configuration. So again, this is just basically looking at people that are manufacturers out there that are stuck, looking for ways to again demonstrate their compliance to all these standards, or find a way to prove out new technologies and new products. The current SAE standard is the J2464, revised about a year and a half ago in November 2009, and they're commonly referred to as the EV battery abuse test. Specifically, we're talking about the high temperature hazard test, also known as the fuel fire test or 890C test. The purpose of this test, basically, we're trying to simulate one of the worst cases that Chris mentioned of, in the case of a crash, an accident with a hybrid electric vehicle, that the battery is exposed to a fuel fire. Basically, a flash fire occurs during a crash, demonstrating how the battery can, actually perform under those conditions. And we're evaluating the explosion risk of the battery pack. The main test parameters from the standard, placing the DUT or the sample of the battery in a radiant heating fixture without direct contact to the flame or the fixture itself, fully charged battery, and simulating that fuel fire, basically taking it from a room ambient of around 25 C right up to 890 degrees C within 90 seconds. So again, a very rapid temperature rise, as you would see in case of something like a gasoline fire. We maintain this for about 10 minutes, basically saying, how does the battery react during that time. A couple of common misconceptions we've seen from manufacturers wanting to show compliance with these standards. For example, here, the test can only be performed at the national labs, Sandia National Labs. The reality there is that while Sandia, in particular, did a lot of the development work for this standard, their goal is to help further technology, not to basically offer third-party testing and help every manufacturer. So basically, there are other laboratories, there's other places. Obviously, you're not always bottlenecked. There's only one way to perform the test. The test calls out a specific quartz lamp array. While that lamp array provides excellent radiant source control, it's not the only way to perform the test or create that temperature rise. Other questions out there going back to some of the development work on this standard. How do we actually do all the sampling? How do we measure all these things? Actually, the standard recently has been revised so that we're really just evaluating that explosion hazard. Some of that off-gassing and additional analysis has been removed from the standard, again, kind of giving you some flexibility in how to test your product. And of course, the big one, the test is cost prohibitive. I can't get it scheduled. I can't run this test. How do I actually prove that, my battery will perform under these worst-case conditions? Again, if we look at alternate methods, we look at different solutions, on the manufacturing side, all the manufacturers are looking at different solutions, and on the test and certification side, we're looking at solutions for how to implement this. Again, looking at the spec, spec specifically calls out these arrays of quartz lamps, which are a very expensive and very specialized piece of equipment, but it also references, other heat sources, can be conducted using some other means, basically anything that will expose the DUT to these radiating temperatures. It's just a quick proposal here, from the development work we've done with clients, basically using a disposable furnace method. Again, we're not proposing changes to the standards. We're not talking about trying to rewrite the work that SAE has done. However, looking at, again, a low-cost alternative to running that test. I've got a few photos and some data from an actual test that was performed at Intertech's Building Products Lab in San Antonio, Texas. And again, for those manufacturers out there thinking it's a very, very specialized test, it is specialized, but tests or fire labs, if you will, that are used to doing building products testing can and do perform this type of test. Very simple diagram there. Yes, that is a 55-gallon drum, if you will, basically custom, small furnace built, basically a way to transfer this kind of heat into the product. Standard furnace burners, propane heat. So again, very common test solutions from the fire labs. Basically using ceramic insulation, again creating that furnace. A little bit difficult to see here, but this is showing the actual black radiant body in the center of the fixture, holding the sample in place. This one was actually a non-automotive battery where a client wanted to, again, kind of demonstrate whether or not their module technology could be adapted to be used for automotive applications. Keep that set up, again, nothing fancy here. Again, a low-cost solution. We're not talking, millions of dollars of equipment. We're talking thousands of dollars of equipment in a day of setup. Here's some actual test data. The upper red line, that's the actual temperature within the furnace. The blue line tracking it is actually the temperature of the sample itself. So we meet the test parameters of achieving 890 degrees C in less than 90 seconds. And you'll see over at about the 3-minute point, there's a lag in the graph there. That's where we actually did see an event occur on the battery. Unfortunately, this was an actual test. I don't have the video to show you here, but can be fairly interesting events. There's the end result. Again, our disposable furnace. Again, a few $1,000s of investment in there versus millions of dollars. The battery obviously, did have a severe event during the test. The equipment, is what you see there on the screen. The actual furnace itself, the insulation was, damaged. However, the point I want to make here is here's an example where the low-cost furnace here can be reused, about a 4-hour turnover time to test the next version of the sample. And just a couple other notes. Obviously, you've got to have some facilities around there, some ventilation, scrubbing, treating these, the off-gassing that are hazardous materials that need to be treated as such. Thanks again. My contact information up on the screen. I'll be out here at our booth.
Yes. Protection Research Foundation. Actually, just a quick comment. On number slide indicated that the upcoming summit was October 2012. And it's September 2011. Thank you. And I just want to point that out for the record. Yeah.
Hello, I'm Julie Cairns with CSA Standards, and I'd like to make a comment, and then I have a question. So in today so far, many of the speakers have included discussions about the standards activities in the U.S., which is obviously the focus of our work today, and internationally, Europe and in Asia. And I've noticed that several of the maps that have been put up there have Canada included in it. However, there's been no discussion of the harmonization with Canada. Now, from CSA's perspective, we have subject area recognition for all of these topics that are being discussed in Canada. And for various reasons, some of the harmonization efforts have been slowed down, but we are actively pursuing that. So I was just curious if in all of these individual plans that are being discussed, if the intent is there to harmonize with the standards in Canada or harmonize with the standards activities there. Thank you.
Okay. From our perspective, The answer is yes. The connector that showed 1772, which is now available, is approved for North American market. I include Canada in it. Same will be with the new version of 1772, whatever that version is, and approved. So yes, I mean, we always kind of maybe forget that we extend U.S. into Canada and make it one market, North American market.
From an NFPA standpoint, there's a few things that are ongoing. Our electoral aspects have always been in that harmonization process, including 70E as an example. Additionally, I talked about the first responder training. That is currently, Sean Tracy, our regional staff person for Canada, is currently coordinating with, I forget the organization, but to do a very similar, if not identical type training system, educational package, materials that will be spread out across Canada. So that's in process as well.
So if I could comment just to that, maybe we can talk offline. I think Red River College is the organization that you're working with. And just so you know that the electrical code is CSA's jurisdiction, and NRCan also supports that if taking it up there, that's fully our intent as well, to Canadianize and deliver it. But to train on the Canadian electrical code, you need to be involved with us, and NRCan does support that as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. Mark looks like he has a comment on my electrical right. But from a vehicle standpoint, that's the goal. And there's that interface where in the U.S., it's the NEC and the vehicle we're looking with FAA and the manufacturers. Obviously, every country, including Canada, has different organizational rules. Mark?
Yes, Mark on the NFPA, and we've been actively harmonizing with the Canadian Electrical Code Part 1 since 1989. And actually, our relationship with the Canadian Electrical Code dates back to 1927. Based on the Canada-U.S. Free Trade Agreement, we stepped up those efforts starting in 1989, however. And we've been maintaining very close cooperation between our two committees. I would also mention that a couple of weeks ago we had a meeting related to smart grid activities in the NEC and had the active participation from Sean Paulson of CSA staff. So we intend to keep that relationship going. Thank you. Did you?
I think from a product safety standard standpoint, I mean, we certainly have a lot of binational and trinational standards in place. I think we're in a process for looking at whether that makes sense or not based on the particular needs of the industry. And so, you know, I think we will be open-minded about that harmonization process. I think we just have to go through our analytical process to evaluate the request.
Mike Johnston with NECA. Just to, on the installation side and from the contractor's side, NECA works very closely with CECA, which is the Canadian Electrical Contractors Association, and we've developed an alliance between CECA and CSA, and actually there's ongoing efforts currently to develop the Canadian electrical installation standards that are based on the NECA, the National Electrical Installation Standards. And every time we get one developed and it makes it through the ANSI accreditation process, it's forwarded to CECA so they can do a companion document that can be used in alliance with or to correlate with CSA Part 1. So there's efforts there on the installation side as well.
Jim McCabe, ANSI. My question is for Jack. You talked about the regional differences with the connectors and the charging modes. And my question is, do you see this as a real problem for both manufacturers and consumers, or is it the kind of thing that we'll all eventually resign ourselves to, similar to the differences that exist today with electrical plugs and sockets?
Well, I don't know if there will be one global standards for a connector. I don't think that is practical or feasible. It's, as in one of my slides, I think that from the manufacturer standpoint, of course, it's beneficial to have as few as possible. From a consumer standpoint, I don't think you will be traveling with a cord from Europe to the U.S. Ever. And perhaps in the future we'll be doing wireless charging, I don't know. But it's kind of inevitable, but I can say one thing, that we have differences, but the differences are being worked out at a technical level currently, and quite intensively, and I think that everybody in the process understands that there are tremendous benefits to harmonizing and providing uniform solutions. It's just that it takes time. The more parties you invite to the table to discuss and resolve things, the longer the process, unfortunately. So I think that to answer your question, it would be great if we could have one. I don't think that's going to happen. And how many we're going to have, I don't know.
Stan Klein, Open Secure Energy Control Systems. I just wanted to provide an additional response to that question about Canadian participation. Within the Smart Grid Interoperability Panel, there's very extensive Canadian participation on, many conference calls. There'll be somebody, one or two people from Canada on the call. But there was a very interesting, within the cybersecurity working group, we reviewed the C12 series of standards, and it turns out that there are typically three standards, an ANSI C12, an IEEE, and a Measurement Canada standard. And the difference, what they do is they cycle through the standards, and the next one up makes the improvements, and the other two pick up the improvements. And the text is pretty much is kept the same by that sort of process. So there's actually a memorandum of understanding of each of the standards that was provided to the review team and documented in their review of those standards.
Chris, I have a question for you. As you see the training taking place for the emergency responder people, do you see those training programs evolving into any kind of a certification kind of a thing, or a professional certification?
I would say usually no. I'm not sure whether we're involved in a certification because there's already professional qualification standards on how to operate the equipment to extricate people from vehicles and do things like that. So I think this is more similar to those of us who have been around for the old hazardous material guides, where you have a specific chemical, you look at all, it tells you all things to do, and you could see something that would be a common norm of a emergency responder, whether it's law enforcement, EMS, or fire, pulling up to an incident, looking at the vehicle real quick, pulling up a guide to say, okay, this is how we can deal with this issue. And I think more broadly, it's addressing some of those fear concerns. There's I've had everything from if the second someone lights a match, it's a bomb, to it's no hazard at all, and you don't want either one of those. You really want an accurate picture in front of the first responders of what they have in front of them.
Yeah. Jack, I have a question for you. This is sort of a general question for everybody, but you particularly mentioned the importance of engaging these partnerships and getting people together. Can you tell me, how does that look? I mean, what does that look like? How do you get these different stakeholders together, get them talking about the forums for that? How does that look in the real way?
It's a challenge. Well, I think that, at least I'm speaking on behalf of SA here, it is challenging, but when there's a need, the experts come almost voluntarily. And, I have to tell if there's a need. So let's take an example of a battery committee or any of the committees that I mentioned today. When we started with 4 people, and an example here is the battery committee, we started, I think, with 6 in November of 2009. We have 140 right now. Is the process easy? No, it's not. As I mentioned, the more people will do, the longer the discussion. But it's inevitable that at the end, with some time frames that are being and deadlines that are being established, that they're going to come to some kind of an agreement, the best agreement they can reach within a certain window of time. The partnerships, I don't know if you talk about the organizational partnerships.
Just bringing people together and talking. I mean, what's the form?
Yeah, I think we need the content and the desire to come up with a solution that will ultimately raise the quality of the product, reduce the price, or whatever it is, whatever the benefit is bringing people together very quickly. In this particular area, I have not seen it. I've been with SAE quite a few years. I have not seen this type of movement in order to achieve some agreement on technical solutions. Okay. One comment, it's not a question, but actually a comment and maybe to all the agencies, government agencies that are here as well as I think on the webinar. This is a connected vehicle area. So we talk about here about vehicle connected to the grid. There is also an effort right now undertaken by DOT, which was called, now it's a different name, it was called IntelliDrive. It's also about connecting vehicle with other vehicles and also infrastructure. So I just hope that that all the agencies that are undertaking these huge efforts, they're also talking and creating partnerships, because it's also about connectivity. A lot of information is flowing right now, as we saw on the slides, a lot of communication between the vehicle and the grid. There's also going to be increasingly a lot more communication between the vehicle and other vehicles in order to reduce the fatalities on the road, in order to managing the traffic and so forth. It's also about communication, so there will be a lot of connectivity going on, and I hope that all these efforts will be synchronized at the regulatory level.
Right. Yeah, I just echo what Jack was saying. One of the things that we found is that when you show the need or the issue at the table, and you sometimes have to kind of force the partners to come together, you actually find out many of those concerns have been addressed. So you find, for example, from our standpoint, bringing the first responders in and how to isolate the power, is that the manufacturers had already thought of that. They may not have done the way the first responders would have thought of it, but bringing them in the same room, they were able to say, we're concerned about this, and that was addressed here. Oh, okay. So you start closing gaps that you believe were there, but were never there. But just nobody had talked to each other. So you start, and then that starts to snowball. As Jack said, you invite 6 people to the first meeting, next thing you have 140 to manage and keep moving. But they start realizing there's value in it.
Well, when I bring people together and in the same room in a dialogue, I would assume that a effective facilitator model is just absolutely critical. No, I'm just kidding.
Not in shop cars.
Any other questions from the...
Hi, David Anderson, Department of Energy. Just kind of a general question. We've already talked about how many different organizations there are out there. SAE, UL for certification, ISO, IEC, internationally, NFPA, National Electric Code, and the list goes on and on. I think Alan Manci showed it best in his graphic that, the spider web of interconnections. You can't touch one standard without affecting another standard. Without diminishing the contribution of any of these groups, is there a hierarchy of importance among the contributors, or maybe just among the categories of standards that affect electric drive vehicles to kind of make the problem a little more tractable?
Yeah.
That's to anyone who wants to address it.
Okay, I'll be the first victim. No, it's where I'm jumping at. I think the best way, at least the way I can look at it, is that you have the system that's being built around it. You have the utility aspect of, is the energy, the required energy going to be there? So you look at IEEE as an example. You have a standard there of, okay, the utility has to work at this moment. They have to ensure that it's there when it's demanded, and we can run pumps. Then we get into, okay, that supply to some building, some homeowner. That's where the National Electrical Code kicks in. Then there's that piece that interconnects, and there's studies on how to make that, and that's where the EVSE stuff comes in. The testing labs are important to know that the devices are safe, and the person's not going to be shocked when they open up their car and things like that. And that's where the UL standards and other standards like that come into play. And then there's the vehicle itself, and that's SAE. So you can't pick a hierarchy. I think it's a flow. It's almost like, the petroleum flow. How do you get that into the vehicle? I think a roadmap of that order is important. Someone had a diagram in the first panel which showed that with the house, and I think that's really helpful to say, really, what we have is national standards, and I can keep up on you, and you see it just because it's all 50 states, and we have that. Utilities, they're all trying to do that, but there's a uniform, the National Electrical Safety Code by IEEE is set. The big testing labs, they're set. SAE is you can start to put down kind of owners of those areas and get those groups together, which I think is important. I don't know if it's a hierarchy. I think I try to look at it as more of a flow.
I guess I would get a comment. I think it's difficult, as Chris and Sarah would agree, it's difficult to establish a hierarchy because I think all these things address critical aspects, right? And I mentioned, obviously safety is critical for deployment, right? You won't have a sustained deployment if you don't have safe deployment. But you won't have a sustained deployment if it doesn't work right either. So, the loss is different, I guess. And so, from our perspective as a safety organization, we're always thinking about safety first and foremost. And that may bias us, perhaps, because we are a safety organization, but all those things are important in their own way. And I think it's difficult to establish any sense of hierarchy. I think there is, in some of these areas, there is a hierarchy of the regulations themselves. For example, codes are adopted by local jurisdictions, and product standards support the rapid and easy use of those codes in many cases. So there are some hierarchical relationships between some of the standards that we're talking about and regulations or codes that may be in effect. That inherent relationship is embedded in some of these areas, but not all.
I'd like to follow up on that. It does seem to me also, and you mentioned this, Jack, that the move towards standardization is, maybe this is naive, but somewhat antithetical to innovation in industry and the development of sort of a competitive advantage in industry. And do you have, is that one of these balancing act things that you have to deal with?
If you go back to the previous question that I'll answer is without a connection between the vehicle and the infrastructure, I don't think there would be much of an issue. So that's an SAE perspective, of course. Maybe it's not a hierarchy issue, but an importance issue. We have to connect first, and other things will fall in place. Your question is excellent, actually. Over years, I think traditionally, standards follow technology, or followed technology. The industry buys into technology, it sells, the standards come. What we're seeing right now is we're heading head-to-head with technology, the advanced technology itself. And we are dealing with a tremendous number of patents, for example. I mean, people are coming to our committees with certain solutions that we have to consider. If we don't, then we perhaps cannot move forward. We have to find a way of doing this without violating certain IP rights and so forth, but it is changing. I mean, we are right now in the phase where we are getting probably more cutting-edge technology in the standards than ever before. And I think, well, maybe that's answering your question to some extent.
Is industry cooperative? Is it hard to get that cooperative?
Cooperative in what sense? In order to adopt it? To adopt
sharing technology and helping develop standards for that.
It's better. I mean, it's a consensus process that kicks in, and people do agree on that. These are not arbitrarily made decisions. But we're seeing more and more new technologies that are actually advanced solutions coming from smaller companies, which usually in the past we have not.
Yeah.
And that is specifically in this field.
Right. Okay. All right. We're kind of at the end of the time. Any last-minute questions here? Okay. It's
by 9 o'clock, about 12:30. Our schedule for lunch is 1 hour. And so we'll resume here this afternoon at 1:30. And again, I think lunch is just down those stairs. And thank you very much. Checkpoint. My name is Frank Kitantidis. You've got a short bio on your packet there. Up until the end of last year, I served as IEC Vice President and Chairman of the Standardization Management Board. But I'm term limited, so I'm out of that position as of the end of the last year. The IEC has asked me to do a project for them dealing with electric vehicles, and that essentially is my role at the moment. So after hearing this morning about U.S. standards-based activities, we're going to spend about an hour and a half talking about the international standards landscape on electric vehicles. And before I introduce this afternoon's panel, let me just make a few remarks about the IEC's role in this field. For years, there have been IEC technical committees developing standards for products and components that could be used in electric vehicles, and more recently, this work has been intensified. One of our speakers who chairs a very active IEC subcommittee will discuss this in more detail. But until very recently, there was very little communication at the international level between the automotive manufacturers, the electrical equipment suppliers, and electrical utilities to coordinate work in electric vehicles. This was changed last January when for the first time the IEC and a group called E8, it's a global organization of 10 world-leading utility companies, brought together all major stakeholders that need to collaborate to accelerate the global rollout of electric vehicles. Now, the reason why it was called E8 was because there were 8 companies at the time. In addition, subsequent to that, we've added 2 more utilities. So the name of the group will be changed. But for all practical purposes, let's just continue to call it E8 until they change the name. The objective of this roundtable was to determine priorities for the development of EV-related standards, to define future needs, and to accelerate the broad adoption of the relevant international standards
that will enable global interoperability and connectivity. We've heard this morning that the stakes in EVs are high and are growing. The car industry considers electric vehicles as one of the key solutions for maintaining sustainable individual transportation. Governments increasingly push for electrical transportation to reduce CO2 emissions as one of the tools to fight climate change. But today, only approximately 1% of the electricity produced is used in transportation, while this sector contributes roughly to 20% of CO2 emissions. So while all parties work intensively in developing technologies that will enable a more energy-efficient future, the utilities are simply expected to deliver this fuel that will drive those electric cars. However, without significant investment into the infrastructure, a broad EV rollout will, in my opinion, I think several speakers this morning alluded to that as well, will remain a fiction. To make mass charging possible, global solutions are needed. Charging systems must be user-friendly, largely the same, and safe and easy to operate and use. And to achieve this, all stakeholders need to cooperate and better understand each other's roles. So the January meeting brought together senior executives from 6 major car manufacturers, BMW, Ford, Mitsubishi, Nissan, Renault, and Toyota, 4 electrical equipment manufacturers, Eaton, GE, Hubbell, and Schneider, to sit together with 9 utilities, all of the members of the E8 group that I mentioned before, American Electric Power, Duke, Electricité de France, Electrobras, Hydro-Quebec, ANSI, Electric Power, State Grid Corporation of China, and from Japan, TEPCO. These organizations were joined by representatives from NFPA, and we had also representatives from the ISO Central Secretariat. So this high-level international standard or roundtable, which I was privileged to chair, confirmed that the IEC's present and proposed international standards for electric vehicle charging, and we're talking about on the charger side, the plug, the socket, and the cord, and on the vehicle side, connector and the inlet. So these standards at the present time satisfy their global needs. The group also confirmed that the 4 charging modes that we have in the IEC for TC69, and the speakers of the forum will explain those, covering both AC and DC charging, should be retained for the time being. They also underline their preference for using ISO, IC, ITU international standards, but at the same time encourage other organization standards that are used internationally to submit them to IEC, ISO, and ITU for international adoption. There were several other more specific recommendations, which if time permits, at the end of the presentations I will highlight. But they can also be found in a media report which was circulated to all the members of the participating organizations, and in the summary of that report available in the IEC and ISO websites. The group also underlined the importance and usefulness of this joint platform and agreed that a follow-up meeting in the fall of 2011 would be taking place with information about several standardization proposals which are currently being addressed by IEC and ISO technical committees will be made available. And now to the panel. We're pleased to have with us 4 distinguished experts who will talk about their individual groups' activities, the bios, the package of the materials that was distributed earlier. In the interest of time, I will introduce their names and affiliations, and then we'll speak in the order of their introduction. John Ketchum, Director of Innovations and Senelec Management Center, will give us an update on the Senelec Focus Group on European electromobility. He'll be followed by Keith Hardy, Senior Technical Advisor at the National Laboratory, who will speak on the EDB standards activity in China and Japan. He will be followed by Greg Raminsky, Chairman of the IEC Subcommittee 23H, who will give us an update on the 23H electrical connector standards, as well as the TC69 standards dealing with charging equipment. And Catherine Hauser, U.S. Executive Director, Transatlantic Business Dialogue, will conclude with a presentation on the TABD activities on EVs and the smart grid. And at the end of those presentations, hopefully there will be time for Q&A. So please hold your questions until then. And with that, let me invite John first. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Frank, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's interesting to come over here, and thanks to ANSI for the invitation to come into a kind of a parallel universe with clear differences in approach and also in the way in which we organize things. So if I can make this work. Right. A little bit about who we are and how we're organized in Europe, and how we have tried to gear up for what we are terming e-mobility, and it's an unhelpful jargon possibly. What we're hoping to recommend for the future in the standards arena in this area, and secondly, and finally, what happens next. Sorry, we'll get there in the end. Right. We're three actors in Europe in standardization, formally recognized by the European Union. CEN is called the European Committee for Standardization in correct English. These are French acronyms, that's why it's CEN. CENELEC deals with the electrotechnical arena, and ETSI deals with telecommunications or electronic communications, as nowadays I think they would determine. We are the three recognized European standards bodies under European law, which doesn't mean that we are legal entities as per Commission. We are simply not-for-profit private bodies, but our products are given a certain amount of recognition by the regulatory authorities, Commission and Member States. We now have 31 national members, that's the 27 in the European Union, 3 in the European Free Trade Association, and Croatia, who's been admitted. I suspect in the next 5-6 years we will see other admissions from countries who've applied to join the European Union. We were formed to really remove trade barriers internally within Europe. One standard means no technical obstacles to placing products on a unified European market. You have to remember that we are still 31 European countries. We have national law, we have even national standards. The process of replacing those national standards has been a gradual one. I won't say it's totally complete, for example, in this area of services, and there have been some failures. For example, we still don't have, and I can't see any prospect that we will have, a common European electrical plug and socket. The problem, the challenge is obviously to produce a balance that is enabling people to trade goods across frontiers. But we're part of the global standard system. So CEN is the European partner of ISO, and our members are the same as the European members of ISO. CENELEC is the European partner of IEC, and similarly, and in fact some 80% of IEC standards are implemented as European standards formally, and it's a little less of ISO for various reasons, maybe because they're less technological. We have agreements between CEN and ISO and CENELEC and IEC, and we try to avoid duplication of effort. We have actually kind of merged our back offices in Brussels between CEN and CENELEC. There are topics converging in particular in this sort of area. Maybe it helps that we now have a common back office, but we've retained the two European bodies as sovereign entities.
So we haven't done much in Europe in vehicle standardization hitherto. There's a bit of legacy stuff about, which goes back some years on the electrical side. We have worked on pollution requirements. We have got some extensive work, and maybe even increasing, on intelligent transport systems standardization, road tolling and driver information, but there's a link there maybe to some e-mobility issues in terms of charging. We've come to a lot of political pressure, however, on the electric vehicles front. Pressure from the European Commission as regulator, but also trying to influence maybe national agendas in terms of politicians coming, for example, in Germany or France with ideas for harmonized infrastructures for electric vehicles. And the first question then asked is, well, if you drive from Paris to Berlin and you stop in Brussels, which charging system applies in Belgium then? And even I heard about an experiment in Holland where they'd had separate infrastructure systems in Amsterdam and Rotterdam, which of course are very close together, and therefore how do you then charge if your connectors are incompatible? But that's experiment, it's progress, and of course this is an important employment generator. So we have been given what's called a mandate, and I have to correct what was mentioned this morning by SAE. The mandate is from the European Commission to us, but it's not a Commission regulatory action. It's a request to ask us to investigate at European level the standards issues related to electric vehicles. And the requirement was to produce a work program and produce then the necessary standards within 18 months. That's fast, but as far as we're concerned, we're not going to reinvent the international wheel. What are we asked to do? Well, interoperability of charging and connectivity, and in terms of also the links between the charger and the batteries, including removable ones. We need to look at smart charging, although the Commission at least recognised that was a little bit less mature as a topic, and we need to look at safety risks and things like electromagnetic compatibility. We set up, therefore, a focus group in our jargon to do this. This is between CEN and CENELEC, but we have got obviously the links to ISO, IEC, and also to ETSI as the third body. And this is made up of representatives of technical activities, of interested associations, of delegates from our national members, European Commission, and so on. And this isn't a standards body. It's a little bit like your panels in ANSI. It's preparing an overview of what the requirements actually are, trying to match those against the international standards and work in progress, and make some recommendations, hopefully within a reasonable time scale, as a proposed response to our mandate. Of course, there's a lot of issues to us which I think are matched by what was said this morning. There's a lot of commercial pressure. There are the differences in regional supply requirements, but also in Europe we have differences in the national requirements. The wiring rules that is termed, I guess that's more broadly equivalent to what you're talking about in codes. There are different needs, of course, for home charging and fast charging, a lot of detail, and there's a chicken and egg problem, clearly. If we don't have standards, then there's a deterrent. So it's an interesting challenge, and we have recognised that there is a clash of standards cultures here, and hopefully we're trying to bring people together a little bit. I'd hope that we would have a report by now, but we've deferred it, and I hope it will be a better report as a result. There is a maturity issue, and we may be being too fast, I don't know. Why not let the market mature a little bit? Or are we being too too slow? Are we being too complicated? A lot of the issues in our focus group are very detailed indeed. Are we in a hype curve, and where are the business models? So these are all challenges. So in coming to these 4 modes that Frank mentioned, I learned here first thing this morning that, of course, there's a nice difference between America and Europe, because you're talking about levels, we're talking about modes. The mode 1 is the domestic at home. Mode 2 is AC charging with industrial sockets, so that might be at home. It might be 3-phase electricity in Europe, might be at work, apartment blocks, business premises, and so on. Mode 3 is the dedicated charging system, and mode 4 is DC fast charge. So we have to look at those issues for Europe and what we should have. We think modes 1 and 2 will be used mainly at the start. There are questions that we're trying to answer in our report. Are the domestic circuits necessarily going to be okay for these things? Are these national rules I mentioned actually consistent? And do the existing standards or standards that are underway in IEC need adjustment? Mode 3 in particular has a challenge, because we do want interoperability in Europe, and there are several options at the moment, so we're trying to see whether we can recommend one. Connecting to the mains on the wall isn't a problem for mode 4. It will be for the vehicle though. And there, of course, on the vehicle side, we have the question, do we have multiple sockets? That was mentioned this morning. And also the mode 4, which is simply not mature yet. And we do want to work to harmonize solutions, certainly on mode 4 and probably on the others in the longer term. But maybe we're not quite there yet. Communication issues is another one which is perhaps not yet fully mature. The low-level stuff is defined in IEC, but the vehicle-to-grid, again, that was mentioned a lot this morning. And we have a number of issues. I won't go into that detail because of time, but you've got the slide, which we are looking at in terms of communication aspects. Battery issues, again, quite a list of those. Safety and electromagnetic compatibility. We think as far as Europe is concerned, and these are standards that are linked to European law, they're there on the whole, but they weren't actually designed for this area of activity, and they need adaptation. Sometimes that will be a complex process, but it may not be a showstopper. So basically, urgently, we need to sort out these pan-European connectors and chargers so that we can have an interoperable infrastructure, whatever consensus we can reach. There's a lot of other detail. There are some medium and longer term challenges for DC and for communication. To us, medium term, though, does still mean get on with it now. It doesn't mean defer it, because we need it for the infrastructure. So the next steps are we'll have a report in the middle of May. We won't propose European standards work unless it's fully justified. We will work through ISO and IEC, which means that we will have to try and make sure that at least we can convince the various TCs involved in those 2 bodies. We will need to set up any new groups if we do need any fast, and we will need a collaboration mechanism ongoing in Europe in particular to interface with the regulator. And some of the issues will be addressed on smart grids. We have got a very similar work on smart grids standardization. We have a joint working group there of all 3 European bodies, so that is looking at those issues. And almost finally, hopefully we'll set up a dialogue with ANSI. I suppose part of that is being invited here. But we also have regular ANSI ESO summits or meetings on high-level topics. The next one of those is in October. That's to exchange information, collaborate. It's not to reinvent wheels again, because we do that, the detail at the global level. We also have the transatlantic economic cooperation, but my colleague on the panel here will explain that, I'm sure, in more depth. When we have our report, we'll let the ANSI panel, of course, have it, and we'll be very interested in your recommendations. So thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Keith Hardy from our National Laboratory. I'm here representing the DOE activity related to vehicle grid. I support lease wavelength activity that you saw this morning. I also work quite a bit in our international cooperation task, and someone from Policy and International Affairs, Paul Twain, is here if you have any other policy type questions this afternoon. But what I'm going to do is talk about connectivity standards and the role of government. China and Japan will be mentioned, but it's part of our international perspectives. And the way I look at this is we have a common global need to connect between these major nodes and the vehicle grid interface. That is the utility grid operator, which has to distribute the power to your local grid and integrate the vehicles in the smart grid eventually. We have a close connection, as Lee mentioned, with our Austin Electricity and their smart grid activity, as well as the EU-US smart grid activity. The next element in the system is the home gateway. That is being implemented in Europe as well as the U.S., and we have common suppliers for that technology as well that will basically serve as the energy information portal and the gateway for demand reduction settings of the user. So that's the first place where the user will interface with either the utility and likely the vehicle. We only use administrative privileges here in D.C. That's not a technical term. And of course, this requires communication between the smart meter and the electric vehicle supply equipment and the vehicle or consumer, depending on the way it's actually implemented in the system. I'll talk about that later. But the electric vehicle supply equipment, of course, has to communicate with the battery of the vehicle and provide the recharge power. It could and likely will include a revenue-grade energy meter, and that's not certain yet. But it also has to communicate with the home area network and the consumer. The vehicle, of course, is connected to the home and or the grid through the standard connector that we're all talking about today. And there's a lot of communication as we go on. So the common theme here is connectivity and communication. And so basically what we're talking about is the physical connection as well as the communication. And I'm not going to deal with safety and those issues today. Let's try it again. There we go. This is a repeat of what you saw this morning. Since I'm focused on the vehicle grid, on the vehicle side, this is mainly the SAE standards and showing that there is a direct correlation to the ISO IEC standards. And since you have this, I'll not go into it, but the important points are that within these standards, they're addressing all of the communication links that need to take place. That is the interface with utilities, it's Ethernet 2836, software chargers, reverse energy flow diagnostics, the home area network, and wireless charging as it develops. In the DOE program, we've sort of put off the reverse energy flow for a while. We think we need to work on the utilities of the vehicle first, and then we'll look at much more complex issue. No? Okay. There we go. This is a summary, and you've seen this before, of what we're doing in the States. It sort of confirms the three-level approach. Actually, as you know, in our SA activity, there are three levels for both AC and DC, so it kind of comes out to 6. It even complicates the issue a little bit more. But as I said earlier to John, the ground comment committees know. They know the translation. It's not a problem. One of the reasons I'm talking, and I've been talking for the last few months, is to say we don't really have a problem at the working level between the committees. It's a very important issue. There's been a misconception at our diplomatic levels that we weren't talking. We're talking a lot, as John can attest. But the thing that you see at the top, what we call AC level 1 for residential, this is the thing that comes in the trunk of the car that you purchase or lease. It's, I would normally call it like an emergency charger, but having come from the auto industry in the past, we don't like words like emergency, so we call it convenience charger. So that's what that is. It's of course it's such a low level that you can only put about 5 miles per hour of recharge back into a vehicle. So that makes it not really very useful unless you're in a convenience situation. So moving on to what I think will be the workhorse for all, I think it was said earlier, and that is what we call here AC Level 2, whether it is in the residential environment or the commercial environment. The residential limit is likely to be 3.4 kilowatts, or typically what's going to come on board the vehicle, and you can put it in about 2 miles per hour charge. Commercial doubles that rate up to 7 kilowatts, and what we're all talking about in terms of DC fast charging is what's considered here DC level 2. In that case, with a 50 kilowatt charger, you're putting back, maybe 160 miles per hour of charging. So that's fairly fast, but in fact, even the Nissan vehicle at 100 miles range is going to take about a half hour to charge. So it doesn't compare directly with a gasoline type of refueling, but it's getting close. And on the right, you've already seen these standards, the FAA standards, and I'll just confirm what Jack said earlier, and that is that the DC, high-power DC charging is still in process. And this picture came out that Jack used so recently that I could not update the slide even, so that's good. And this is just the cartoon version of what Jack said without the words, that when it gets right down to it, there are physical differences between us and the rest of the world. And this is characterized here. And the basic SE standard J1772 and the IEC Type 1 are the same plug. And that is adopted in Japan as well. That is not the case for China. And I should have also mentioned Korea and Australia, Jack heard that, but I did mention the footnote. When you move up in power grid, of course you can see the basic Type 2 plug. The IEC Type 2 is comparable for the medium duty charging. And this shows 2 examples of types in Europe. And then at the high power, you can see that we're very similar in the EU and US, that they're taking the core elements and adding the large higher power DC element to that, so you can have a hybrid. Now, I should say those, of course, are all proposed at this point, but there is a lot of work going on to coordinate between the EU and US. In the case of Japan, it was pointed out the JUVS channel charger is standard there, and as we pointed out this morning, that is the standard high-power connector that is on the DOE program. So we're going to have a lot of those chargers around the country. The big differences that we have, and I want to point out the big worry that we have, is not really the physical configuration of the plug. Those are injection molded with pins. That's not the big issue. The big issue is the use cases and communication protocols between that connector and the vehicle. The first computer that you touch in the car is the one that will have to pay the price, not the connector. And it takes a lot of development time and software verification and safety. Just remember the Toyota unintended acceleration. If we're going to be blaming battery fires on that first box is going to have to be right. So it's out of contention that we agree that you have to be able to cross borders and use the same connector. It is very important to our supplier community and our automotive manufacturers that the use cases and the wiring to that first box be correct, or to be consistent. And the problem we have at the current time is that the first step in China was to use the IEC 62196 connector, change it ever so slightly so that you can get it into the receptacle in Europe, but then it won't work. You think when you think you finally got it in, it's not going to work because the wires don't match. So you can ask yourself why they did that. Because it's my contention they're going to make all the plugs anyway. One of the things that happened just since the 1772 plug was adopted, you can find at least a dozen manufacturers in China of that plug. So plugs aren't going to be the problem. It's the connection and the communication protocols within the vehicle. So I like to look at this in terms of opportunities. Our position is that the government role is to support the standards development organizations, or the ESOs, get to the point. And so what we're trying to do is do things that can bring up the issues quicker, things like test fixtures for the modules that are going to have to operate to communicate between these 4 nodes that we talked about before, the utility, the home gateway, the EVSE, and the vehicle. And so we are going to develop test fixtures this year, actually, to do that. And also, we're proposing that we actually cooperate on joint evaluation of new technology as soon as possible. Part of that, the requirements are not quite set in Europe to the same degree as we have here, but in the United States, you will have to have a separate branch circuit, revenue grade meter, and receptacle for your electric vehicle. That means that if the utilities simply use the same meter, it doubles the cost of the installation on site, and depending on how it's configured, it can add additional cost either on the lineman side of the connection to your house or the electrical technician side of the house with great differences in cost. And so we're working on technology to try to make that a little bit easier, and I'll show you an example of that in a minute. But to quickly tell you what we're doing on the test fixtures and talk about what we might be able to do together, is we think that our research organizations and utilities should work together on requirements of these test fixtures, even though the standards are not done. We do know the direction they're going. We do know the kinds of parameters that will be passed. So we think we can go ahead and get started with this. And that's something we plan to do this year, at both the point-to-point communication, as you would see in the top, and the 4 nodes communicating in the bottom. And the basic idea is to find out the difficulty associated with interoperability as soon as we can, so we can get the suppliers and the industry focused on those points, and we can help where we can. We don't see the industry making a lot of money off test fixtures. That's not where their area of competition is. So that's why we think the government plays a good role here. The second is that in dealing with the potential added expense at the meter level, Argonne and some key suppliers have developed a new technology to deal with the requirements of end-use energy measurement. It's called the end-use measurement device. That's the standard within the committees, as well as working on communication. The communication technology, both the methods and the means, so to speak, are different between the countries, but we've been working with the university, and now we've finally got an NDA in place for one of the large chip manufacturers to try to develop a universal communication solution. So we would have a one-chip solution that could communicate in U.S., Europe, and Asia, and that's going to be implemented this year. And so while we're on this slide, and we have the actual developer, this is the new, our latest version of the smart meter, basically. It has energy measurement, power calculations, and communication. This happens to be the PLC version. We also have a wireless version, and Ted Bowen is sitting in the middle, back in the back. If you can look, he can answer all the questions about this technology. We have another, for some of you, even more interesting angle on this technology, that we do not reserve any of the rights. No patents, no licenses. to this technology. The idea is to get it into the field, evaluate the situation as quickly as possible, and let industry work toward a commercial solution. But our current estimate for what this costs in production is around $25 to $30, as opposed to the cost of a normal smart meter. So this is the kind of thing we can work on together, get it out there quickly, as we showed earlier, both Lee and I, that we are going to be putting this in place at Argonne, at Oak Ridge, and we have been talking to actually several countries in Europe and their demonstration programs to evaluate this in their environment, to actually look at the universal communication capability. That's a test that is, you can do in the lab, but we've all found out that putting vehicles and things in the field is where you learn the actual problems. Otherwise, the DOE would not have gone to the expense to have such a large vehicle demonstration program. So I would propose very soon that we try to work with the organizations involved in standards development to establish requirements for our test fixtures and get on with it, as I heard earlier. In particular, the communication standards that we're familiar with, and I don't actually know if there's something exactly comparable to a 2953 in Europe, but I think you know what we're talking about. We're talking about interoperability. The evaluation of the technologies, I think here we need to quantify the communications requirements to make sure that we address that. And the next version of this, which should be this summer with the one-ship communication solution, and test these in the field as quick as possible. Find out what the real communication requirements are. The rest of this is more detailed if questions come up, so I would say that we let this go till later. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Greg Nowinski. I'm chairman of IEC Subcommittee 23H and also an expert on IEC TC69. I've been involved in both of these committees and the EV activities dating back to the mid-90s, so I can give you a little bit of background and history. And I also would like to thank a lot of the previous speakers who covered some of the material I was going to do, so it'll help understand it. Basically, when we talked about the IEC activities, I wanted to make it clear that the TC69 group, the next, where do I have to point this? With the right side of the ring. Okay. The TC69 group basically has taken the lead in the charging equipment work. Basically, their scope covers all road vehicles, not just automobiles. It covers trucks, it covers buses, and unlike J1772 at the moment, which is emphasizing automobiles, TC69's work includes some things that are being developed for buses and trucks. The standard that originated back in the early 2000s was the IEC 61851 Part 1. At that time, the document was more or less a guide with definitions, methodology, basic requirements, functions, things like that, that would be used with an electric vehicle for charging. The second edition that was recently published at the end of last year went into a lot more detail. It now includes the requirements for environmental tests, what we call degrees of protection, the limits to the access to parts you can touch, the environmental conditions, whether it be moisture, dust, other things, have all been added to it. The interesting part of it was that as we worked on this from meeting to meeting every 2 or 3 months, things kept changing. So we reached the point where we said, we've got to issue a standard. And we went ahead with the Part 2, Part 1 rather, the second edition, was issued with the understanding that there will be additional changes coming to it. That's already started. There is a group now looking at what else has to be done, added to, modified, changed, updated. With that, we had other parts of the documents that were written back in the early 2000s, and at that time, Part 21, which covered the work that needed to be looked at when the car was connected to the charger. In other words, what was the influence of the car when it was being charged? And the original philosophy when these documents were written was that the Part 1 general requirements and more and more of the subparts would apply to a system. The Part 22 that was issued at that time covered the basic AC requirements. The Part 23 got as far as a committee draft but was never issued. And now we're working on the new Part 24 that's getting involved in the communications between the DC charger, the smart charger as it's becoming, and the vehicle. So there's several things happening now at one time. If I look at the Part 21, this has gotten to a committee draft document, and what that is basically is a document that's going out to all countries for their comment and input. Some of the issues that have cropped up now have to do with the automobile and requirements that are entering into the ISO realm. The chairman of TC69 has proposed to the ISO TC22 SC21 that a joint group work on this draft that before we got experts in the committee, but that both committees work on it together. And there's been some thinking that maybe this could be pulled out and issued as a joint IEC ISO standard. That's not been discussed to any great deal yet or anything decided, but it may be a way of getting one document that both committees, both sides agree to. The original target was March of 2012. We're hoping that still would be realistic. The Part 22, as I said, covered the AC equipment. When we wrote the Part 1, the second edition, as we worked on it, we still saw things that could have been added. But we decided that basic constructional features that may have changed or been updated could be added to the Part 22 and also duplicated in the Part 23 if necessary, rather than hold up the Part 1. So what's been happening in Part 22 now is going through the CD stage. It's been out. It's been commented on. We met a few weeks ago on it. Another draft will be prepared and looked at in June. It will contain the requirements for AC system. It covers construction. It covers test. It covers a lot of the environmental testing. It covers basic things that allow you to make a piece of equipment. And again, the target tentatively is March of next year to be published. The Part 23 is a little bit newer. That started about a year ago. It's also at a CD stage, a bit earlier. We're really going through the first set of comments on it in June, basically. And the anticipation is that a lot of work's been added to the AC portion will also be duplicated there for the time being. The target date late probably in 2012 for that document. Part 24, that's a very ongoing committee, just like communications and other areas. There's many things happening with it. It's still at a working draft stage. In other words, it's in the project team being handled. And there's input coming from both IEC and ISO to it. There's another meeting planned for it in June. And again, that's looking at a probably 2013 target date. This will enable the vehicles basically to communicate with the equipment, to make use of the equipment fully, to maintain levels of charge, to prevent things from overheating, to manage basically the charge, to give it the ability with the charger to get the best type of charge for the vehicle. The part that I'm really involved in, the second part, gets involved with the connectors. And when we look at the Committee 23H, it covers all of the industrial connectors and outlets, but we've been specifically tasked to work on anything that deals with the connection systems that go to an electric vehicle. That also includes, in one case, the plug and socket outlet. When we talked about the different types of systems, many of the systems that are being used today are cord and plug connected, something that will plug into an ordinary standard outlet using a plug. Well, in special cases, there are outlets that may be a part of the output of a piece of equipment, so that you don't have the equipment cable tied to the equipment all the times, but it allows the user to carry the cable in the vehicle from point to point. One manufacturer has basically built a unique EV socket outlet or receptacle and plug system so that the entire cable can be detached and carried along. And that may turn out to be a trend. We don't know yet, but that's happening. The IEC 62196 group, again, the general requirements, they were issued back in 2003. They were very general, very basic in order. And what we had there was a standard that steered you in the direction of a particular connector or two. Now it's been refined. We're at the CD stage. You've probably heard that it contains more than one type, and you've seen some of the pictorials. There are actually 3 different types of connectors in there. One is very similar to the J1772. One is based on a European design that accommodates both single and 3-phase power. The third is unique to a few countries, and the basis for its development is that the national requirements of those countries have different requirements for the access to the contacts. They're very small. They only allow a 1-millimeter probe to access the contact. How that will work out, how that will be used, we don't know yet, and it's really not for standards group to decide. I think the countries have to work out the differences. The manufacturers, the users, will have to determine what works best for them. In the part 2 that we started to work on, we've identified basically different families of connectors that were taken from TC69's work. There's a basic interface, which fits the Mode 1 and Mode 2 connection. That's your basic socket outlet and plug. There's a universal connector, I think you've heard called combo or hybrid, which brings you both AC power and DC power, and you've seen some pictures of that. That's going to go into the part 3. And then we have a pure DC version, a group of connectors, which will also go into the part 3. Part 2, basically, as I mentioned, is the AC connector. We're at the CDV stage. A document has been out since last December for vote and comment. Comments are due back in mid-May. We're planning to meet and hopefully resolve those and move ahead to publication by late May. So our goal is officially April of next year, but we hope to have it out sooner. So we'll have a document. Part of what we had to decide was, do we continue to make changes or do we stop and freeze it and go ahead? We said if we make changes from draft to draft to draft, we'll never get done. Let's issue it. If we have to go back and start modifying it to include some of the things from the DC or from other areas, we can do that immediately. But that's what we're doing. And you've seen these. Here's the basic AC Type 1. This is one of the versions from Europe, the Type 2. These are the unique plug and socket outlet that they have in there. This is the Type 3, with, you can see the contacts are very closed, very tight, not accessible. The Part 3 document, which is the DC or the hybrid or combo or universal connectors, is in a working draft stage. The draft went out in early January. We've gotten comments back. We're meeting next week in Michigan, in Troy, to take a first look at it. And And part of the problems we've been having with all of the committees have grown. We're nearly 50 people in the committees, representing probably almost 20 countries. So it's extremely difficult to do things in a timely manner. It's also very difficult to find a meeting location for some of these groups. But again, we're hoping that by the end of this year or even earlier, we can get to the CD stage. And our target for publication, again, will be the fall of next year. These are some of the possible DC configurations. I think some of you have seen that. That's the DC combination, the DC connector from Japan. You'll notice 600 volt, 200 amp. We have one from China rated 750 volts, 250 amps. Their application may be different. They may be looking more at buses and trucks as well as vehicles. I don't know yet. They're meeting with us for the first time next week. You've seen pictures of that. Actually, you've seen the later version. These are the versions coming out of Germany that are similar. And basically, that's what I have to offer you to give you the details of what we're doing in the IEC.
Well, good afternoon. I'm Catherine Hauser. I run the Transatlantic Business Dialogue, which is also known as the TABD, to add some more acronyms to the afternoon. The TABD was set up in 1995 in a treaty between the U.S. and the EU. Back in the mid-90s, commercial relations and political relations between the U.S. and Europe were really, really bad. And cabinet secretaries and their European Commission counterparts didn't really have a channel through which they could talk to business leaders about economic issues. So they set up this very unique structure of the Transatlantic Business Dialogue. We have about 50 CEOs, 25 on each side of the Atlantic, 25 American, 25 European. We meet with cabinet secretaries and EU commissioners in a business government dialogue a couple times a year. Our focus is really on 5 major priorities. So the CEOs are really trying to drive the economic recovery, job creation, and innovation that is so part and parcel of our transatlantic relationship. What I found really interesting for the TABD now in 2011 is how much transatlantic relations have changed since 1995. And I just want to tell you this little story because it underpins what the 4 gentlemen said before I came up here, each in their own way. When the TABD was founded, the commercial relationships were really contentious. We had an American committee that would develop its recommendations. We had a European committee that would develop its recommendations. Then we'd have to have meetings to duke it out, literally, between business groups before we could come to a consensus of what we were going to propose to governments. Well, things really changed about 6, 7, 8 years ago when companies realized that they were so cross-invested in one another's markets that it made no sense for us to operate TABD in such a confrontational manner ourselves. For example, some of my favorite statistics are that Siemens, which has been a stalwart member of TABD from the founding, has more than 60,000 employees in the United States. They do the bulk of their innovation in healthcare in Florida. GE, some GE reps are here, has about 70,000 employees across the 27 member states of the European Union. So us as them and we are there and we're all in this together. And the CEOs now, when they come together, don't make a distinction. And this is really important. They no longer make a distinction whether they're doing business in Germany or doing business in California. They're doing business in the transatlantic market, and where the heads are of these CEOs is how can we harness the inherent power the size and the scale of the transatlantic market to better compete with the emerging economic powers in Asia and elsewhere. So for the last 3 years, our CEOs have met twice a year, and the conversations with the Bush administration and with the Obama administration and the old commission and the current commission have all been about how can we deal with China. They've gotten over their angst about, oh, we can't be seen as ganging up on China. Hells bells, we've got to compete with China. We've got to collaborate. And it was this realization and actually being able to articulate it that got people really interested in how to make better use of a government structure called the Transatlantic Economic Council, the TEC. The TEC was set up in 2007 when Chancellor Merkel held the presidency of the European Council. And she had a summit with President Bush and President Barroso, and they set up this body. Because heretofore there had not been a White House, top-level meeting on transatlantic economic issues. Obviously, we talk with the Europeans a lot about other issues, but to have an economic-focused council that would work together on priority issues was determined to be a really good thing. Well, the TEC has been around since 2007, and it got bogged down trying to adjudicate old trade disputes. And we lost a few years here. But now I think people have realized in the economic recovery, the pressures from China, India, Brazil, and Russia really requires us to focus on how to accelerate what we call the transatlantic innovation economy. And a key area in this is taking a sector of our economy, so that is big. Well, autos fits the bill. On the U.S. side, at least 11 million people are employed in the auto industry and related fields, and it's, 11 million in Europe and about 13 million jobs in the U.S. So we're trying to work with a sector that matters. We're trying to work with technology that will help drive the collaboration we need so companies are more efficient and effective, and really leverage our overall strengths. So the way we work in TABD is a number of companies come forward with ideas, and in this case, Ford Motor Company and Audi felt that having the TEC put priority on the development of transatlantic collaboration in electric vehicles. The Germans use the term, as you know, e-mobility, which doesn't quite translate to most Americans' ears. They think it's wheelchairs or something. Anyway, e-cars. And that recommendation was then supported very strongly by the CEOs from Siemens and GE. And then there are a number of other companies in TABD who make batteries or battery parts or have concerns about recycling. And pretty soon we found that this issue encompasses nearly all of our members, have some interest in some aspect of this subject. So it is a TABD priority, which means we made a recommendation to the cabinet secretaries and the EU Commission, and then on to the leaders at the summit last fall, that they take up the issue of electric cars and help us drive that collaboration that we feel is needed on an urgent basis. This has been done. Audi and Ford have worked very closely together with their auto industry associations in Europe and the U.S. to make sure the recommendations we're putting forward are embraced by the auto industry on both sides, as well as the broader TABD membership. And we now have a draft paper that we will be formally submitting to the TEC with a work program and identifying issues that need to be done by a date certain to the greatest extent possible. So this initiative on e-cars now has been embraced by the TEC. I was in Brussels 10 days ago, and at the end of, I guess it was on the 30th, I forget what day it was, the 25th of March. The facilitators for the TEC, the Undersecretary of State, Bob Hormats, and his counterparts met to discuss where things are in the tech process, and e-cars is very much on their agenda, has been adopted as a priority. The full tech is going to have a meeting later this fall, and we hope at that point we can really show some more concrete progress on this overall issue. Now, I was really pleased that Frank and John and Keith and Greg all made the same point that I wanted to underscore, each in their own way. It was really great to hear that the IEC and the ISO are collaborating together, that Semilab has decided not to do European standards, but to work more internationally, that there's this collaboration going on in your world that parallels the collaboration we're trying to drive on the commercial side. I think this, too, is a marked change from where we were 10, 15 years ago when we were clearly butting heads on many of these issues. So I think it really reflects the fact that people now really get it, that if we're going to have the scale that manufacturers need, in the auto industry, the U.S. and Europe have to work together because we just simply can't face for our long-term economic future if we don't act together. So that's where we are. I think it's interesting now because we have this common understanding. It seems to me we're breaking down the silos that we used to work in, and we're getting a lot more engagement across industry. And I was really happy to hear in each of these presentations from you all that you're looking more broadly at other players in the whole value chain that is going to be encompassed by e-cars, which gets into smart goods and access to raw materials and the rest of the story. So that's my simple message, is to say on the political side where things stand, and we hope that this work we're doing will be supported and give you guys the kind of push you need at the political level to help move things ahead without delay. So thanks. Be happy to answer questions with the group.
Okay, we have about 20 minutes that we can devote to questions. So please, if you have any questions, come to one of the two mics in the room here. And to maybe start off, as you're thinking these questions, let me just maybe ask one question for John, maybe even Greg can address that. How do you see the Sensitive Focus Group reconciling, for example, the SAE standards that have international marketplace acceptance for those standards that are developed by ANSI and IC?
Yeah, thank you. Well, I think from our perspective, clearly with our close links with ISO and IEC, we will always tend to favour those standards, as it were. But having said that, I think the solution, obviously, is where there are different options that are out there in the marketplace, that the ISO and IEC standards do reflect them. And equally, whilst recognising, of course, that whatever standards are out there globally, they need to be usable in Europe. They need to meet our own needs in terms of electrical supply and regulation.
I think generally there's been a good participation in that. So people from SAE members sitting in on the ISO committees and vice versa. The only drawback I see occasionally is that each group might tend to pull back to one of their older documents as a reference, and it's not so much the new work, but sometimes going back to the older standards and getting those in sync to pick up some of the differences. But it's happening.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else from the floor? Please state your name and the case.
My name's Colin Casey with Navistar. This is probably directed to Greg. In the presentation, you referenced several different connectors and standards that work at different voltages. You know, historically, ANSI has had a 600 volt standard, but with bigger vehicles, or I saw that you had referenced a Japanese connector at 750 volts, a German connector at 850 volts, and another off-road charger at 1,000 volts. is there any discussion or effort or consensus around trying to establish standard voltage ranges or common voltage standards? In the automotive sector, there's a J1113. Yeah, well, standardized as 12 volts.
It's interesting. I mentioned first the 369 group is not just automobiles. I've seen some presentations. There are European bus systems operating at 700-800 volts DC, so there's a need for the higher voltages. And I guess secondly, these are proposals that we've gotten, and we're holding a first meeting really to sit down and look at the combination of all of these proposals next week. So a week from now, I could probably give you a better answer, but today I don't know yet for sure. We seem to standardize, I'd say, at least in North America on a 600-volt level, although likely the connectors will be used at something less than that. But when you start getting into a bus system that's 700-800 random voltages, we're going to need something higher. And the scope of TC69 takes it up to 1,000 volts AC and 1,500 volts DC, so it's not out of the possibility that we might end up with something different.
Let me ask another question here, and maybe that's for John or Catherine. How do you see the international initiatives in the EU members, such as the German standardization roadmap on e-mobility? On the end, the EU-wide work that is mandated by the Commission through the ANSI, for example, Purpose Group. John, start first.
Well, I think as I mentioned, there are plenty of still of national regulatory type initiatives out there. There's also extensive national research programs in Europe and, of course, extensive national vehicle production in at least several EU member states. So first and foremost, one would actually expect the larger countries to be certainly active and interested. I think as far as the kind of regulatory part is concerned, we will want to, or the Commission in Europe, as the pan-European regulator, will want to ensure there's a level playing field as far as possible. So we do need actually to make sure there are no national barrier issues, and one of them was actually in the presentation of Greg, I think it was, on the plug, the question of whether you have a shutter on a plug or not, and there seems to be violent disagreement between different parts of Europe over that. So I think we need to actually rationalise that. I don't think it's inconsistent to have those national initiatives promoting industry and so on, as long as what we do at European level is at least trying to ensure that level playing field and that it's consistent with the global standards work, of course.
I wouldn't want to get into the detail, but we've had some heated discussions on the subject. But we're trying to write the standard in such a way that it's general and meets basically the consensus of the requirements. Within the IEC rules, any country can come along and put into a national requirement that they're stuck with. For instance, France could say, well, they require shuttered socket outlets. That's their rule. Until it's changed, it's fair. And we'll have to live with it, but hopefully this will disappear with time.
Frank, if I may, I would just add that one thing we see from the Germans, and it's really more on the political side, is it's been very helpful to see the activities at the German national level because it's helped raise awareness and interest in the issue at the Commission level. You know, the member states in Europe compete for foreign direct investment just like the 50 states in the U.S. do. And so some of it goes to a German obsession almost with trying to develop its mini Silicon Valleys and really connecting research institutes and universities and trying to drive more foreign direct investment in innovation generally. So e-cars has kind of been used as an example to leverage the German national strength in automobile production with a broader need to get more high-level foreign direct investment in innovation. So to some extent, at the political level, it's been good to kind of boost the process along a little bit, but clearly we need pan-European implementation of the regulations.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Hello, PCK from BMW. On working level, we are working on SAE standards in the US. We are working on ISO standards in Europe and Germany. We are trying on the working level to bring the same topics to the American standardization and to the European worldwide standardization. But is there any way to harmonize this one that we don't have to write everything twice in two different standards? Because it's really a pain, and what can we do for that?
Where's Jack?
Jack is there. So we have everyone in the room we need.
I think I saw in one of the slides, maybe it was one of Jack's, that there were references in ISO to SAE.
No, sure. No, there are no references. That the documents which we identified which deal with the same topic and hopefully do it in the same way, but it's not that you can say, here's the same system as here.
Yeah.
Yeah. But this is the challenge that we're all facing, of course, of interoperability, and even in all sorts of other areas as ICT becomes more and more prevalent. You've got so many fragmented standard solutions about, so at least we are actually getting the bodies around the table here gradually. As Catherine said, we are trying to make a headway here. Whether it will be that quick in e-mobility or whatever we're going to call it, I don't know, but at least we've got that common debate going on between the standards bodies, and it's the same for smart grids, where in Europe we've got one group. We can see at global level, sadly, even the formal bodies have each set up a group of smart grids. It's very difficult to get everybody moving in the same direction, but we must try.
Well, one quick comment. I will say that as a result of the establishment of the EU-US Energy Council, that there is a working group on electric vehicles and smart grid that deals, at this point, I would say not political, but it captures our technical activities. And that's actually one of the reasons that things like this are being proposed to be used internationally. Serves the building of trust at a working level that generates up through the company. That's really what we're trying to do, is put something in place where you can actually work out the differences together. We don't see a reason either why you should have to submit here and submit there on the same subjects, but that's between the others.
Maybe that's something where the politics could help really give the way, give the possibility to open it up, that we don't have to submit it twice with different rules and trying to say exactly the same.
I agree with that. The difference is that in the U.S. and the EU, these standards are still considered voluntary in a sense that they are driven by industry and standards development organizations, as opposed to China, where they can say, oh, you want a standard, we have 2 meetings, and you'll understand. So it is a longer process.
Yes, please. Yeah, thank you. Tom Massarino, possibly along these lines, or maybe loosely along these lines. In the U.S., we have the National Electric Code and other building codes, and in Europe, they have their electrical codes and different building codes, and the rest of the world has their codes. Do you see these differences in the electrical codes and building codes as issues, or are they kind of easy to work around?
In fact, IEC TC 64 is undertaking writing a new part. If I remember, it's 60364-7-722, I believe, and that is for EV equipment installations. I don't know, I think they're at a very early stage. A new work proposal was just passed recently, so I doubt that they've gotten very far into it. But it certainly seems that we need some kind of liaison back into that to say the 10 or 15 years of experience we've had in the National Electrical Code here, and the lessons we've learned can't be pushed forward and used, as fits their needs as well. I mean, their systems, their installation codes are somewhat different, but where we can to try to merge the two, it would make very good sense to do that.
Dushyant Shah, SGF Administrator. Given the fact that some of the markets that will be consuming these products down the road will be the brick markets, I'm just curious what kind of participation we're seeing from those countries in some of these venues, and is it possible somewhere down the road that we'll be implementing Chinese standards here in the U.S. or European markets, so kind of the two will come all the way around?
Well, I can only say that as having 6 Chinese experts joining one of our committees, at least, and probably the others very shortly, we will have their input. So some of that material, as it falls into the IEC and then maybe comes forward into North American standards, could very well be some of the requirements that we come to an agreement on and adopt. But more specifically, to say that we'll take the Chinese standard, I don't know. I can't answer that.
Joe, certainly bilaterally in Europe, we've got reasonable dialogues going with China, both on the vehicles part and on the smart grids issue. There have been statements about, for example, Chinese spending on smart grids, but we wonder sometimes whether they're actually talking about the same thing, because clearly the nature of the Chinese electricity grid is a lot different than ours and so on. But again, the emphasis, as far as we're concerned, is on encouraging the Chinese, of course, to work within the work in ISO and IEC. I must confess that at our level, so we have great difficulty, though, in any sort of dialogue on these topics with India, for example. I don't know whether they're visible in IEC.
Yeah, as I said, the meeting next week will be our first experience with them. There is a meeting going on right now in India between DOE and Indian government representatives on electric vehicles, although we have our government move through because the condition of the infrastructure in India regarding electric vehicles. Most of the activity the DOE has with India has to do with fuels for combustion, for obvious reasons.
Okay. Any other questions?
Jonathan Key. Are the plans to harmonize non-physical standards, privacy, security, billing messages, pricing, layers 3 to 7, things like that?
In our European work, we are trying to look at that. I think one challenge is the experts are not the same, and I think a lot of these security issues we will transfer into our smart grids work, where clearly there are similar issues with anything else that's attached to the smart grid or through a smart meter, for example. Our impression was that there's still a lot of work to be done in those areas, though. But I think we absolutely need to have that in Europe.
Does anybody have an answer to this question?
I can say, frankly, from the grid interaction action technique perspective, we work with OE on that issue. We're not taking that on in vehicle technology there. We're assuming smart grid activity.
Okay. Any last question, anybody? Okay, well, we're going to run 2.5 minutes early. We have a second through the session then, and there's a 10-minute break after this. Let me ask you to do this panel around the close. 15 minutes. I just wanted to alert you guys, everyone, to something. We are being taped here, and you'll be able to watch this tape afterwards. And I wanted to alert you to, just something that might happen, because for some reason on videotape, when there's this kind of lighting, it looks like I'm going bald. And so I just want to alert you, if you look at that, say, who's that guy? It's me. It's just the thing with the light. I don't know what it is. So anyway, let's get started. This is our last panel for the day. And afterwards we'll have a little closing and then the reception. So I want everyone to keep in mind that part of what today is about is providing some of the input and thinking that you will be able to, so that you'll be able to give good answers tomorrow and be creative in your contributions tomorrow during the facilitated breakout sessions. So keep that in mind. Again, keep in mind this is your opportunity to ask questions, to really drill these guys. Even put them on the spot. So anyways, our first speaker is Mark Arley. He's the Chief Electrical Engineer from the National Fire Protection Association. Thank you.
Where's this one? Okay. Yeah. Heard a lot of interesting presentations here today, and it's led me to a fundamental question, which is not up there on the screen. Where is it?
Arrow to the right.
What'd she say?
Arrow to the right.
Arrow to the right. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Is the electrical industry ready for electric vehicles? For us, dealing with the National Electrical Code, we started getting ready for this in late 1993 with a submission developed by the Society of Automotive Engineers. And at our meeting in January of 1994, SAE came to the meeting and brought with them the first prototype electric vehicle produced by General Motors, the Impact. Many of the committee members drove that around downtown San Antonio. I think some of the hotel staff did as well. I know I did. It was a fun ride. The original proposal, as I indicated, was developed by SAE.
there was also a proposal by Virginia Power. Now, a lot of the electric utility industry had worked with SAE on their original proposal, and the SAE proposal was accepted in principle by the committee and modified slightly. We received 11 public comments on that proposal. And the result was Article 625, as it appeared in the 1996 NEC, which, by the way, was produced in late 1995. Article 625 applied to all electric cars. By that I mean it did not apply to hybrids, only those vehicles that were all electric. It applies only to the electric vehicle supply equipment, not to the vehicle itself. It does provide some requirements for charging, where charging is needed. However, even then we recognize that there were things in development where hydrogen generation by batteries would not be a problem. And it allows vehicles to be used in interactive electrical systems. It doesn't apply to golf carts or industrial trucks or airline support equipment or the Washington Metro. This article has been in the NEC for 6 editions, and with the 2011 edition, since there's been a lot of change in the industry, we had some changes to the article. For one thing, the definition was changed to include electric motorcycles as well as plug-in hybrid-type electric vehicles. In addition, we added a definition for a rechargeable energy storage system in anticipation that there could be other ways of storing electricity for electric vehicles. And we have a definition now for plug-in hybrid electric vehicles. Now some fundamentals of the code. First of all, we have some standard line voltages. The common one for residential applications is 120/240, and that's not 110/220, it's 120/240. 208Y120, 480/277, the latter two on the list are three-phase voltages. And then a definition that will become clearer in a moment. The definition of continuous load, which is a load where the maximum current is expected to continue for 3 hours or more. Most residential loads are not continuous loads. Heating and air conditioning, refrigeration, washers, dryers, ranges, entertainment equipment, these are non-continuous loads. You may live in a hot climate and think that, gee, the air conditioning system is on a lot. Well, it's not running continuously at full load for 3 hours. And your electric range is not running at full load for 3 hours, even for Thanksgiving time. In commercial and industrial applications, there are a lot of continuous loads, mostly lighting loads and motor loads. Electric vehicle loads are considered to be continuous duty loads. Now, what is the significance of continuous versus non-continuous loads? Well, that is how you take those into consideration when sizing your electrical system. This is a requirement out of Section 210(20)A, which reads, where branch circuits supply continuous loads or any combination of continuous and non-continuous loads, the rating of the overcurrent device shall not be less than the non-continuous load plus 125% of the continuous load. What is that all about? Well, for electrical equipment, you have to know who your enemy is, and the enemy is heat. And you're dealing with heat from the electrical equipment as well as heat in attics, and walls where wiring is run, in crawl spaces, in garages,
heat from the electrical sources themselves. And in industrial facilities, you've got heat from industrial processes. So the goal of these requirements is to minimize heat in electrical equipment. In the NEC, we deal with heat in a number of places, including requirements for mounting and cooling of equipment, requirements for electrical connections, where most of that heat actually comes from and becomes a problem for equipment. Then we have articles on overcurrent protection and conductors for general wiring, which also address heating of equipment directly. In residential applications, we take an approach of requiring higher temperature rated insulation, 90 degrees C insulation, but only let them apply those conductors at a 60 degrees C ampacity, and temperature adjustment factors still apply. Now that will get us through some of the problems that we have with attics and walls, and that will help us in Arizona and North Dakota. More fundamentals, and this is certainly a question when applying something like an electric vehicle. We have 100 ampere minimum service size. That's the minimum. You can certainly go higher than that. In a lot of residential applications, that's all you need, and that's what is out there in a great portion of the U.S. And figuring into that is a lighting and receptacle load that's sized at 3 volt amperes per square foot, requirements for small appliance branch circuits, which are 20 ampere circuits, and laundry circuits, and then other optional things like dryers and HVAC and electric heat, and bathroom circuits aren't optional. So the fundamental question is whether or not you have the capacity for the additional load. The NEC requirements are clear to understand when we are dealing with new construction, but we also have ways of dealing with renovations and additions to construction. For an existing installation, we've got requirements for additions to existing installations, some other specifications for existing dwelling units, and a methodology for determining existing loads so that you can figure out, well, this is what I have now, and this is what I'm going to be adding to it. So the NEC does provide requirements for new construction, and for existing construction we recognize that some analysis is going to be needed. You may need to upgrade the existing installation to have the capacity that you need, or there may be some other ways of dealing with that, such as load management. So the question I asked early on is the electrical industry ready for electric vehicles? Well, as you've heard in some of the presentations today, there are standards that have been developed by IEEE and UL and IEC and others dealing with equipment requirements, and we have installation requirements. Well, how about the people that would actually be doing this kinds of work? We've been talking about electric vehicles since the 1996 NEC, and the International Association of Electrical Inspectors has talked about it in their training. NECA and IBEW and IEC have been talking about it in their training, and with new technology, NECA and IBEW have updated their training programs, and Mike Johnson, who is here today, who's the chair of the NEC Correlating Committee, has a great new program that's nearing completion that does a great job of preparing installers and electrical inspectors for dealing with EV installations. So are we ready? I would say yes, we're ready for it. But I will also add that NEC requirements are built
on experience. So as more of these things go in, we'll be tweaking some of those requirements. So what is the road ahead for the electric vehicle project, and how can we help industry introduce electric vehicles on a large scale in the U.S.? The National Electrical Code Committee has formed an electric vehicles task group that has already met and is considering changes for the 2014 edition of the NEC. The closing date for proposals for that edition of the code is November 4th of 2011. After that, we'll have a public comment period, so subjects that have been introduced can still be amended during the rest of the code process. Some of the things we've considered are the effect on services and feeder loads, diversity for large customers where they may have multiple pieces of electric vehicle supply equipment. That's a tough one because we don't have a lot of experience with how these things are going to be utilized in the field, but we are talking about it. And then some issues dealing with the branch circuits for residential applications. Existing 15 or 20 ampere branch circuits may supply garages or may supply outdoor areas. What do we need to do for that? Do we need a dedicated circuit there? Do we need a dedicated 240-volt circuit for level 2 charging? And has been mentioned here several times, electric vehicles will be a major consideration in the smart grid development. And I heard that here a couple of times today, and I heard that a lot last week at the SGIP meeting in Nashville. So we're ready to go. We've got some requirements that will permit getting the electric vehicle infrastructure in place, and we are in cycle for a new edition and ready to get proposals from the electric vehicles task group as well as the folks who are here in this room today. And over time, people make suggestions to me as to things that they would like to see in the code. And I would like to tell you that just about everyone here can submit proposals to the NEC. Among the exceptions, me. So we need to hear from you. Thank you. Next up is Andrew Kriegman, Vice President, Business Development for Leviton Manufacturing. Good afternoon. So I'm also here representing NEMA and their EVSE section, which is a new section that was formed this year for the purpose of the electrical vehicle. So I'm going to take a little bit different approach than Marcus. We're going to focus strictly on the electric vehicle supply equipment and how the code affects that. And there's some issues, put out some questions, just some facts, and give you something to think about. So first of all, who's NEMA? NEMA is the National Electrical Manufacturers Association. We were founded in 1926, and we have approximately 450 members that manufacture products used in generation, transmission, distribution, control of electricity. And what I mentioned before, the electric vehicle supply equipment section was formed, and the purpose is to help support the development of electrical supply equipment and to educate the market. There seems to be a lot of lack of understanding, a lot of questions out there exactly what are electrical vehicles and how they're going to work, and how, as Mark mentioned, how's it going to work with our infrastructure and our electricity in our homes and business. And to develop an association with other related NEMA sections, the technology
applications and product standards, and also to work with other industry groups. These are the current members of the section. I'm sure you're familiar with some of them. So today's topic is the National Electric Code, Article 625, which relates to EVSE, and just some of the issues that people question is enclosure requirements, the equipment supplied to the power of the home for level 2 and up, and also for commercial and other locations, portability of the equipment, branch protection, minimum wiring sizes, cord topics, safety of the equipment, and personnel protection and equipment. So starting with the enclosures, basic requirements of enclosures are not any different from other equipment. The NEC in the article just basically says shall not have exposed live parts. And UL has standards, but there's nothing really unique about the standards. They basically say the enclosure shall fit the application. So the question is, do we need something more specific for this product? Should they all be rated NEMA 4, which is watertight, because we really don't know where they're going to be used? Or there could be, even in a garage, you could have a washer dryer, you could have wet locations there. So it's just something to think about. What do we really need for enclosures? Building power connectivity. So Article 625.13, which there is some disagreement as what it exactly means, but basically it says that if it's 125 volts, 15 or 20 amps, or part of a system that's identified and listed as suitable for the purpose and meeting some other sections, it's permitted to be cord and plug connected. Now they're also permitted to be connected directly without a cord and plug. And it says all other EVSE shall be permanently connected and fastened in place. So the controversy really is, level 2, can you cord and plug it? And I think most people accept that you can. The question is, the code also says you can cord and plug just about anything if it meets that requirement, including level 3. And is that something that we really want to happen? So something to think about. Branch circuit protection, I'm not really going to go through this again because Mark discussed this with that it says that it shall be sized for continuous duty. So a big concern with a lot of people is how safe is this equipment. Remember, we're talking about the charging station, not the car. There are minimum standards that the code has and that UL has, and the chargers, or I should say charging stations or equipment, must meet the standards. One of them says that when you unplug the coupler from the car, the EVSE has to disconnect. Another one says if there's a strain on the cord, if you try and drive away with the cord plugged into the car, or somebody trips on it or something happens and you put a strain on that, there is a disconnect built into the device to sense that, and it must shut off. And the other main thing is a ventilation interlock. I think today most batteries, or all batteries that are used in the cars today, do not vent harmful fumes, but it's still a requirement that if it senses that the battery requires ventilation, the charging station will not go on. Personal protection. The NEC basically just says that you need a system of personal protection. It's really driven by UL, what is in the equipment, and UL requires personal protection. Now, there's also a little bit of a conflict with the NEC because if you're talking about a garage, if it's a level 1, you need to plug it into a ground fault GFCI receptacle or a receptacle protected by a circuit breaker or such. And that's, I believe, 5 milliamps. The personal protection built into these systems is 20 milliamps. Some people say that leakage will trip the ground fault protector. Now, we happen to have, my company, we have a Chevy Volt, and we have it plugged into a ground fault receptacle on a level 1. We haven't had an issue, but it's really beyond the individual's control. It's what the car is producing. So we really don't know how that's going to play out. That's going to be something that we will see if that's an issue going forward and if something needs to be changed. Some people propose that you don't need a ground fault circuit interrupter for a EVSC circuit. I don't think that's personally a good idea, but that's, there's a lot of things being put out there. A couple of other things that are on there is that you need to have this personal protection is either going to be part of the plug itself or part of the cord assembly. Now, that also can be part of the station, which is typically in an enclosure, because that's considered part of the cord assembly. So really just to throw this out for you guys, everybody and gals, to think about is, what are the issues out there? What needs to be addressed? Is continuous duty an issue that we need to address with load management? Do we need to increase size of panels? Are there other safety issues that we need to look at? So going forward, I think we're going to find out when we start seeing the cars out there and using them, what issues are going to come up that we didn't think about. Thank you. Bruce Johnson, Director of Fire Service Activities for the International Code Council. Thank you and good afternoon. And we're up. The International Code Council obviously uses a lot of the standards and references a lot of the standards that are being discussed today, and I want to kind of try to make a little better tie-in between the codes and the standards. The ICC mission is, or vision I should say, is to protect the health, safety, and welfare of people and maintaining safe buildings and communities. And our mission is to provide support services to ensure that we have safety in the built environment. And I think there's a couple of opportunities here. I like to think that in many cases, the codes, the building codes and fire codes and maintenance codes are kind of dictating the when and where standards should and could apply. And I think that's a good connection, trying to move the voluntary consensus standards to something that's required or mandatory. So I think it's an opportunity as ICC enters its upcoming code development process, which I'm going to explain briefly as part of my presentation, that there's now an opportunity to not only look at some of these safety concerns and see if they also are applicable to be directly in the building and fire codes, but whether there should be certain portions or standards in its entirety that should be incorporated as part of those codes so that the resources are there for the code officials that are looking to implement and administer the codes with reference to the electronic vehicles. And I think there's a lot of mention today about the intersection between the electronic vehicles, or the electric vehicles, and the built environment. We look at where those vehicles are manufactured, where the batteries and the charging systems are manufactured. That's part of the built environment. Where they are stored, where they're used, when they're not on the road in operation, is all within the built environment. And then I think there's some, we have to look at with sustainability and green, what happens when there's a need to start collecting those for recycling. Those batteries, those charging units, there may be some hazards and safety issues associated with that, while they're, again, back in the built environment. So as I go through first the code development process and point out the opportunities for providing input into the process as the ICC is going to be developing the 2015 codes, I just want you to think about those different intersections of the electronic vehicles and the equipment and how that applies to the built environment. ICC has 15 codes. What's not in the picture there is a safety code for pools and spas and also the green construction code. And I'll talk about the green construction code in a little while. But in terms of the correlation of the codes,
The family of codes are all intended to work together in commercial applications. The commercial IBC and the federal code work together as companion documents. The IRC is typically a standalone document, so it's important to incorporate particular parts of standards actually within the document itself, and we do that, for example, with the NEC, so that it's a one-stop shop. But the mechanical code and some of the other codes are going to have impact with the issues that are being discussed with safety concerns and hazards with electric vehicles. And that correlation is really important, and then again, the correlation back to the standards. So the codes are a comprehensive set of documents. I'll explain that process, but don't worry about taking notes. I left a brochure that has some illustrations and just walks you through ICC code development process. So it is confusing, but what's important is, as Mark mentioned, everybody in this room, with the exception of me as an ICC staff member, is allowed to submit code change proposals, to participate in the process, and if you're a governmental member, you actually can vote on what goes through at the final action hearings and ends up in the code. But that participation is extremely important. And we look for that participation of the standards development organizations because of the number of standards that are referenced in all of the I-codes. Again, the code's saying when and where to do something, and the standards typically saying how to do it, how to install it, how to inspect it, how to maintain it. We don't need to reinvent the wheel or put that level of detail in the code. That's where the standards are. The ICC thanks its volunteers for the participation. You can see a code development hearing going on, exciting process, right? But it's important to get as many stakeholders as possible with all of the knowledge that's out there to participate and make sure that the codes that are updated, that we get it right, and that it represents the best aspects from all the information that's available as that code change goes forward. And I think that there's a lot of expertise in this room. I certainly learned a lot today. And I think one of the messages is how to connect that information so that organizations know what each other is doing. But more importantly, as we look at the impact to the code official, it was mentioned first thing this morning, the last thing that we need to be an obstacle for electric vehicles and that moving forward is to have difficulties getting a permit for installation of the support equipment of the charging. So getting the education, getting the information and the resources down to those code officials is going to be extremely important. And I look at the code development process as an opportunity to begin that education. As code change proposals go forward, they're going to be vetted based on a lot of information that has been developed with these standards committees, the best practices, knowing what's working, what's not working. And by the participation of all these code officials, they're hearing that information and they're starting to get their education before the codes even go into play. So the goal is to have an open process so that all the interests are represented, that we get a good vetting of information, and particularly industry and the governmental organizations that are doing a lot of research like NIST and government support services has been an active participant in the ICC process because that information and resources are really key to the membership making good decisions on what goes into the codes. So we try to have a broad-based representation of the committee that actually hears the code change proposals as the first part of the process. That's going to be made up of a diverse group of individuals representing organizations and disciplines, but not less than 33% of our committees can be regulators. Who participates? Code officials, design professionals, code consultants, trade associations, builders, contractors, manufacturers, suppliers, governmental agencies, anyone with an interest. It's an all-inclusive list. And I think that there's a lot of opportunity as we go into the next cycle for associations that have been at this conference today to participate and bring forth information and get some of the things that are needed into the codes for the next edition. Question? So we talked about that. The code is updated every 3 years. In next month, May, we will be releasing the 2012 edition of the I-codes, and that will allow us then to start the process for the code change proposals in the 2015 cycle. Obviously can't begin changing something until the previous edition is released and available. And we've gone through 2 cycles, an A cycle and a B cycle. The A cycle will actually start receiving code change proposals with the deadline of January 3rd of 2012. And that's going to be a lot of issues in the ROC and the building code. And then we have Group B. That will be code change proposals will be open in 2012, and they'll be due January 3rd or 4th of 2013. And that will pick up the fire code and some of the other maintenance codes for the 2015 cycle. And that's just a graphic that illustrates code change proposals get submitted. They go to a code development hearing. That's in front of the committee. There is open testimony that's moderated. It's very precise. There's time limits. But opponents and proponents get to address the committee. The committee hears the testimony. They deliberate in an open public forum, and they make a decision as to either approving, modifying, or denying the code change proposal. After that, the results of that hearing are published for further review and public comment. Anything that receives a public comment will come back for further debate at the final action hearings. If there is no comment during the public comment period, the committee action will move to a consent agenda, and that will be ratified with a single vote by the governmental members at the final action hearing. For things that we did receive a public comment, the final action hearings is additional debate. It's not in front of the committee. It's in front of all the membership who will cast a vote on each code change proposal that receives additional testimony. And then after that, the new codes are published. So, as I said, we have opportunities now in the next 18 months to really get a lot of the issues, the safety concerns, the best practices, things that would benefit the codes for the 2015 cycle, get those code change proposals into the process. Similar to what Mark mentioned with the NFPA process, once we get past the initial code development hearing, no new topics can be introduced. So there's a limited window. There can be modifications to topics that were introduced for the first part of the hearings, but the second part is just addressing what was already submitted. So there is some time limitations to make sure that your change proposals get in. It's an easy process, as I mentioned. You can download the code form and submit everything online, or you can mail it in. Has staff, anyone that works for ICC is not eligible to submit code changes, but we're able to help you technically answer questions, how to find the forms, how to access the code, and give you as much support. But it needs to be your idea, your thought that comes in for changing or modifying the code. The reference standards. There's a lot of really important, I think, good information that has been discussed, and it's an opportunity to have those referenced in the codes along with the other standards about, the hows to do something so that we get that good detail, and it's in the reference standard. And what I'm learning today is part of, I think, what's going to be important for the code officials is this process and the standards have really addressed a lot of the hazards and the safety concerns that will pop up when the building official gets their first permit for an installation that's related to electric vehicles or charging. And being able to provide that information through the codes, or if they see it going through the code development process, they're going to have a comfort level that a lot of those concerns have been addressed by the experts, and they just need to make sure that what's being installed is being installed according to the code or the standard that's out there. And we can skip over that. We talked about the report on hearings. Like consent agenda. Important component, as I mentioned earlier, for the final action hearings. Everybody can participate through public comment and through actual in-person comment at the final action hearings. Industry, special interest, but the governmental members, as defined by ICC, which are regulators, they are folks that are working for municipality that are actually enforcing or administering building and fire safety codes, get that final vote as to what goes in the code. So while cost, ease of installation, practicality, all of those things get heard and get vetted, the hope is that the governmental members are responsible ultimately for public and first responder safety. That is going to be their guiding judgment as to how they cast their vote and what gets into the code. And that's, I think, an important consideration, but it's also, it shows the importance of making sure that those governmental regulators get a good education and good information going through the process so that they're making a good decision and putting safety above the other issues for what gets in the code. And the hearings are available through webcast if you can't actually travel. Or you're like me and you don't have a life and you like to watch them 24/7. The 2012 code's just coming out. They'll be published, released next month, and now we're going to start the opportunity for the 2015. And just stressing the importance of the governmental process. So some issues with the electric vehicles I think are important. They are probably going to have impact in the residential code, as I mentioned, both for new construction and for renovations or modifications to existing homes. Certainly the IBC and the IFC, or whatever modifier code that you're utilizing for commercial buildings. Property maintenance code. A lot of discussions were talked about, hazard failures, what's going to happen over a period of time with chargers, with cords, with connections. It's particularly in the residential environment, most people will continue to use an appliance until it no longer works. So, what kind of safety features do we have in terms of maintenance as these systems are utilized over a period of time? As I mentioned, I would talk a little bit about the green construction code. That's intended to be an overlay code. And it's similar in a lot of concepts to LEED in terms of rating system for sustainability and energy conservation. But the ICC process, that correlation, it's an overlay code. The base codes, whether it's commercial or residential, have all the safety provisions that are necessary. The green code really talks about how to incorporate above the safety components things that are related to environmental sustainability. A lot of these were talked about already, and I think it was great for me to get an education about where the industry is and where the information about a lot of these concerns from the public safety side are. I think our challenge is how we make that connection and we get that information to the building code officials and the fire code officials across the country, whether they're in large urban areas or any place where there is an intent to have electric vehicles introduced into the marketplace. Just like everybody else, the building officials are extremely busy, and they may have an awareness of this, but if it's not happening, if it's not something that they have to deal with today, then they're not going to spend a lot of time learning about it today. What we're hoping is that we can provide some networks, whether it's a resource kit, a toolkit, website-based information, or even some short training, that there are those available for that time when they do get their first permit, when they do get this first application coming into their jurisdiction, and they've got to make some decisions about how they permit it, what are they inspecting for, what do they need to look for on plans, that they know where to find that information, and they don't create obstacles in that permitting process. And I think that's an opportunity to really get this information out and show them that the concerns that they have been really well addressed through the codes and standards. They just need to apply what's necessary. And I believe we've talked about all of these. And the safety issues, the code references where it's appropriate, and incorporating the standards also as part of that. And the last thought I'll leave is just, and I don't have a right answer, but I'm going to kind of leave it as a rhetorical question. When we look at the International Green Construction Code, or the ICC 700, which is the companion standard that deals with residential sustainability, what should be mandatory and what should be voluntary in this process? And I'm not talking about the safety part of it, but I'm talking about how much equipment do we put in. There's been a lot of discussion about what the utilities can handle, what kind of power demands are going to be on the infrastructure and the grid. But as we look ahead and we go beyond, a million vehicles in 2015, what's the goal for 2020, for 2025, and as structures are being built today, what do we want to put in terms of charging capabilities or making it easy for charging equipment to be added in the future so that the cost and the safety concerns are kind of front-loaded? A perfect example is the Green Construction Code is going to have some provisions as part of being sustainable for providing priority preference parking in parking garages, commercial structures, or wherever you're going to provide public commercial parking. Right next to the handicap spots, you're going to have so many parking spots for any kind of green vehicle. Now, right now, that doesn't deal with anything to do with charging stations. It just says that you need to provide, as an incentive, those priority parking spaces so that someone making an investment in an electric vehicle or hybrid vehicle, they get to park at the head of the line. But is there some need to actually say, well, no, it's got to be more than just priority parking. You need to provide that preferential parking, easy for me to say, along with some charging units so that those folks can actually charge up when they're in the building. Should that stay voluntary, or should that be a mandatory requirement? Those are the type of things that I think can be debated over the next code cycle, because they're going to have impact on those new buildings down the road. Different considerations for commercial buildings versus residential, but we also have to consider requirements for new construction, what's appropriate, and what about renovations? And what's the challenges with renovations? Not only renovating just to have the accommodation for the electric vehicle, but if a building is undergoing renovations, how much do we want to put in preparation for electric vehicles? And again, maybe different considerations for commercial and renovation, but those are questions that are best answered now to set that infrastructure and have that continuity in the built environment as well as the outside infrastructure. So just kind of wrapping up, I think the building and fire code officials will require training in this new technology. A lot of the information is out there. It's just getting the training in the right format and the right delivery to reach that audience. And it's a different audience than the fire service on the operational side. Fire inspectors sometimes live in a slightly different world. They may not even be part of the fire department. So getting that right information out there to them when they're ready is extremely important. And I think there's an opportunity also to educate elected officials. While a lot of them are very in tune to the green and the electric vehicles and what that's going to do for the environment, there's also a lot of political movement now for less regulation. So the need to have some regulation, the standardization, the safety components is an important part of this process to ensure that everything goes well. And we don't want to have a regulator saying we want to embrace green, we want to embrace electronic vehicles, but we don't want to put any regulation, so don't make them get a permit. Don't make them do anything, that's going to be safe because it adds money or cost or whatever. They need to be educated that there is a value and a benefit to having some regulation and some administration to provide overall safety. So we need to keep them in mind as well. So electric vehicles need to be addressed in the building and fire safety codes and the standards referenced therein. I think we got that point. And there's an opportunity to also include some components of that in the green sustainability codes so that we're setting the infrastructure in the built environment that's going to support and not be an obstacle to increased use of electric vehicles as we go forward. And with that, thank you very much.
The final speaker on this panel is Al Abram. He's the Executive Director for the National
Alternative Fuels Training Consortium.
Good afternoon. I really appreciate all of you staying around for the last speaker of the day. I am really impressed. I really am, I have to tell you. I am the executive director of the NFPA, which is a program of West Virginia University. I was asked to come today. I'm not one of your code producing organizations or whatever, and I appreciate ANSI and the Department of Energy inviting me here. I think the reason I'm here is to, as the last speaker just finished, is to talk about the importance of training and all of the work that is being done here and how it's incorporated in training and how trainers use it. So it's extremely important not only for your specific target audiences, but also to see how other people use what you develop here in various forms of training. So I'll tell you a little bit about the NFPA, our overview of our Advanced Electric Drive Vehicle Education Program, which is one of the awards given out under the education program of the electrification program that Pat Davis talked about this morning. Okay, the NFPA, our mission is to improve air quality and to create, to reduce U.S. dependence on foreign oil. And we do this through promoting and expanding the use of alternative fuel vehicles and advanced technology vehicles, which is what we're talking about here today. Now, we cover the waterfront, but today we're talking about electric drive vehicles. We are the only nationwide organization in the country that focuses on alternative fuel and advanced technology vehicles. We have a consortium of schools all across the country. Currently, we have about 50 schools in the consortium from California to Maine. And basically, we have a train-the-trainer concept where we bring them to West Virginia University or another location, and we train them on specific curriculum and training programs that we may have, and they go out to their area and conduct the training. We develop curriculum. We turn that curriculum into training programs. It could be technical programs as well as workshops. We also do outreach and education, and we also do significant program management of very large projects like the one I'm going to talk about today. We've developed over 25 courses to date in the area of alternative fuels, and we can customize those based on what the client needs. And, of course, anytime we do training where codes and standards are affected, we incorporate those codes and standards into the training that we do, hence the importance of the codes and standards in training organizations like ours. We have the classroom study, online study, lab activities, hands-on. This is all going to be happening in our electric drive project that I'll talk about. Review of the codes and standards, and this is just some pictures of our training facility. We've trained today over 1,400 technical, 25,000 individuals in 1,400 technical courses from, once again, the train-the-trainer approach all the way to government, fleet managers, first responders, et cetera. And we've conducted over 1,500 workshops with well over 500,000 people that have attended our program. Now, we also do outreach and education. The only reason I put this up, one slide up here, is to talk about National AFD Odyssey. This is the largest event, probably in the world, I know in the country, that promotes the use of alternative fuel vehicles. We basically do this every other year. We've done our 5th installment in 2010. And it is, once again, to promote the use of alternative fuel vehicles. And this event is important because the things, all the training and things that we develop are disseminated all across the country through this. Now, the only reason I'm here is to talk about the Advanced Electric Drive Vehicle Education Program. You heard this morning from Pat Davis, there were 10 awards provided. We received the largest of the 10. The total project is $8.6 million, of which $6.9 is federal funding. The project will last from December of 9 to December 2012. These are all of our partners. Of course, us, our university, and a number of other folks, which I'll get into as we move forward here. Now, the project has 5 major goals. The first is, of course, an advisory committee. The second is we're going to develop and promote career and technology education at the secondary level. And I'm going to get into each one of these separately. Then we're going to provide training to in-service and pre-service personnel. This would be automotive technicians, first responders, infrastructure technicians, et cetera. And then we're going to also, we have an array of marketing that we'll do with this project. And the 5th goal is to expand National AFE Day Odyssey to incorporate things that we develop under this project and disseminate it all across the country. The program has 3 focus areas: curriculum development, training, outreach, and education. Now, let's focus on the training aspects of this project. The first is first responder safety training. There are actually a number of us creating this under the 10 awards. And we've been doing first responder safety training for about 4 years now. I think we really had some of the first training that was available out there to first responders. And we're going to develop curricula and train first responders on when they approach an accident, say it's a Toyota Prius, and how they can safely approach the vehicle, etc. We're going to create, of course, all the materials that go with a training program, the instructor manuals, the participant manuals, videos, and then we're also going to do train-the-trainer programs to support that, to train trainers, and then they'll go out and disseminate this training. The second is the career and technology education. Now, I believe this is very important just along with these other ones, because we're actually going to work with the South Carolina and West Virginia Department of Education, and we're going to actually go through and create all the same things, the curriculum, video, and do professional development activities for the instructors there. But this is actually going to be implemented into the state high school system in these 2 states. Now, I don't know if any of you have looked at automotive training programs in high schools, but in a lot of places in the country, they're probably still doing training like they did back in 1950 and 60. It really hasn't been updated for these new technologies that we're talking about. So we're going to introduce these new technologies in these 2 pilot programs that can be then utilized across the country in other state Department of Education. I think this is probably the centerpiece of our training under this program, and that's Advanced Electric Drive Vehicle Technician training, which is for automotive technicians. This is going to be an intermediate level where we're going to train or develop training for automotive technicians and how to diagnose, repair, and maintain these AED vehicles. And once again, I won't go through all those. We're going to produce all of the materials, the videos, train-the-trainer classes to support this. Now, one of the things that is unique to our project is we're also going to produce some vehicle simulation training, which will complement the regular training, hands-on, online training that we'll be doing for automotive technicians. And this will be sort of a virtual training where it will be able, a technician will be able to, for lack of a better, open up a battery pack and look at a specific module and learn how to do that, for example. The last piece of training under this project is the electric infrastructure training. A lot has been talked about today on this. I've actually talked to a couple of you. We'll probably be asking for some subject matter experts, and that's what we do when we develop our programs is we find subject matter experts in each of these areas and get them to help us and make sure that we're including all the things that we need to include in our training. Of course, once again, we'll develop all the training, the entire training program for this and roll it out on a nationwide basis. So when everything is said and done, we'll do nearly 100 training courses under this program, and this is within a 3-year period. That's developing it and then conducting it. We'll have 2 training trainers for our CTE instructors, 10 pilot courses in those 2 states that I mentioned. We'll have 6 trainer courses for those technicians that I mentioned, and then we're going to roll out and do 80 classes all across the country with our national training centers in both the all of the technician training that I mentioned earlier. We project that we'll reach immediately about 20,000 students. That include the high school and the high school participants and students and instructors, the automotive technicians and instructors, first responders, and the infrastructure technicians. Also, as I mentioned, National APD Odyssey in 2010. We had 136 sites across the country that did some kind of event to educate and promote the use of alternative fuels and advanced technology vehicles. We added 26 high schools this year. That was a new pilot program. And you can see we reached nearly 200,000 people across the country and reached about 75 million through media coverage. So I think you can see that it's, some of the programs that we have are far-reaching, and you can really get a lot of information out that you folks are developing, as well as we'll be using in our training. And 2012 Odyssey has similar goals, and it will be our 10-year anniversary for that event. We also, in the outreach and education, we have a whole array of marketing and media relations, and I won't go into that. But I will mention Motor Week recently did a TV segment as part of our project and showed it nationally as well as to international markets. We also have an AED 101 video, which is basically what it says for that we can disseminate at conferences to the general public that will educate people on the basics of these AEDs. I think this is really important because part of this project is to reach out to consumers, and I think we've heard a number of times today, consumers, you may think they understand the Toyota Prius or the Leaf or even one of the other vehicles like the Chevy Bolt, but if you talk to them, they really don't, and that's where we have to help educate the general population if these vehicles are going to be accepted. Now, the codes and standards go without saying, and that's where you can really make a change because it gets into the fabric of our rules and regulations. But we have also got to get to the consumers. We're also going to have a website with a whole array of things that are developed under this project. So we're going to reach 20,000 students. We're actually going to, when the project is finished, this training will continue with our national training centers, and we project that we'll reach well over 100,000 people in the training aspects of this over the next probably five years. And this training will provide critical skills needed for these new technologies in a number of target audiences that we discussed. And it will also make the students more employable. These kids and even in-service technicians who better themselves and keep up with the technologies can really increase their income 20, 30, some even more than that, $1,000 a year on top of what they're doing, because more and more dealerships out there are going to be looking, for example, automotive technicians that have electric drive vehicle technician experience. And trust me, I know in my hometown there's very little of that. So we really need this across the country because all of us may be driving an electric drive vehicle one day. And of course, as I said, the codes and standards will be disseminated through our training as we move forward. So I thank you and be happy to answer any questions with the rest of the panel. And
okay. Questions? Here's a card. Yeah.
I've got a question. Something that hasn't come up today. My name is John Halliwell, and I work with the Electric Power Research Institute. Is the Americans with Disabilities Act and accessibility of charging infrastructure. I know the state-owned firm actually adopted in adjacent states rules for accessibility. And is that something, this might be for Bruce, is this something that's in the International Building Code or could be to give, a best practices, something that local codes could enforce?
Yeah, absolutely. That was one of the things I was referring to. I think that's an opportunity to introduce that into the codes as a best practice. It may be a dependency item or guidance, or it may actually be a requirement that gets in the body of the code. But that's a great example of something to bring forward.
Good.
My name is Daniel George. I'm full-time innovation. I had a really great question that Bruce answered in his presentation. So it involved what code authorities and government organizations were doing to facilitate adoption of electric vehicles by requiring parking spaces in public or new construction, things like that. So thank you for answering that. I have a logistics question. Where and when will the material that we've seen today be available for distribution or download?
Jim will answer that in just a minute. Jim McCabe will answer that. Good. Other questions?
Good afternoon. I'm Fred Wagner from Energetics. I have a question, I believe, for Mark and Andrew. With regards to the National Electrical Code, Article 625, you made reference to the fact that Level 2 plug-and cord applications are probably allowed, but it's a little bit ambiguous. My question is, are there any other issues, in your all's opinion, within the Article 625 that could also be viewed as potentially unclear or ambiguous to potential installers or inspectors?
Thanks for that question. Relative to 625.13, which deals with the connection and specifically the question of cord and plug connection for 120-volt circuits or level 1, it's a little clearer that you can cord and plug connect them. With the high voltage circuits, as it's written, it needs to be listed and needs to comply with a couple of other sections of the code, and a couple of those deal with the interlocking type requirement, and then the final one deals with indoor types of applications. So it needs to be listed for that purpose. So it needs to be evaluated with cord and plug type connection, and as written, it will be limited to indoor types of applications. And on the second part of your question, the more open-ended one, I think that we've got a lot of what we need, and some of what the requirements are in other parts of the code, because the code kind of builds on itself. The general requirements of the code are in chapters 1 through 4, and Chapter 6 can amend the requirements of chapters 1 through 4. So, for example, some of the branch circuit feeder requirements aren't in 625 because they're a fundamental part of the code. But, as I also indicated, the code is built on experience, and as more of these EVSE installations take place, we'll find out the kinds of things that we need to help, the kinds of requirements that need to go into 625 to help installers do a better installation job. Did that answer your question?
That did. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good question. Yeah.
And Tom Bassler, do you perceive the need to interact with rural electric co-ops and neighbor types, or is that, kind of beyond the scope or, need for what the group considers an outreach activity?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, the National Rural Electric Co-op Association are non-regulated utilities. They regulate themselves, if you will. They often follow the state PUC, but they don't have to. And they're always clamoring for assistance and help. The big utilities
have a lot of staff. The PUC, kinds of has hearings and everything, outreach, but the UNRECA types, lack that resource, if you will. Okay. And then the NARUC themselves are the, National Association of Regulated Utility Commissioners, I guess. I might have bastardized the acronym, but you familiar with the NARUC?
Well, I understand your question now, and actually, I think that Alan Nancy's presentation this morning set out the infrastructure of codes and standards dealing with all of the various product standards that plug into it, but there's also two installation codes. There's the National Electrical Safety Code, which is sponsored by IEEE, it's ANSI C2, which deals with the electric utility side of it, and that would be more appropriate to dealing with the munis and the rural type utilities. The National Electrical Code deals with installations in the built environment on customer premises, for lack of a better description. So that, and I will also mention that the electric utilities do participate in the National Electrical Code committees, and we have a couple of utility reps as chairs in the NEC, so that we maintain communications with the utilities. But as far as utility type requirements, those are beyond our scope.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stan Klein, Open Secure Engine Control Systems. When an electric vehicle is in reverse power flow mode, and especially when under the situation where they become more or less ubiquitous, there's a consideration. Well, firstly, they can be considered, when they're doing reverse power flow, they can be considered as any other distributed energy resource. There's a problem in that the same transformers that step you down from 238 kV down to 110 can step you up from 110 to 238 kV. So that when there's an outage and lines are being worked on or anything like that is happening, you need to ensure that the DER is not feeding back to the grid. Question is, especially in the ubiquitous electric vehicle situation, how is that being handled? And what codes or standards will address that issue?
We do have Article 705 on interconnected electric power production sources that applies not only to this kind of application, but also applies to solar and wind and fuel cells and any other generating source that may be on a customer premises that may be used for peak load shaving and may be used to sell back to the utility. And the requirements for the inverters are contained in IEEE and UL standards, and those do address those kinds of concerns, because we do recognize and are concerned about any source that can feed back when the utility source is lost, and the inverter is supposed to sense loss of utility source and immediately disconnect from the grid. Thanks. Thank you.
Hi, Jim McCabe, ANSI. This question, I guess, was sort of a repeat of something asked earlier today. This is for Al Hebron. The training programs that you described, are any of them certificate programs or are leading towards any kind of professional certification as a means to build consumer confidence in the market?
They're all going to be certificate programs. I don't know about certification yet. We're looking into that. We've talked to a couple of certification organizations that may be interested on the automotive side. On the infrastructure side, I don't know yet. But they are all certificate programs, and they're also implemented differently at the different colleges and institutions across the country that are part of our consortium. Some have credit classes, some have certificates, et cetera. So it depends on the school that will be implementing the different training or the organization that will be doing it. So part of it is yes, and part of it on the certification, I don't know yet.
Well, since it's the end of the day, I'm going to sort of permit myself to ask a challenging question. I'll direct it first to Bruce. There's obviously a connection between codes and permitting, and a lot of other workshops where you ask about what are the barriers to the adoption of electric vehicles. One of the things that inevitably comes up is the permitting process, and I know that you want to have codes that don't create barriers, and yet continually this idea of, it's all automatic. That's the barrier, permitting. And it just seems to constantly, and maybe, it's just automatic that you blame the code people for permitting issues, but can you say a little bit more about how you're going to overcome that?
Well, first of all, I don't think it's only up to ICC or any other organization to overcome that, certainly not me personally. But no, that's a really valid question, and I think it starts with education and awareness leading to professional development. There certainly are always obstacles when you have to do permitting. But I think that there's a lot of best practices out there looking at building departments that have great customer service. So part of that starts with outreach to their community about what they do and why building permits are important, no matter what you're talking about, whether it's new construction or renovation, trying to make that process as easy on the customer, the consumer as possible, but also explaining to them what the value is. And maybe it's just something in simple terms as, yes, all the standards are out there, but there could be, one little glitch in the system. Maybe the installer isn't qualified or they're brand new. And who gets stuck with that bad installation if you don't have someone that's independent coming out, making the inspection, ensuring that it is built and installed, at least at that point, to code. So I think there's education on both the side of the code official in terms of how they interact with their customers, and I think we've seen a lot of improvement there. And I think there's an ongoing need to educate the consumer that safety doesn't just happen. It's not automatic, that they do have to do their part, apply for the permits, get the inspections, so that they have an assurance that things are being done according to code. So hopefully that answers the question. Yeah. Good.
Andrew, I have one for you. You mentioned that in the NSC and then the next round, you kind of, you don't know how things are going to play out going forward. You're going to adapt. And maybe this is a totally naive question coming from someone outside, but as a consumer of electric vehicles, I would sort of like the codes to be ahead of the technology in a way. I wouldn't want the technology to get out there and then you catch up and say, oh yeah, here are the things that need to be done. And, I think of how aggressive really the deployment schedule is and goals. I'm worried. You're going to be able to keep up, and you're actually going to be able to lead, or. So that's my sort of naive question there.
Okay. Well, I think that, that wasn't the right comment to make if this was a public forum to start with. But I think the basic safety procedures are in place. We do have codes, we have standards, and it's an infrastructure standard, and I think we have the appropriate things in place, but being realistic, technology changes. Yeah. We don't really know, what's coming out in the next year, and experience brings changes, and the code would be the same as it was when it started, and whatever that was, 19, whatever. We still have the same code for 100 years now if we didn't make changes, so that we adapt. When we find things that need to be addressed, we address them. Okay.
Yeah, and we also
also recognize that this is something that is changing rapidly, and as a result, we did form that task group that I had mentioned earlier, and it's a broad-based task group. We have people from the EVSE industry. It's chaired by Gary Kissel from General Motors, who represents SAE, and we have electrical contractors and 2 test laboratories that are involved. And we want to make sure that we are staying abreast of the technology and ready to address any of those needs. And we also recognize that there are times you can be behind. There's times that you can be way out in front, and you may turn around and find nobody's following. And we did have one experience with that in one part of the code. So we're trying to involve as many key stakeholders as we can to make sure that we are addressing their needs in the NEC. Okay. Okay, one final question for Al. You mentioned outreach to consumers as part of your talk. Do you have in mind some key things that you'd like to get across to consumers? I mean, what is the most important thing, or 2 things that you need to get across to consumers from your experience?
Well, part of what we're developing under this project will be some videos that are basic. They're not training videos. They're basic videos on what the different types of electric drive vehicles are, the safety aspects of them, et cetera, and this is going to be widely distributed across the country. We also work with the U.S. Department of Energy in the Clean Cities program, which is very aggressive in their areas of talking about these different technologies, and getting, and we'll say also that, and getting the elected officials up to date in the code officials. I'll give you an example. We just did first responder safety training at the Yeager Airport in Charleston, West Virginia, for an electric drive project that we had. And the reason we did it is to, and then we also invited the code officials, by the way. And the reason we did it is because we knew that there were going to be all of these questions from not only the airport officials, but also the first responders and the code officials. And so we provided some training, and a lot of this stuff is already out there in the codes. Not all of it, because some of it is being developed now, but a lot of some of the basics are already out there. And if you just also train them on the technology itself, along with the existing codes and the new codes that are coming, I think you'll find that you can work with your elected officials and your code officials and your fire marshals, et cetera, and it works really well. But it really does take that conversation between someone who's trying to put on a project, or if a city is trying to implement, because there's a lot of rollout areas in the country right now for these electric drive vehicles. Leaf is having it, Volt's having it in different cities, and I know that's going on right now. So those are the kind of things that I would say are extremely important. And then also just to have public forums, especially when you're rolling out in an area that's going to have those kind of vehicles.
Is there one key message to consumers that, when you're thinking of putting together videos or having these forums, that you want to get across, or that you think of trying to get across?
I think you just need to let them know that, one, it's safe, and 2, it's cheaper. I mean, let's face it, we got $4 a gallon gasoline now, and people are going to start looking at this technology more and more for obvious reasons. And so I really think if people, you're not going to train people on these vehicles. What you need to do is let them know that it's safe, that you don't need to be tinkering with them, take them to the dealership or whatever, but they are safe and they are economical, and I think we got a smart public now. I mean, this internet and everything else, so there's a lot of things you can't tell them, but I really think that public forums where they're rolling out electric drive vehicles is extremely important to get them on the side of the fire marshals and the code officials and the other folks.
Cool. All right. Well, thank you very much, panel. I really appreciate your taking the time.
do you want to say some? Jim, do you want to say some final words? Yes, if you could join me again in thanking all of the speakers from today. Appreciate it. So then Fred and I and Fred Wagner, I guess we're talking about how to conclude this session today. The topic of what are some of the aha moments came up. And I guess being pretty close to this, I wouldn't say there were too many. I've certainly learned a number of things. For me personally, I think certainly hearing the earnest plea from the gentleman from BMW about the need for, or why do we have to participate in multiple forums resonated. And I think the cooperation and collaboration that people talked about, trying to address that was certainly a highlight. We also heard that our neighbors to the north, a request there in Canada for cooperation and so on. And I guess I would also echo what Fran Schroeder said at the outset of the day, talking about partnership and participation leading to progress. And certainly I think it's clearly evident from today that there is quite a bit of partnership and participation. In a moment, Freddie's going to talk about what we're going to be doing tomorrow specifically, where we really want to do kind of a deeper dive and get your engagement and your thoughts in terms of the standards and codes needed, where are there gaps. But I do want to just take this opportunity sort of to get you thinking as we have some time together. I know some of you are not going to be here tomorrow, but I do want to benefit for those of you who are in that situation especially. We're going to have a reception, and many of you probably read earlier, or I guess it was last month at this point, that we convened, we being ANSI, convened a meeting of representatives of the automotive industry, utilities industry, electrotechnical industry, as well as key government regulators. And this meeting was actually, I guess the genesis of it goes back to the U.S. National Committee of IEC hosting the IEC general meeting in Seattle last October, and there were some discussions, some bilateral discussions with some of our European neighbors, and there was a feeling that emerged from that and was subsequently raised to the ANSI Executive Committee that we in the U.S. here need a more coordinated and strategic approach to doing to what are the standardization needs in the area of electric vehicles. Certainly this meeting is the first step in that regard, but I think it's interesting to note that we're getting this input both from DOE, originally calling for this workshop, as well as from, in particular, the electrotechnical industry. And at a March 4th meeting, there was an agreement that we do need to do something more. We need to have a more coordinated approach, and that ANSI could play a role in leading that. So you've probably heard that we're going to be establishing an electric vehicle standards panel to kind of continue the work that we started here today. And we need your input and your expertise on how we should go about organizing that. There's been questions raised about when is going to be the next meeting. Certainly we will need to have a meeting in the very near future. The group was very adamant about wanting to do something very aggressively, developing a strategic roadmap, as it were. We've heard that the Europeans have a roadmap, and the SGIP has a roadmap, and the Germans have a roadmap. And so if we want to really realize a safe mass deployment of EVs here in the United States, we should have our own roadmap. And so that's what the EVSP effort is going to be about. There will be additional details on that forthcoming in the very near future. And again, we're still in the process of organizing it, so we need your brain power in terms of what are the appropriate buckets that we need to have for that work and how best to engage you and your expertise. The question was also asked in terms of this particular meeting. I would say by the end of the week we should be able to have the presentations up and available. They'll be on the event website at www.ansi.org/EDV. If you forget that URL, then just look under past events on ANSI Online. We also have an obligation to DOE to produce a more thorough report of the meeting within 6 weeks, so that will take into account the discussions that we have tomorrow in the breakout groups. So with that, I guess I will turn it over to Fred, and I look forward to talking with you over some drinks. Thanks.
Okay, I'd just like to say a few words for tomorrow, but if all of you have this, you should have gotten something like that, and within there, there's a sheet that, I don't know if you can see it, but it looks like it has 3 boxes in vertical on that. What we're going to do is we're going to break out into different groups, and these different groups tomorrow are organized by different clusters of stakeholders. And one of the important things we want to do tomorrow is provide information, and really we're providing information to a large extent to DOE to help DOE and to inform DOE to make good decisions about its priorities and what it can do. And one of the important things that we want to do tomorrow is speak from a stakeholder perspective, not just say, oh, yeah, there's an interoperability problem, but to say, from battery manufacturers, what's the interoperability problem? From the vehicle manufacturer, what's the interoperability problem? To really get the perspective of these different stakeholders. So that's what we will be doing, is dividing up into the groups. There's 3 groups, and one is the vehicle group, and the specific stakeholders that group will be sort of trying to speak from are vehicle manufacturers, battery manufacturers, and the vehicle component manufacturers. The infrastructure group will be speaking from the perspective and trying to capture the perspective of utility companies, the providers of the EDV charging stations, the battery switching station operators, and the code official and electrical inspectors. So that's sort of infrastructure group. And then the last set of stakeholders is sort of, it captures the support services, the service technicians, and the emergency first responders, and then sort of a catch-all of a bunch of other, couple of other stakeholder groups, the insurance companies, the regulators, consumers, and standards developers. So those are the 3 breakout groups. If you look in your packet, there's these worksheets, and worksheet 1, there's a different version for each breakout group. And so you can look more detailed about what each breakout group is going to be focused on. So the challenge here is, ideally, we'd love to have an equal number of you divide up naturally into those 3 stakeholder groups. What we obviously don't want is everybody to go into one and then the other 2 don't have that. So that's sort of between those extremes we want to, so part of what we're going to do is collect from you your first and second choice. So in these boxes, just put your name, sort of put your 1, 2, 3, how you'd want, where you'd want to go, and then we'll organize tonight and figure out who goes where to the best of our ability, and try to make it at least somewhat even groups on that. Okay? So and what you'll do is, when you're done with this, the table outside, just put it on the table outside so that we can figure that out on that. Okay? Are there any questions about that? And then, as you can see in your packet, there are the worksheets that we will be working on tomorrow. If you have energy after the reception and you just can't, you just need an outlet for that energy, you could look through these worksheets and sort of think of some, do some preliminary thinking, and that's what we'll be trying to do, is get this information. The reason, and I'll repeat this again tomorrow, but
because I know everyone's tired and I wouldn't be listening to me at this point anyway either. So, but anyways, we are collecting these we will be collecting these worksheets as well as having an open discussion. And part of the reason is that when you have this big of a group, it's not always easy in a short period of time to give everyone a chance to speak. And yet everybody's idea is critical. And sort of the diversity of ideas is important. So we don't want to lose any ideas. So we'll have you write down your ideas, and then we'll, during the breakout, sort of discuss them, list them, see if we can't do some prioritizing. But there's nothing to say that you can't look ahead and think about your answers on that. We will be reconvening in this room tomorrow at 9 o'clock. But there will be that, which I thought was a pretty nice little breakfast today. So out there from 8 to 9, and a nice chance to talk with people and to network. So tomorrow here, 9:15, we'll post the breakout assignments. Just a couple of things that I noticed, and again, just for what it's worth as someone who's not a technical expert in this field, I did notice some interesting things today. One of the things that obviously jumped out, and it probably jumps out to everybody, is how many different groups, organizations, stakeholders have to come together to make this happen. I mean, I just think of the different standards organizations and codes organizations. It's amazing how much has to come together, and it's inevitable. It's inevitable that there will be some fragmentation in people's actions and efforts going forward. And given that that fragmentation is inevitable, the importance of dialogue and communication and bringing people together, that just becomes really critical. The other thing I noticed is that there is a need to think about, to help DOE, to think about what's first things first. There's an aggressive schedule to get some deployment of these vehicles. There's a lot of things to do, but maybe there is some first things first, and maybe there are some things that need to be done so that other things can be done. So there's maybe some sequencing around that, and I think that would be important to be thinking about it as well for tomorrow. And DOE does need some sense of, okay, what's first or what's important. Tomorrow we'll be focusing on a lot on what still needs to be done, what isn't being done, that kind of thing. So because that's where DOE wants to jump in. That's where they want to have a role. Finally, I just think that I'm amazed at how much is getting done in spite of the fact that it doesn't seem like there's like this one pinnacle authority who's organizing everything and pulling it all together at one point, and sort of saying, this is it, you'll do this, you'll do this, you'll do this, and this is how it all come together. It's a lot of independent initiatives trying to make things happen. And I applaud the effort, and I also think that at some point maybe there will be room or a need for someone to say, let's get that big picture, some centralized big picture. So those are the things that just, from my point of view, jumped out at me. So obviously safety is big, obviously interoperability is big, but you probably knew that before coming in. But those are some of the other interesting things. Anybody have any final comments they'd like to say? Anything closing? Great. Okay. Well, thank you so much for your attention today, and thank you ahead of time for your participation tomorrow. It's just absolutely critical to get this breadth of input to bring all this together and to do some prioritizing and planning for DOE.
There is the reception is downstairs where the Brookside A and B is the networking reception, and that's basically from 5 o'clock, which is in like 2 minutes, till 6 o'clock. So please attend, please network, because that is just so critical. That dialogue and interconnection is so critical to this this effort going forward. So thank you very much, and see you tomorrow. Thanks, Ray. Great job.